Good evening, good morning to everyone, and welcome to Manosphere Talks India episode number 18. It's really nice to see the commotion, the positive commotion in the chat, uh, even before we've come online. And I welcome you all. Uh, we already have Feminist Slayer in the chat. Thank you, Feminist Slayer, for joining us. Unwanted Contriver, thank you so much for joining us and welcome once again. We have a new guest, GM. Welcome to Manosphere Talks India. I'm really thankful for all the comments and the appreciation for our previous stream. Very happy to have you here. Welcome. And we have the main, the man, Bullets for Teeth. Welcome to Manosphere Talks India episode number 18. We are waiting for a couple of more people to come on board so that we can start off straight off with your documentary, which I have been watching in parts, but I'm sure you guys will walk us through this today. I'm going to get rid of this awful music, which we only have to play because it's what do we say? It is copyright free. I've actually lost one of my episodes because of playing some copyright music, and I would not want to take that chance once again. Welcome, everybody. I'm right now pasting the link to the stream. Here it goes. Please join us on board and let us start the show with all salutations and greetings in person in audio. I would love to have you on board before we go about talking and having a look at the gynocentric landscape by Bullets for Teeth. Welcome to Manosphere Talks India episode number 16 once again. How is everyone doing? I hope you're ready for what's in store today. I've already prompted to all the people who are supposed to join us later on. We all are looking forward to be, to get enlightened and have our minds blown by what Bullets for Teeth has put together. Uh, the gynocentric landscape. I will just take a moment and present this on screen so that we have a visual of what we are going to talk about. Just a minute. Right, I guess it's there now. Yeah, let me just put this on full screen so that we have no distractions. Give me a minute. And here we go. Oh, the system is being a little slow today. Yeah. Okay, Bullets for Teeth. Welcome to Manosphere Talks India episode 18.
Hey, Morpheus.
How's everything?
Namaste, my friend. Thank you for having me back.
Namaste, namaste. So happy to have you here. In fact, everyone who watched the previous stream, they came back to me with a lot of good wishes for what we are doing here, because whatever you and Unwanted Contriver together had put forward in the form of this the discussion that we were having, it was very enlightening for all the young kings that watch this stream live and later on. So happy to have you back.
Awesome. Happy to be here. Yeah, we're all about helping young men, and that's something that I'm trying to push in my own community is positive mentorship. I'm trying to get the older men in MGTOW sages, and other men in the manosphere here in the U.S. to help mentor the young men who seem to be a little angry and mad and frustrated, and they're not being initiated properly, and they're being misled down this path of rage that just leads nowhere, and it just, it's really bad for both sides. So we're trying to do something good in that respect. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear that we've had such a positive impact on your listeners.
Yes, definitely. And we want all sorts of unguided emotions that the young men are going through because of the gynocentric landscape that they are basically tackling their life in. And it's going to be even more better to listen to you and Unwanted Contriver. I wish he can join us on board, and we can, without any delay, begin going the walkthrough of the gynocentric landscape.
And he was the one telling me not to be late. You know,
No, I saw him in the
if I could,
chat, so
yeah,
I'm sure he's around.
yeah, he was here a minute ago. Maybe his
Yeah.
parents, needed him to do something really quick.
All right. So
Look,
we have
while we're
we
waiting
have
for
Donald
Contriver, let me give Donaldo Trumpo. Okay, good to see you, sir.
Donaldo Trump.
Let me go ahead and,
Good to see you.
if I could, I'd like to go ahead and give an overview of what we're about to watch here. As we go into this, this is a 30-minute condensed version of my 4-hour long gynocentric landscape videos that I made that encompass the dating, the marriage market, and the divorce market. And I needed to condense it down because it was too long for a lot of people to get into. And I'm a little more frank with my language. My French is a little strong, in that series. So basically, what I did is I wrote a script out, basically talking about everything that I talk about those videos, and I squished it down to 30 minutes, and it basically gives you an overview of what I saw when I took the red pill and I realized what the gynocentric landscape was. And a lot of what I talk about is referenced by great MGTOW sages like Barbarossa, Stardust, aka Thinking Ape, Sandman, Terrence Pop, and Spetsnaz, and many others that I've encountered in my red pill journey and my quickening or awakening, if you would say. And it just you could, if you listen to the original series, you can actually hear, the the post traumatic stress disorder in the intent of what I'm speaking about in the video, hence my French. So, and a lot of people, that watch those videos. I had one gentleman tell me he showed it to his kids, and and just to give them an idea of what the gynocentric landscape is. So, in the introduction here, in the opening, you'll see a couple of videos, and it basically points out some of the hypocrisy, like one man being destroyed by the gynojudicial system, the hypocrisy of the hashtag kill all men feminist movement, which is still, running, morphed into the hashtag Me Too movement, and a few of the feminists, that are trying to like bring attention to the hypocrisy of it all. And then I go into gynocentrism, the modern nuclear family model,
Hello,
and
hello, hello. I
hey,
believe we
Contriver,
lost
good to see.
audio for about one uh, half a minute. I'm really sorry because I was switching to a better network. Uh, and with that divine intervention, I'd like to welcome on board Unwanted Contriver on Manosphere Talks India episode 18. Welcome, Unwanted Contriver.
Namaste to the fellow interlocutors as well as the audience. It is a privilege again being here with all our friends, and I I love it. I love it. And whatever we are doing, this is something in the making, and I'm looking forward to it. Thanks a lot.
That's great. That's great. So, over to you, Bullets. You were taking us through a little bit of the introduction about the gynocentric landscape.
Right, right. Right. So I go into the description of the Judeo Christian version of a modern nuclear family because in my country, that's pretty much the established model family that has proliferated into the nuclear age. And I pretty much give my details on that. And then we get into because that's pretty much every man's goal is to establish a modern nuclear family. However, I then began to reveal the dating market, the marriage market, and the divorce market. And we get to see, you'll see in the charts that I made up on the bottom in the black, you'll see the men, the types of men that are subject to these markets that can get caught into these markets. And above in the white lettering, you'll see the laws and other what I call gyno traps, that are set up for men to fall into, which can ultimately cost them, their freedom, their financial status, their jobs and careers, whatever assets they have, up to even losing their home and their children, you know, um, pretty much like the nightmare we saw in the last episode when that one family was ripped apart by the mother of those two children, which is just is a good example of what you're signing up for, and risking, when you enter into a state moderated marriage, on the gynocentric plantation. That's what we call it: gynocentric landscape, gynocentric plantation, or blue pill plantation. And a contriver can expound on the different types of terminology, in Hindi later on, but um, and I pretty much give you my final thoughts on this. And it's just a basic condensed version of the gynocentric landscape parts of my video series.
Great. So,
Uh,
by plantation, do you actually mean that these guys are uh, basically breeding future slaves on that plantation? If I'm not wrong,
Yes, we call the blue pills, because I was blue pill at one time. Contriver
we
was
all
blue
were.
pill at one time.
We all
What
were.
we call them plantation mules. Because we're pretty much treated like such by the state. We're treated like utilities. Like if you ever watch the Matrix movie, and Morpheus is explaining to Neo that you're basically treated like a utility, like a battery, you know. And one of the things that common terminologies that we use in MGTOW are plantation mules, blue pill plantation mules that get married and have to pay taxes to the gynocentric landscape, like child support, or they have to like cater to women and contribute to the diamond industry, contribute to the banking industry, their money, their labor, and their soul, basically.
there,
Yes,
if I
indeed.
might interject with your permission,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Morpheus,
The mic is all
there
yours, unwanted contriver. Please go ahead.
I have to. I'm sorry for veering off a little bit, but I have to explain a few things before we start this, because this is the basic essence of why we came back to MGTOW philosophy and MGTOW community and Manosphere in general. Because there is GM, she goes by the name GM, and she is like my elder sister, I consider, from another mother. And she has always been nice and cordial to us. For a fact, she is a woman, by the way. But I say that you have hypothetically gone through all the rituals of experiential mindset of being a man. So you are a man now.
If I
There
could
is a
interject
gentle.
on that, if I could, yeah, I
Yes,
was going to say something about GM later on, but since we're talking about her now,
she is in the
understand
chat.
that I was on the verge of leaving the internet. I was on the verge of just deleting all my content and just leaving the manosphere, the online manosphere entirely. And it was, a couple of women that encouraged me to stay. One of those women happened to be GM. And when I met her, I was into politics. I was watching a channel called Salty Cracker, which is a political channel, and I met her through that, and I was surprised when I went over to her channel that there were a bunch of men over there. And basically what she did is something that I've never seen anybody do. She created an open forum hub where all these groups in the manosphere intersected, and it gave us an opportunity to talk to each other, about our philosophies, our politics, our ideologies, and so forth. And it is, she's been encouraging me for the longest time, and Contriver as well, encouraging us for the longest time. How do we get the men to work together? And basically, we explained to her that would be like, trying to hurt, like hurting cats.
Herding animals.
Yeah, because it's really difficult to try to get. That's how we wound up with all these separate groups, And the main thing that she did and Contriver did, they brought me back to MGTOW philosophy because I would talk to them about my MGTOW philosophy, and they were on the same page that I was. So what we want, so they inspired me, to go in this new direction, and stick to my guns, when it comes to the MGTOW philosophy, lifestyle philosophy, and preach that gospel. And I've been asking other men to step up as mentors to help initiate young men into a positive MGTOW lifestyle, as opposed to going, down a path of red pill rage, female natured content, that's just going to negatively affect their attitudes, their health, and possibly even their lives, because the suicide rate has risen since I've came into MGTOW, here in the U.S., and that has me greatly concerned. It has Contriver greatly concerned. That self deletion is not the answer. The red pill, the black pill, the blue pill. It's not the answer. It's not the cure. MGTOW is the answer. MGTOW focuses your energy, it on more positive things, and it gives you value. It reminds you that you are a man, you have value, you have the penis, you know there's I mean you, that's something that a lot of young men just don't understand, because they're bombarded with all of this media propaganda and agitprop, that men are worthless, and men are always depicted as the villain or the bad guy. That's not there's no truth in that. MGTOW is truth. MGTOW reveals the truth, and it scares off those who would lead you down the wrong path. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, I
Uh,
wanted to add something to this. Uh, it's not just suicide. What we are experiencing and noticing here, there is an equal number of women who are plotting to murder their husbands with their whatever love interest they have, extramarital love interest they have, in these contexts. And it's alarming that almost every day we get to know of a new incident where the wife has plotted to kill the husband. And guys, all the young ones who are not married yet need to wake up to this reality that they might be signing a death contract when they get into this kind of government sponsored contract of self deletion, which marriage has become today. It's really weird. Yeah, yeah, Unwanted, please go ahead. I just wanted to put this in.
it is Donaldo Trump, which is World Trigger MGTOW from the erstwhile streams. He is asking me certain questions regarding what is the beef with Undead Chronic and
No,
Hammerhand.
no, 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 no. We're not here to discuss that.
Yes.
We're here
So
to discuss
if
the gynocentric landscape.
so,
No, stop it right now.
yes.
Stop it
No,
right
no,
now.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm not addressing it.
No,
I'm not
well,
I
addressing
won't be taking any questions from the chat like that.
Well,
No.
I went through the chats and yeah. I went through the chats. I did not acknowledge all of this conversation because I was sure that this is coming from somewhere outside Manosphere Talks India, the stream, and all of you are
Right.
familiar with each other and all these names. So I would request uh,
Yeah,
Donald Trump,
there
who
might
he
be
is today,
some
to
there
he
might
could
be
take
some
it up
trolls
with
following
both of
us
you
over
guys.
here.
Yeah. So he could be taking this up with you guys personally on your channels or probably in the private chat if you would like to join in
Right.
so that you can converse with each other. And we would, as of now, o- honoring what Bullets is also going to, say on this to carry on with what we had, planned for. Thank you.
Th- that is exactly what I was trying to allude to. That this is not the forum for that. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, if possible, Same time, I would
If
be having a
if they want to
stream.
talk to me, if they want to invite me on a live stream, they have my email address. It's bulletsforteeth2@gmail.com. I'll be more than
Yes.
happy to, to set up an interview with them. I need
Uh,
72 hours notice anytime after 8 o'clock, Monday through Friday.
exactly. And these are the things, and the things we could address them privately. I mean, this
Right.
is
Let's get
not
back
the,
to the
this is a very
gynocentric landscape.
respectable forum. This is a very respectable forum to uh, I mean, whatever is the case, we could address that at a later stage, or perhaps on another channel. This is rather a very respectable forum to not address those very issues. As a matter of fact, let us continue to the documentary itself, if we could.
Yeah, so Donald Trump
You can move
has
that Chiron
acknowledged
off.
our request. Yeah, Donald Trump has acknowledged our request, and I am sure he understands that this can be taken up later on. And with that, should I start playing the documentary piece?
Yes, because you don't want any
If you
part of
guys,
that drama. Trust
I'm
me.
not
Trust
sure.
me. You don't want anything to
I'm
do with
not
those
sure.
dudes.
I'll go by what you say. I'll go by what you say.
20
Here we
years
go.
contributing to. I also lost half.
Here we go. Please let me know if it is audible.
So how much did my divorce cost me? Well, this is a fantastic question. There's direct and there's indirect costs. Direct costs, I lost $106,000 out of my 401k retirement plan I spent 20 years contributing to.
The
I also
picture is
lost half the
static.
equity in the home, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, cash, and savings that I also spent 20 years contributing to.
Could we pause it a little bit? Okay. So
Are we
the
going to get through
audio
this
is
sometime
being
today?
played.
Or
The audio is being played, but the video is not being. The video is static, actually.
perhaps you may need to reload it. I don't know.
I I think there is some issue with the connection speed here, but generally videos
It could be that.
play on a lot slower than the audio. So let's just see what's going on. But wherever you want me to pause, I am right here, so I will quickly pause it wherever you want me to pause
Sure,
it.
sir. Sure. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
let's
guys,
on.
hammer through the intro.
Sure, let's go.
I also lost half of all the non-liquid assets like furniture, household goods, electronics, cars. Keep in mind, I paid for all of these. And this is in addition to financially supporting her and her/our daughter for 17 years, which is many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Damn.
I'm now broke, live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and have a negative net worth for the first time since I was, 25. Indirect
Damn.
costs: my job, my sobriety, my self-worth, my masculinity, my hope for the future, my ability to trust women again, my belief in God, my pride, my motivation, my physical health. I don't know, let's just say everything.
It's just the intro playthrough.
The Kill Old Man hashtag is actually being shown all over TikTok. I think when I first looked at it, it had about 7 million views on the videos that use the hashtag Kill Old Man.
I'm not trying to flex or anything. But like guys do this thing to me all the time. It's like so cute. It's called they blatantly sexually harass me.
Brother, this guy stinks! Sounds like a problem you should probably take to the police, not to fucking TikTok. But still, having the caption as "This is a cry for help," hashtag Kill All Men, fucking a bit off, don't you think?
This message is for the group of 50-year-old men who are yelling to me across the bar and fucking, oh, I like your hair. Electric chair.
Who absolutely belongs either in a psychologist's office or on Tumblr.
Because for at 40 for a woman, it's basically over.
Really?
Yeah, having kids and like physically for most women, yeah. I mean, there's exceptions, sure, but that's not the rule. But as a 40-year-old guy, that like, you know, if you're doing pretty well, like you could get married tomorrow, 25-year-old, have 5 kids, and still have a whole life. That's just not the case biologically for women.
Gynocentrism, or more importantly, respectively, the gynocentric landscape. The gynocentric landscape encompasses the markets that facilitate the traditional modern nuclear families of the world. Basically, these markets govern the social markets you interact with. In this video, in this context, we will accurately and scientifically define a traditional modern nuclear family model. This model consists of the Judeo-Christian patriarchal example because of its prominence in laying the foundation of Western civilization far into the nuclear age. Let me be clear that when we speak of the traditional modern nuclear family or nuclear family, we are specifically referring to the 2 primary genetic genders, XY male and XX female. In this model, the 2 primary genders traditionally marry into wedlock with the specific goal to procreate and have children, and traditionally raise and educate them with family values and instill them with family traditions, so they may too continue to propagate a family legacy upon their own progeny, so they may flourish and prosper and propel the family's genetic expansion and the expansion of the human population of a given civilization. A model nuclear family cannot exist outside of this model. The statistics speak for themselves that it is extremely difficult for a single-parent home or same-sex married couple to establish family legacy outside of the modern nuclear family model. When we speak of legacy concerning the model of the modern nuclear family, we are speaking in the context of having more than the average of 1.5 children in the United States. Currently, that number has dropped below 1.0%, and it's an alarming sign that it may take well over a century for the birth rate to recover in the United States alone. So now that we have established what we are referring to in this video concerning the modern nuclear family model, we can now move forward with the gynocentric landscape. The gynocentric landscape is a snapshot of the 4 primary markets that support the ability of the 2 primary genders' capability of establishing a modern nuclear family. These markets are heavily governed by politics, economics, and the law, and any one of these governing forces can detour, block, deny, or weigh a heavy burden so as to stifle or even terminate the 2 primary genders' capability of establishing a modern nuclear family. When we speak of gynocentrism in this context, we are specifically referring to the federal and state governments which have voted in favor to adopt a pro-gynocentric, pro-feminist, and pro-misandric model of politics, laws, and other social constructs which are dominated by emphasizing feminine interest or a feminine point of view, as opposed to androcentrism, which is a masculine point of view. In layman's terms, the Constitution of the United States reads that all men are created equal, yet, since the passing of the 19th Amendment, women have surpassed and circumvented the Constitution and have situated themselves to a superior status over their male counterparts. The 19th Amendment has granted women an immense amount of power. Since its inception, feminist groups with Marxist agendas have used the 19th Amendment to pass pro-abortion legislation and family court laws that have obliterated any hope for a man in the modern age to establish a traditional family. At last count, There are over 180 plus laws that circumvent the Constitution of the United States that benefit women over men. There are no laws whatsoever that benefit men. No laws whatsoever to benefit men. These pro Marxist laws dominate every aspect of the gynocentric landscape, from domestic violence laws, welfare laws, marriage laws, family court laws, parental rights, even career and social rights and opportunities as well, as you will soon see. These pro gynocentric laws are not designed in any way to promote the establishment of a modern nuclear family. In effect, they empower the female gender over the male gender. The federal and state government, in their pro feminist Marxist media apparatus, then encourages the female primary gender under the guise of female empowerment into a psychological power trip, with the intent to encourage her to implode any attempt at establishing a modern nuclear family by using these laws to attack her male counterpart, and even going so far as to offer them a financial incentive to carry out its destruction. Yes, it's a fact. Your government, the same government you pay taxes to, is purposefully using your tax dollars against your ability to establish a modern nuclear family. They instead give your tax dollars to pro feminist, pro Marxist, and other pro gynocentric organizations and corporations. Your government is handing out billions of dollars to these organizations and corporations, which all have pro communist charters and mission statements that promote abortion, promiscuity, infidelity, divorce to facilitate an anti family agenda, including a population control agenda under the guise of climate change. Believe it or not, yes. Okay, you As can pause it there. unbelievable as it sounds, what is more unbelievable is that to this day, not one woman from any state or Okay, into the modern nuclear family, is everybody on the same page? You know, does everybody understand what I'm speaking about in this context, and how the governments of the world are steering course against people's ability to establish a modern nuclear family by empowering one gender over the other? Are you pretty much following me in this context?
Yes, definitely. It's by empowering one gender over the other and using that very gender to create and facilitate 72 more genders in the society to have a family less world ahead. And that's what we all are
Well,
on board with.
right. One thing that I encourage you all to do is you can go to my channel, and it's the first video that'll play when you go to my channel. It's the introduction video, the gynocentric landscape. There's some charts on there that I don't think came through because I think the video is lagging a little bit. However, the audio is pretty good. So we're just going to go. I'm following along on my channel, so that way I don't lose space or time or anything, so I can keep us all on the same page here. If you're viewing this, in India, there may be some lag on the video, but you can always go back to my channel and you can watch the video yourself, and you can see the charts of the modern nuclear family, the birth rates, the marriage rates, and how the modern nuclear family is declining, and how a modern nuclear family cannot be established outside of the traditional XYXX man woman family unit. It's very difficult for you to establish legacy in a modern nuclear family, without the traditional. I guess I'll call it a platform. When you're trying to establish a family legacy. We can go ahead and continue. We're about to get into the charts, and as soon as we get the charts come up, we'll pause it, and I'll give you a brief analysis of how these charts are set up, so that way they're more easier for you to understand. Thank you, Morpheus.
In addition, if I might interject for a moment, uh,
Yes,
someone
yes,
is
sir. Please go
asking
ahead.
someone is asking in the comment section that politicians are untrustworthy. In fact, as a matter of fact, I agree with your statement, good sir. uh, the reason being, I have seen the current dispensation, I mean in the central government, actually enact and legalize marital rape as a law, state law, being introduced in the state of Karnataka. I mean, in the central government, they are in
Yes.
majority. In the provincial state government, they are in majority. So, who is enacting and legalizing this law? The so-called right winger nationalist government, as we call it. So if they are able to decriminalize homosexuality, if they are fine with decriminalization of adultery only and only for women by a diktat from the Supreme Court and the Harvard University alumnus judges, of course. And the same sex marriage is also coming into the picture, and that is going to be the case. So, it is an American model. It means that we have not given up on mental slavery. We were, first of all,
Well, I
trying to emulate the transatlantic cousins of the Americans, and now we are is trying to emulate the Americans themselves. What is next? Drag
look.
queen story
Let me
arts in
squash
public
this.
schools? Yes.
Look, let me squash this argument really quick. Okay. Here in the United States, when people take their marriage vows, their traditional marriage vows, to enter into a modern nuclear family traditional marriage, they state that they will take care of their spouse in sickness and in health. And that also provides for sexual health. And if a woman isn't prepared to take care of a man sexually and take care of his sexual health and put that first before herself unconditionally, then she has no business getting married in the first place. And for the states to join in on that and pass this type of law destroys those marriage vows in and of itself. So that's something that you can think about, wrap your heads around that, and figure it out, but we can answer these questions on the other side of this. Let's hammer through this, because the video is 30 minutes long. It shouldn't take us an hour to hammer through it.
But again, coming back to the topic, if I might just interject for a moment
The
with the
topic is the
permission.
gynocentric landscape. The topic
Exactly.
isn't
But
section 498A.
no, but it is an equivalent section, just like your domestic violence laws over there, just trying to emulate the Duluth model. And as we all know, that the road to hell is always paved with good intentions.
Right.
So now it is being
We can get to these
misused.
laws on the other
Exactly.
side of this.
Okay.
Because what you're about to see is very, very important. You need to understand why these laws are being passed. This is why
Okay.
I'm here. This is why I made this video, to show you why this is happening. And this is why, men and women aren't getting married. This is why women can't get a high value men. That's what this video is all about. So we need to hammer through this, and we can answer your questions on the other side.
Perfect. So should we go?
Yes.
Sure.
Federal legislature, Congress, or Senate has ever walked into any state or federal capitol building and declared that they would like to enter a bill on the floor that would benefit men or boys, or the modern nuclear family. Women do not seem interested in doing anything to save the modern nuclear family, because they've been brainwashed to believe that the patriarchal model of a modern nuclear family is some form of oppression, or they are just not interested. Morpheus, can you remove the Chiron? Who knows? One thing the gynocentric landscape model does show clearly is that any man who attempts to establish a modern nuclear family, he will verily be walking through the shadow of the valley of death. In every market men may encounter women in, he risks his freedom and liberty. He risks his Second Amendment. He risks his home, his career, his children, and everything else he's worked so hard for and invested in. You do not have to be married to a woman. She can spend one night under your roof, and you may find yourself having to go to court to remove her while she ransacks your house and bank accounts. It's happened to other men, and yes, it can very much happen to you. And if it does happen to you after watching this, well, some people just have to learn by making their own mistakes. As for women who may be watching this video, this affects you as well, because what the gynocentric landscape shows men will awaken any man capable of logic and reason to avoid any serious relationship or marriage with you. It clearly shows that women are a high-risk investment, both emotionally, psychologically, and economically. For years, I've watched the sexists point their fingers at each other. Well, just remember, there are 3 fingers pointed at yourselves. Behold, the social market. It all begins in the social market. We all interact with this market, and it encompasses every aspect of your life. From school to your job to your offline and online activities, you can look around and see pro-gynocentric, community-style guidelines to keep men in check. Rules for thee, not for me. For instance, 100 or so years ago, there were men's clubs and organizations that women were not permitted to access. We all seen female reporters walk into male-only locker rooms, but you don't see any male reporters walking into any female locker rooms because women have special privileges that men are not afforded. And anytime men attempt to create a space for themselves, they are quickly attacked at being sexist and misogynistic. But when women create women-only spaces where men aren't allowed, they are called stunning and brave. For example, even the Boy Scouts is now co-ed. And that's just one example, but there are many. But it shows an anti-male trend. Seriously, look around and find a male space that has not been invaded and co-opted by women. Yet at the same time, you will find ladies' night or women's only bars, clubs, gyms, and yet women look down at us and call men sexist and misogynistic when they themselves co-opted men's spaces for their own use, using the same
Okay,
laws
pause there, Morpheus.
and hashtag me too and hashtag believe all women law enforcement.
Okay, really quick here, since we got this chart up so you guys can pretty much follow along with what I'm talking about here. If you look here at the social market, you know, the men that are listed below it that may be in this certain situation, like if you're financially challenged, if you're a high school student, if you have a lack of education, if you're unattractive, socially inept, disabled, handicapped, you're loner, MGTOW, MRA, business, you have business or family obligations, you know, or you're just one of those like friend zone white knights or emotional tampon type of dudes, you know, AKA we call them manginas, you know, that just, you know, simp for women. These men here on the bottom are pretty much, you know, stuck in the social market. In other words, they're not viable in the dating market. They don't meet what I call the feminine status quo, what the type of men that women are actually looking for to dupe into the dating market, to become eligible bachelors, simps, cucks, pickup artists, bad boys, white knights, and yes, even sometimes the manginas make it through because if they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel, that's all they can find. You know, they'll settle for that. You know, and it goes off to husbands and fathers and cucks in the marriage market. And then in the divorce market, we have the deadbeat dad, the wage slaves, and eventually a corpse, because that's usually often how it ends for a lot of men. You know, seeing that over 80% of all divorces filed here in the United States are filed by women. You know, I've seen this happen to a lot of dudes, you know, just literally just get obliterated by the courts and reduced to homelessness. And pretty much they become a debt slave or wage slave, you know, to their ex-wife and to the state. Above in the white lettering, you'll see that I didn't have enough room to put anything in the social market. So this is kind of condensed through the dating and marriage market. These are the gyno traps that you can wind up in when you're in a relationship with a woman. You can be falsely accused of domestic assault, domestic violence, rape allegations. You can, women will steal your sperm. They'll poke a hole in the condom to get pregnant so they can basically cuck you into the system to make you pay child support for 18 years, or falsified pregnancy and other stuff. You know, women have done some horrible things out there, guys. These are things that young men need to be aware of. In the marriage market, you could see the laws are state moderated. You can also be accused of domestic assault violence. We just had mentioned that they're trying to pass a marriage rape law, okay, to where they can basically deprive you of your rights, you know, and like here in the United States, you know, they attempted to deprive me of my Second Amendment rights and other liberties. You can suffer through no-fault divorce, and at any time she can implode your family unit. Adultery, cheating, hypergamy, feminist revolt. At any time, a woman can feminist revolt on you. It doesn't matter how good a sandwich she makes or how good she is in bed. She has the power of feminist revolt. In other words, she can call the cops and have you arrested just by saying that you hit her or did something stupid. Again, that falls into rape allegations. She can even claim neglect as a form of abuse as it pertains to the Duluth model here in the United States, which I think is probably gearing up in India. Over in the divorce market at the top, it's state moderated and state enforced. This is where you're subject to child support, alimony, fines, court fees, legal fees, supervised visitation, defamation of character. You will have your character defamed in that court. You bet your ass you will. You will lose your house. You will lose your kids. You can lose your car, and you can wind up in prison. And DNA, gentlemen, is admissible. So if she gets knocked up by another man, she can say, put your name on the birth certificate, and you're still financially responsible for a child that isn't even yours. That happens today here in the United States. So to give you some context of these laws, it'll as I'm speaking, you'll be able to understand the gynocentric landscape much easier. And we can continue on, Morpheus. Thank you. Enforcement system to use cuck law enforcement to enforce their will upon the second class citizenry to enforce their will upon using the same laws and hashtag me too and hashtag believe all women law enforcement system to use cuck law enforcement to enforce their will upon the second class citizenry, which is basically us men. You can see it if you unplug from the idea of pro-gynocentric thinking. Look around where you work and notice how the human resources departments and other offices are completely staffed with women, all in positions of control over your office and career and other positions of power. Next time you are at a parent-teacher meeting with your children's school, ask the teacher what is the percentage of female versus male teachers. There are many aspects of the social market, and there are far too many to go into here in a short video. So the one thing we want to focus on here in the social market is male value and viability in the dating market. Here we have a list of non-viables that are stuck in the social market for a variety of reasons, like those in high school or college. Even though you are in the dating range, you are in this category because you haven't even got your life started yet. You have other obligations with school and work that may inhibit you from dating and courting a woman for procreation. Yes, even though you are fully capable of knocking up some girl, you are not a viable contestant in the dating market. You have nothing to offer economically speaking. No house, no assets, no career, no six-figure income in sight. So in your situation, you're pretty much reliant on youth and charisma at this point. It is also highly advised that you do not focus on dating at a young age. I understand that's a big ask because your hormones are raging, but if you do engage sexually with a woman, the use of condoms is highly encouraged unless you want a life of turmoil and regret. You will see others on this list. Most just aren't viable in the dating market for many reasons. They may be socially inept, unattractive, disabled. They may have family or business obligations where they just don't have the time or money to invest in the dating market. May just be a MGTOW who went his own way, leaving the gynocentric landscape altogether. Now, before we can...
Sorry to put a pause here, but I think the feminist layer has put up a request that he would want you to please go through each of these sections in the current slide and break it down personally. This will be a request that bullets. I'll be very thankful if you could entertain. And with that, we would like to welcome Moksh of Men on today's episode of Manosphere Talks India. Moksh, Jai Shri Ram, welcome to the stream.
Good to meet you, Moksh. Welcome. So what I mean by social market, like if you want me to break this down for you, what the gynocentric landscape actually is, the gynocentric landscape incorporates the social market, which is basically made up of, say, like, your job, where you work. If you have, an HR department at the company that you work for, if you've noticed that most of these departments, the majority of them are all staffed by women, and wherever you go in your daily life, socially, and you're interacting with the general public, you need to be aware of, the women that seem to hold positions of power, in universities, schools, your job, workplace, and other aspects of your social interactions in normal everyday society. The dating market encompasses, and I get into this later on another chart, you know, and I talk about, what constitutes the dating market are like hotels, restaurants, bars, clubs, any place where you would go to meet women or like to be able to engage with women, like even dating sites like here in the United States we have something called match.com, and other dating sites that that you pay them a fee as a man, in order to be able to message women. However, women, if you notice, they get free access to this stuff. They get free access, to these dating websites, and they have the freedom, because it doesn't cost them anything, to flip through the undesirable men, and look for the chads. So whenever you have a Instathought account or Instagram account, excuse me, I kind of watch my terminology, or you're part of like you're paying for a dating service or something like that. You need to understand that you're being used as a utility. You're being used. You're actually paying her half in order for her to even meet you. That's why this is how this works. You know, you're actually, when you pay for a dating site, it's kind of like, you're paying for the first date and you're not even going to get anything out of it. And that makes up, is a good example of what the dating market is like. I get into the marriage market later on, and when we talk about, when you do get married, that's when she gets the big ticket items. We're talking houses, cars, vacations, healthcare, and everything else you're going to be reliable for. And as soon as you give her everything that she wants, and she's not satisfied, because you're never going to be able to satisfy her, because she's always going to want more and more and more, and she gets tired of you, or you displease her, she can implode the family unit and take you and shove your ass through what I call the gyno-judicial system, or the family court, divorce court system. And, that's where the deadbeat dads and the wage slaves usually wind up having to pay, child support for many years, and in some instances for children that aren't even theirs. Are there any more questions on that?
I think that's pretty clear, and I'm really happy that for the first time we are having a structured, well curated conversation on this channel and on the live stream. So without putting any further delay to it, let's play along. What do you say?
Yeah, let's roll it. Let's roll it. We're hammering through it.
Sure, let's go.
Continue to the dating market. It is possible for any man to enter in the dating market. Anyone can find true love, whatever that means to you. But in this regard, we are looking for the feminine status quo of a woman's ideal of an eligible bachelor in the dating market for establishing the prospect of a modern nuclear family. An ideal eligible bachelor isn't a high school student, starving college grad, or financially or socially challenged person, but more established in career, finances, home, and assets. And with that being said, we'll continue to the dating market. The dating market. The dating market is adjacent to the social market because they intertwine each other with what we refer to as petting zoo culture. You can find petting zoo culture wherever you find PUAs, simps, white knights, douchebags, bad boys, and cucks, all vying for a woman's attention both online and offline. From your workplace to the grocery store to just hanging out with friends trying to out-alpha each other, petting zoo is the heart of the social dating market. The most eligible of bachelors, however, are not really found in the petting zoo culture or on online forums. The same can be said about the most eligible of women are not found here either. If they are, it's for entertainment or extreme desperation. But it's interesting to watch men try to out-simp each other over some woman online. We see it here all the time. Moving on, the dating market encompasses a lot of service-type industries, from entertainment, hotels, restaurants, bars, clubs, airlines, travel agencies, and anywhere else you can think of dating culture might come into play. Online dating and social websites rake in millions and billions of dollars to give you messaging access to meet women in your area or from around the world. Even mail order bride and travel websites stand ready for you to pay them big money to fly you to some foreign country with promises of finding true love. Since the early 90s, the dating market has radically changed into a hookup culture. The invention of cell phones and the internet has permanently altered the dating hookup landscape for the foreseeable future and to its own detriment. Since the early 2000s, dating websites and social media have not helped people enhance their social skills to establish a modern nuclear family. But instead, it has done the opposite and has set them back to the point that men and women are having communication issues in actual face-to-face social settings. The end product is an entire generation of young adults who do not know how to talk or handle social situations with the opposite sex. Stories of dates incapable of putting down their phones, inviting friends to intimate dates, or even bringing their kids and demanding their date to buy their kids food is not uncommon and just reflects how toxic the dating market has become. Because of this fact, the marriage rate has plummeted to historic lows. Birth rates have also plummeted, and the divorce rate is still high as balls. So it's not just women with ridiculous requirements for men to aspire to, but the ignorance of both sexes having such a massive social communication breakdown, which will be seen in the coming decades. Bars and restaurants are already closing, not just from inflation and the Wu-Flu snake oil scam of 2020 up until now, but the dating market is in decline. There are other dangers in both the social and dating market. Many innocent men have been falsely accused of sexual assault, rape, and domestic violence during the #MeToo, #KillAllMen, third wave feminist movement to destroy men's lives, to make them a horrifying example of what other innocent eligible bachelors can expect if they attempt to establish a relationship with a woman. You can be completely innocent, and with one phone call, you could find yourself in handcuffs in a he said, she said situation. And the police will always look at her as the victim and you as the assailant. Always. This happens to men all the time. There are predatory women out there that have come out and admitted using men to buy them expensive dinners with no expectation of establishing a relationship. There are men who have loaned women money, and when they ask for the loan back, they get falsely accused of domestic violence or rape. It's not a joke. It happens. Predatory crazy bitch culture is a real thing. It's something you should be very concerned about in the dating market. Because if you make the wrong choice of wifing up one of these lunatics, well, you did it to yourself. The marriage market. If you made it to the marriage market, well, may God have mercy on your soul, son, because your life is over. Whether you knocked her up before or after marriage or just living with a woman you knocked up and never made it official, your dick is literally in a vice for the next 18 years or more. If you think that you are free and clear of the family court because you didn't sign the marriage contract, well, depending on the state you live in, you are in for a rude awakening because there is still a multitude of things the state can do to keep your cuck ass in line. From garnishment of your paychecks, child support, or taking your car and locking you up if you fail to cough up the cash. The laws may vary in your state, but the family court can call you in at any time for a shakedown. So be aware of what your rights are and have a plan B if things go south. The trend these days is that people are having kids out of wedlock, even going so far as to raise a family in separate households, which is smart to a degree, but that's about it. If you do the marriage thing, look into marriage insurance before you do. Be a smart move. Moving on, the marriage market is attached closely to the dating market and other more big-ticket market items. This is where the majority of your finances are going to be invested. Examples are homes, property, assets, vehicles, appliances, and everything else you will invest in a marriage. Congratulations, you just made one of the most volatile investments in your life. It will mostly run on debt, secured and unsecured credit, and bank loans and mortgages. So consulting an insurance agent about marriage insurance to cover debts in the case of a divorce is probably the most sound financial decision you can make in this situation. There are many industries that thrive off the marriage market, most notably banks, the diamond industry, wedding services, and all other businesses that cater to weddings, including travel, hotels, restaurants, bars, etc., etc. In any case, the two most important services you need during a marriage in the modern era is a lawyer on prepaid retainer and a good insurance plan to cover your losses when you get divorced, because your odds are you're probably going to get divorced. Seeing that the majority of marriages have less than a 25% chance of success, even an experienced gambler would agree having a plan B would be good advice if you're going to let it ride. With that being said, living with a knocked up thought or getting married for some people might work out. It's still work, and marriage takes a lot of work. And in this day and age of inflation, hungry divorce lawyers, and all the marriage and family court laws that are stacked against you, you got your work cut out for you. When people decide to get married, they are more thinking with their hormones more so than their logic and reason and economic forethought. Family planning is not the foremost thing on their mind. A horny couple can get their heads inflated full of big dreams, but nothing will bring you back to reality when you wake up from the honeymoon hangover. To avoid these pitfalls, I defer to Iridium Cush's YouTube channel, where every Monday night, him and his co host Bandit discuss financial topics that will make you think and plan ahead for the long term. And if you are not prepared, remember that the gaping jaws of the gyno-judicial system await you in the divorce market. The one thing you should know before you get married is that 80% of all divorces filed are filed by women. According to divorce.com, the most common reason for divorce is constant arguing and nagging, lack of commitment, infidelity, lack of intimacy or sex, domestic violence from either partner, opposing values or morals, addiction to drugs or alcohol, absence of intimacy, which I've spoken about before. One spouse who doesn't carry their weight or financial obligation to
Could
maintain
we
the
pause
marriage,
for a bit?
which segues into financial
Hey,
problems,
Morpheus, you want
marrying
to
too
pause it?
young, or just not having shared interests.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that regarding the gyno judicial system or whatever, all the lawyers in India and Moksh of men, Mr. Moksh for men, would bear me out on this one. All the lawyers in India are drooling, literally drooling, for the opportunity for a prenuptial agreement to come up, as well as no fault divorce to come up. Now, as far as no fault divorce is concerned, because 80% of divorces are filed by women, earlier there used to be some evidence regarding adultery or domestic violence or something. Only and only then you would get a divorce. Now, with even in current Indian scenario as well, I am telling, comparing the two, Indian and Western. In Western scenario, adultery has been annulled, declared null and void because of the no fault divorce itself. In India, no fault divorce is still applicable right now. Ask me why. The reason being, adultery has already been criminalized for only and only female gender. It has not been decriminalized for men, especially for men in the Indian Army, Air Force, Navy, or any of the military or security paramilitary forces. It has only and only been decriminalized for women. Why is that? Because it is an agenda. Now, a lawyer
Are you feeling the
makes
equality
money
yet,
out of
contriver?
prenuptial
Hey,
agreement.
contriver. Hey, contriver. Are
Oh,
you feeling the equality
yes.
yet?
Oh, yes,
If I
equality
could
is in
if
the
I can
air.
expound
I
on
mean, it
on
is
what you're
just like the
talking about, this
aroma
is
and yes. Just a second, if I
right.
could, with your permission.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead,
just a
man.
second,
I,
just
I
a
want
second.
to chime in
Okay.
though, because I got an answer for
Yeah.
you.
Yes, yes. Any lawyer in this entire world, which is based on English common law, which also inculcates the Duluth model, would never talk against his own self interest. that is to make more, to make a single more buck out of it. And that is why the legal system wants to inculcate the no fault divorce system in India. It has already been declared de facto as a no fault divorce because adultery has been decriminalized only and only for women. But the legal, it could be a legal ground for divorce. When no fault divorce would come in India, it would be Britney Spears marrying her whatever ex husband for 24 hours and then getting a divorce. It would be just like that. And that is why the single mother culture, she economy, now they are even saying about USA and the Western Hemisphere being in the phase of she economy because women are the biggest consumers. In India, what do women buy? Jewelry, a lot. Why? Because it is at least in some ways, connected to marriage, wedding ceremony, or a new child is being born or something. It would totally deracinate, and it would go from hot girl summer. It is, whatever is the case, it is always sunny in Philadelphia, or whatever was the conundrum that was quagmire that was going on back in the 70s and 80s. And who did that? And who brought no fault divorce law in America? We need to look into the history of that. It was the blue eyed boy of all these Bible thumping, God, country, family loving, nationalist, patriotic, hard working, modest people who goes by the name Ronald Reagan. He was an actor as well, so quite a coincidence. But he wanted divorce from his own wife, and that was one of the reasons he changed the law to get divorce from his wife in his favor. He destroyed the generations to come after. And unfortunately, whether it is in India or whether it is regarding the history of historicism, of no fault divorce, prenuptial agreements, decriminalizing homosexuality, adultery, same
Mhm.
sex marriage, all these things, nobody wants to talk about it. Everyone is tight lipped about it because they know it is in the interests of lawsuits, advocates, lawyers, judges, police personnel, social workers, journalists, your media, everyone. Just like the chart that is being shown here, the social
Oh,
market,
dude, you don't
the
know the half
dating
of it, man.
market,
We haven't even
the
gotten there
marriage
yet.
market, the divorce market. That's it.
I,
I'll expunge
I
on
guess
that.
it's just gonna blow your hair back. Look, I understand what you're saying. Like, for all you young dudes out there, you think a prenuptial agreement or getting an attorney is going to help you, to get married and secure your marriage. No, that's not going to happen. What you need to do, what I recommend you do, is put find a good divorce attorney, put his ass on retainer. Next thing you need to do is go out and look for an insurance policy, and what you're looking for is marriage insurance. Okay. And basically, what you and her do, you sign on the dotted line, and whoever files for divorce, doesn't get the insurance policy. It goes, say like, you both of you sign on an insurance policy and she divorces you. Well, you get whatever the amount of that policy states, to cover your damages, to cover your legal costs and everything that she's going to put you through when she shoves your ass through the gyno grinder. And that's basically what that insurance money is for. It's to help you survive what you're going to go through when she shoves your ass to the gyno judicial system. And one thing that I can tell you about insurance attorneys, they do not like to pay. They do not like to pay. Okay, which means that this is where your divorce lawyer on retainer comes through. You know, and he makes sure everything gets paid and everything gets taken care of. It covers your fucking child support costs and all of that stuff. Pardon my French. I don't know how that slipped out. I'm trying to be professional here, you know. But these are things that I discuss on my own channel. And when
go over to Contriver's channel, he can expound on a lot of this stuff that we're going to get into. What I'd like to do now is get us back on topic. We're talking about the gynocentric landscape, and we have this new chart up here that you're seeing right now that encompasses, the gynocentric landscape, which is made up of these four markets. Okay. And below on the social market, you can see that these are things that women benefit from feminism and the welfare state. These are things that women benefit from that men do not get to benefit from. Women benefit from affirmative action here in the United States, and what that means is that they don't have to qualify for a certain job because of their gender or their race or whatever. They're given a bump up in promotion automatically because the state and the federal government gives the companies that give these disadvantaged
Incentivizes.
women, incentivizes them, to offer women jobs that they may normally not qualify for. With men, there's nothing like that for us. Maybe some minority men, they do get a bump up every now and then, but it's majority, it's geared towards women. Free medical care. A lot of women get these, through welfare services, along with child welfare services and so forth. There's all kinds of resources, and shelters and stuff and benefits, for disadvantaged women, to help them with their like living expenses, or finding a job, or getting a place to live. A lot of women, Section 8 housing, the majority of Section 8 housing is for women only. It's not for men. Let's see, media favoritism. You'll notice that they get favoritism in the media. That's why we see all these feminine products and shit, and antidepressant commercials and stuff, during, when you're trying to watch the news, and then all of a sudden, a Massengill, douche commercial comes on, you know, they get corporate favoritism. They get automatic victim identity. In other words, if the police are called or if there's a situation arises at work to where they file a complaint against you, they're automatically considered the victim. And this coincides with a lot of what's going on here in the hashtag kill all men, hashtag me too movement. Moving on the dating market, what else do women benefit from? They benefit, well, from financial benefits, of course, and this is, they get from the men they encounter in the dating market. They get financial benefits such as paid dates, free meals, free drinks. I'm sure there have been a lot of guys that go into bars in India buying girls drinks. You need to stop that shit. There's been guys that have, paid women rent, bills, school, sometimes for free because they get duped in because they're just simps and they like to be emotional tampons that get used. Some of the smarter men, exchange, to pay a woman's rent for the month, in exchange for a sexual encounter or so forth. They
In
get paid
India,
vacations, holidays,
uh,
and expensive gifts and so on. Go ahead, Morpheus.
yeah, in India, we have this thing called Paytm girls, actually, which is direct financial aid given to girls by their simping or friend zone friends. So,
Hmm.
they,
It's
even though
everywhere.
they,
Paytm
It's in
girls?
every
yeah,
country.
yeah.
Sir,
So,
Paytm girls, you are talking about Paytm girls? Just go to a mobile app called Tango. You
okay,
would
okay,
see the most degenerate stuff over there,
my God.
women doing, and men are giving them money in Indian rupees. Why is
Yeah, in
that?
fact, there are a lot of internet girlfriend kind of chatting network kind of apps in which women are, asking men to give them virtual gifts and all, and sort of
Hmm.
just making the app on more in return with some sort of, sexual conversation, or probably what the cam girls used to do in the previous decade. It's come down to the freaking app market now, and men are spending
Right.
a lot of money there as well in India per se. Yeah, go ahead,
Not,
bullets.
not only
Some simps
that,
like to, like to get taken advantage of.
just a second, if I might interject for a moment with the permission of fellow interlocutors. Uh, the thing, what I want to allude to Not only single women are involved in all of this, married women are involved in all of this, whether it is OnlyFans or Tango. I have seen much more married women on OnlyFans or Tango from India. I mean, proverbially, I have heard from other people. I have not seen it yet. I have seen some. I have been guilty about that because I was sent by some of the people that, look, this is happening, look, this is happening in India. So that is how I came to realize about the fact that this is happening in India, and there is no remedial action regarding that. And for a second, uh, Russia today itself, Russia as a country has banned Pornhub and told people, get out and talk to other people, talk to someone, and make relations. That is how it used to be in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and throughout all the ages. And
Russia's
that
gearing up
is,
to go back to Christian values. Russia is a Christian state now.
in the long run, they have criminalized, recriminalized homosexuality and all these LGBT. They are banning Pornhub, they are banning prostitution, they are banning all these things. They are conducting a huge crackdown on all these things because they want to have a demography. Demography is destiny, as the French philosopher Auguste Comte once said. And our demography would go down if all of these draconian laws would come up regarding the four spheres of life, as Mr. Bullets is trying to elucidate on. And I'll expunge on that. Continue, Mr. Morpheus and Bullets, please.
Okay, continue. Let me hammer through this so we can get back to the video. The marriage market. Okay, this is where the big ticket items come in: houses, vehicles, cars, various assets. If you ever look at the tabloids and when you're in the grocery store, you'll see these tabloid magazines about these famous couples, actresses. I think we talked about it, on the last stream last week. These couples getting separated and getting a lot of money, during these divorces. This is what they stand to make, in the marriage market, and when they separate from these assets. Women are very well aware. The women of India are very well aware of what is happening in the gynocentric landscape, and they're starting to feminist revolt on the men in your country. They're starting to revolt, against the modern nuclear family. We saw it last week when that woman left for another man and left her husband with their two daughters crying in the street. You know, this is going to ramp up. It's going to get a lot worse. I noted that Contriver. I will note that Contriver is constantly putting news articles in our Discord servers and our forums and stuff, keeping us up to date with what's going on there in India. A lot of this stuff that he's showing us happens here in the US, but it's not news. It's not considered news because the news media is pro anti-family. They're not going to post any of this stuff. They may in rare occasions. But moving on, to the divorce market very quickly. Women stand, that's the jackpot right there. They get alimony, support, custody, various assets. They even get your balls too. They carry your balls around in a purse. And that's basically what happens when you get shoved to the divorce market. Up at the top, I didn't have room for the social market, but it's pretty much the same as, included with the dating market. It's an $800 billion plus market on average. In the marriage market, it's an 80. This is per year. This is per year, mind you, 800 plus billion per year. And the marriage market is 80 plus billion per year on average. And the divorce market is on average here in the US 50 billion per year, plus an estimated 112 billion collected by the government through support and social services. So this is the gynocentric landscape in terms of what the benefits are on how much it gives you an idea of the monolithic uh, uh, backing that the gynocentric landscape has. The power in its financial weight
that it has, to skew the gynocentric landscape against men in the modern nuclear family. So this is to give young men an idea of what they're looking at. This is what you're looking at. This is what women are looking at, and the state is looking at when it comes to the gynocentric landscape, on what they're going to benefit from destroying men in the modern nuclear family. Is this starting to make sense to you all?
Yes, indeed. We on social media we are regularly enjoying, watching memes in which women make a fool of themselves or are clowning around with their opinion. But what we do not understand is the kind of power they have, owing to all these providers that they have in the current modern scenario, including corporates, politicians, judiciary, simps, and all the guys who are paying for them, and all of it. And all I can say is right now is that they aren't the weaker sex anymore, and we should start thinking otherwise, if I'm not wrong.
I wholly agree. Women are superior to men by power and force of law. You are basically, by force of law, the men of India and other countries are being reduced to second class citizens. This is the goal of Marxist equality in the feminist sense. It's meant to surpass, men and to subjugate men under feminism. And you can look at the laws that are passed in India. Are any passed to benefit men or boys or the modern nuclear family? I'm sure you won't find any. I can't find any here in the United States. We're starting to see some semblance, of a conservative traditional movement going on, since they, imploded Roe v. Wade and send it back to the states. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this transpires. But there's still other laws on the books that are very much anti-modern nuclear family. And this is something that I tell, the men that I encounter, that want to simp for women, or get married to a woman, the whole thing, because they think they've changed. Well, she still has the power of feminist revolt. She could, you piss her off, she could still employ the family, and shove you through the gyno grinder, at no fault, at no fault. And this is what they're gearing up for towards India. So as you informed me last week that they're getting ready to pass no fault divorce. You're about to see, if that passes, you're going to see your divorce rate in India skyrocket. And young men need to be made very, very aware of this. And if they do get married, they definitely need to look into a prepaid divorce attorney on a retainer and a marriage insurance policy. Before you make that investment, you need to secure your assets before you enter that business arrangement, because that's exactly what a marriage is.
Correct. And men need to be sort of aware of this fact that it's not
Mhm.
going to be all emotional, or we're in love and let's start a family. It is per se a legal contract that you're entering into. It's a business agreement, and the terms and
Mhm.
conditions must be laid down according to what they might have to sort of face in the future. Uh, on your command, let's move ahead.
Let's go. We're almost through it. Are the top reasons for divorce and are things you should consider before tying the knot. But that's not the only thing you have to contend with. You also have to contend with the federal government offering women $10,000 to divorce their husbands and implode their family units. During President Obama's tenure in the White House, it was part of his women's empowerment agenda to encourage women to turn on their husbands and families. That's right. The federal government you pay taxes to paid wives and mothers 10 grand to shove you through the divorce court meat grinder. But wait, there's more. When your wife drags you into divorce court, the divorce and family court system does not recognize your constitutional rights in the traditional sense, as these courts operate on their own guidelines, and your rights be damned. The Constitution doesn't apply. Neither does the Bill of Rights. Automatically, when you appear before the judge, the court will look at you as the provider.
and her as the providee. In layman's terms, the court looks at you like an ATM machine, and they look at her like a game show contestant who deserves to be awarded a vast amount of cash and prizes, including the house and your children. The divorce market is a government-run and facilitated entity. It also requires the outside services in both the state and private sector to support it, like CPS and divorce lawyers and prosecutors, for instance. In most cases, a divorce can go pretty smoothly, but in others, it can be horrifying. Men who have gone through divorce develop health issues, from depression to heart attacks to suicide in epidemic proportions. But the court isn't concerned about an ATM machine's health status. What they are most interested in is extorting money out of you for both the state's and your ex-wife's benefit. No judge is going to look at you and ask, how are you handling the stress of your divorce or the problems it's causing to your health and psychological well-being? There is no doubt on how many men have died being subjected to the legal processes of the divorce market. But if we look at the causes of death from heart attack, depression, suicide, and other factors, we can determine that it's probably in the hundreds of thousands. If we stand back and look at the gynocentric landscape or the weapon of mass destruction it has become, in combination with Roe v. Wade, pro-feminist, anti-male, and anti-family legal system, you have to stand back in awe at the insurmountable body count wrought by feminism since the inception of the 19th Amendment, which has led to the decimation and slaughter of millions of Americans to this day. And that meat grinder is still churning out blood and death to this day. The average normie blue-pilled man is totally unaware of this very real and deadly market. And there are predatory women out there that have no qualms whatsoever when it comes to subjecting any man to the divorce market. Need I remind you that 80% of women file for divorce. So enjoy your 20% of success out there, gentlemen. In summary, the slides of this video show the layout of the gynocentric landscape and the types of men who may be viable or non-viable hapless victims. Above in that first slide are the laws and the gyno traps and the pitfalls that can befall any man in these markets. The second slide goes into the business model of the gynocentric landscape. This is not something I go into often in online discussion because we're talking about separate markets worth billions of dollars. And these markets work in conjunction with each other and can be hard for the layman to wrap their heads around. Women are very well aware of the rewards they stand to gain in the gynocentric landscape, from free lunches to obtaining vast amounts of money, wealth, and assets simply by default of their sex. A woman doesn't have to do anything but spread her legs to obtain half or even all of a man's fortune. Women are very much aware of this, and you can look at billionaire and Hollywood elite divorce settlements for proof of just how well aware of it they are. If you stand back and look at it, the United States federal government and legal system is engaged in running the greatest horticulture brothel operation in world history, with the end game of undermining the modern nuclear family, which would collapse the U.S. population, its constitution and borders, and leave a ripe opportunity for NATO to step in and take over the United States by proxy and instituting a new world order agenda. I know that's a lot to take in, but that's pretty much what's happening. This is the gynocentric landscape as I have experienced it myself, and I have witnessed other men subjugated and destroyed by its pro-Marxist model. You are welcome to make your own opinion and judgments on the gynocentric landscape, but the fact remains clear, is that the U.S. government has empowered one gender over the other with the intent of fueling a war between both men and women, with the full knowledge that it would foment the collapse of the United States of America. You can marvel at the genius of it, or stand in awe at the horror of it, but there is no one on God's green earth who can stand up and justify that the current gynocentric landscape model is designed to help men and women create legacy or sustain a modern nuclear family model. If I can add one more thing, if there's anything you take away from this video, let it be this. We the people are the custodians of our children's inheritance, and there are tyrants in this world who are always plotting to deprive them of that inheritance. Tyrants who would see you and your fellow patriots disarmed, murdered, and enslaved. Tyrants who lust after your children and dream of subjugating them in bondage. Tyrants who would have your children's progeny cry out and curse your name under the whips of their new masters. This is the gynocentric landscape, and I'm Bullets for Teeth. Thank you for watching. Okay, you can stop it there, Morpheus, before the gunfire goes off. That
I
end
think the
screen's pretty
gun.
loud. I
I
apologize
I
for
think
that.
the gun has already fired. It's the silent screams that are heard the most, probably, if I'm not wrong, and that
Absolutely.
that that dead silence in the end was from the revelation of being played on an uneven, unfair field where we are the disadvantaged as being men of the modern society. Uh,
The
I
silent genocide is a real thing. The silent
Exactly.
genocide is a real thing, Morpheus.
Yeah, this from the day that I started doing this, I had this picture in mind already from I don't know, I think it was 2006, if I'm not wrong. I was working in a radio station, and we me and a friend of mine, we were together in the studio. We finished our shift. We It was a Friday, and we wanted to watch a movie because that's what we did on weekends. We were not hanging around too much with girls at that time as well. uh, we had a lot of other things to do to per se. So we went ahead and looked up what was playing, and this movie was called The Wicker Man. uh, I don't know how many people have seen this Nicolas Cage
I've seen
movie.
it.
Yeah, and we watched that movie, and we walked out quite bewildered by what we saw, and we could not understand why that movie had been created per se, because it was weird for someone to watch in 2005 India. But now I feel it was part of the predictive programming and what signs they have to throw in the future amongst us, to tell us how it's going to be. And the Wicker Man is quite a representation of how men are going to be treated in the future to come. I don't know if I'm right or not, but yeah, that's an image that sort of I can relate to with whatever is happening right now. All right, so all the panelists here. Uh, Moksha of Men has been quiet for a while. Moksha, I would like you to tell us what is your sort of take back from what all you've seen today evening. And before that, I would like to uh, deeply thank, and I'm very sort of I am indebted to your effort to come on board and sort of open this up in front of us, break it down in the best way possible, and give us a structured format to navigate through the gynocentric landscape. Thank you so much, Bullets for Teeth, for your contribution.
Thank you.
Just a
Anytime.
just a mild interjection. Mr. Bullets, you always see the news articles that are present in some other platforms.
Hmm.
It is always and always from Mr. Mokshafman. It is his own articles that I post. So, I mean, kudos to Mr. Moksh, and he has been doing God's work in that regard, I must say.
You're
G
doing
Mox,
great work, Mr. Moksh.
yeah,
Thank
we
you,
want
thank
to
you so much
listen to you now.
to all of you. And it's not my work. I think it's need of the present scenario, which is making me doing it. So nothing is mine. Everything is just a need.
सो मोक्ष आपको कैसा लगा ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री का 30 मिनट पार्ट देख के व्हाट डू यू टेक बैक फ्रॉम दिस व्हाट हैज बीन योर ऑब्जर्वेशन
Uh, as far as I have seen this documentary, बहुत लेट में मैंने ज्वाइन किया, लेकिन जितना भी मैंने देखा तो इट्स डिटेल, वेरी डिटेल्ड इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट द अनसर्टेनिटी लैंडस्केप, एंड सबको ज़रूर देखना चाहिए ये। मैं तो शायद हाँ, आधा मैंने स्किप कर दिया। बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया बुलेट ने, और मैं फिर से देखूंगा इसको। आई आई वॉच इट अगेन। और जितना मैंने देखा उसमें तो मुझे लगा कि बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया, और एक एक चीज को जो पकड़ के इसमें बताया गया कि मीडिया कैसे बिहेव कर रहा है और कैसे गवर्नमेंट बिहेव कर रही है, मीडिया कैसे प्लान करके हम तक रियलिटी नहीं पहुंचने देना चाहता, और क्या न्यूज़ दे वांट टू सर्व अस, व्हाट दे डोंट वांट टू नो अस, और ये सारी जो प्लानिंग है, और जो बताया इन्होंने कि जो बिजनेस है, मैरिज का बिजनेस और डिवोर्स का बिजनेस और डेटिंग का बिजनेस, ये सारा जो बिजनेस है, पूरा जो कैपिटलिज्म है इस फेमिनिज्म के पीछे, उसको बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया। और यही सारी बेसिक चीजें हैं जो एवरी मैन मस्ट नो, कि व्हाट इज द बिजनेस बिहाइंड इट, what is the mentality behind all of this feminism and the gynocentric landscape, how they are using हमारी जो अच्छाई है कैसे उसको यूज कर रहे हैं फीमेल्स को फ्रंट में रखकर, हाउ दे आर यूजिंग अस। तो ये बहुत अच्छी एक जानकारी से भरा हुआ ये वीडियो हमने देखा, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत थैंक यू कि ये वीडियो सजेस्ट करने के लिए और इसके बारे में सबको बताने के लिए।
Gee, and bullets for teeth. Uh, I have sort of placed the link of this in the chat for further reference for everyone who's watching right now and is going to watch later. But do we have? Can we have the opportunity of watching the complete 6 hour piece also? Is it available on your channel or?
It is available on my channel. Yes. Understand that video was recorded in early 2016. And, at the time, understand that I was red pill raging pretty hard. Okay. So there's a lot of French in there, little colorful language, as I give my, what you're seeing is a man going through red pill PTSD after he is just had all of this stuff revealed to him, and
Yeah.
I'm giving you my take on it, and what I'm seeing, it's kind of like when Neo sees the Matrix for the first time, you know,
Right.
and he can see all the numbers and letters and stuff, falling, raining down around him, and that's kind of like my perceptions at the time of the gynocentric landscape. And I want to make clear that I'm talking with this contriver because he was concerned about other people viewing my content or plagiarizing my content. My content is MGTOW. My content is free for all, that are interested in learning about the MGTOW, lifestyle philosophy. So you're more than welcome to share it with your friends or translate it, as best you can, to share with other people.
That's great, and we're more than thankful for that. And in fact, I have already placed the link of this particular part of the gynocentric landscape in the chat. But I would love for everyone who's right now watching to sort of go ahead to Bullets for Teeth's channel and sort of queue up the 6 hour version and watch it in parts whenever you can, so that you can fully sort of arm yourself with knowledge, because though you're powerless, but then knowledge still will always be power. So arm yourself with the knowledge, and then probably it'll be easy for you to sort of navigate through this landscape. uh, Unwanted contriver, I would like you to please break down some more of your thoughts as to.
Really quick, Morpheus. But
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
direct people to my channel, let them know that it's the video with the woman touching herself. It says the Gyno Judicial System, the complete series. It's listed as the Gyno Judicial System, the complete series 2016, and it's
All right.
available under videos on my channel.
All
Be
right.
forewarned, there's some spurgy red pill stuff on there too. That I'm, me and a lot of the red pill ragers are having a back and forth right now. But just,
Mm.
I wouldn't recommend watching that because it gets really corny,
Okay.
Okay,
And
so
I'm trying to
bullets.
lecture these dudes, and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
Bullets.
it's
Could
it's
you,
it's
could you,
wonky.
could you, would you be kind enough to place the link of your 6 hour documentary video in the private chat itself,
Yeah,
so
I
that
can. Yeah, you
yes,
want it in the
yes,
private chat?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on just a second. I'll get it for you here.
Okay.
Now, originally when I created this, when I started, I think it was like late 2015. I called it the first series of this was called the FSQ, which stood for Feminist Status Quotient or Feminine Status Quo. And that was originally what I called it. And later on in 2016, I changed the name to the Gyno-Judicial System because that's when it really started to hit me, because I was trying to like, figure out what is the gynocentric landscape, what is this stuff? And I'm like, well, women have always set this bar that you just can't seem to get over. And I called it the feminine status quo, you know, and later on down the road, as I started to learn more about the gynocentric landscape and I started to make these charts, the gynocentric landscape and the gynojudicial system just seemed to make more sense of what we're looking at here. So if you see FSQ part 3 or part 4 or whatever, intermittently in these videos, I think I have it in the introduction and maybe in a few of the other videos. These are pieced together um, and put all in one video. I think it's like 4 hours long. But yeah, just a heads up.
All right. So once we get that link in the private chat, I will sort of throw this again into the regular chat also for all the listeners and for all the viewers who are here right now. And we will definitely sort of plug it in wherever we can and sort of provide more sort of information and knowledge to people who want to make use of it. Over to Unwanted Contriver. Please chip in your sort of thoughts on this.
My thoughts are exactly what everyone is thinking. What is the cost benefit risk analysis that we have done so far in our own heads, in our own minds, which is none. We get zero benefits out of having a family, a marriage, a relationship. It is not incentivized. Even the United Nations say in whatever country you have a larger demography, you just have to empower women. You have to empower women so much that they go from focusing on their families more towards focusing on their careers and education, so that the education itself becomes their husband. The pension becomes their husband, and anything and everything which replaces a man should become their husband, whether it is the state support, whether it is alimony, palimony, child support, uh, custody of the children, whatever. In fact, when a thought just struck me, when US left Afghanistan, all women burnt their degrees and got back into the kitchen. When Taliban came in, guns blazing, took over the entire Afghanistan within 11 hours. Do you think what happened? What were those degrees? Those were gender studies degrees. They were trying to inculcate Marxism over there. They were trying to inculcate feminism over there so that there should be a rift between men and women in general over there in their own culture, so that the Pashtun community gets fragmented, disenfranchised, dysfunctional, so that it would it would significantly decrease, it would basically plummet the percentage of demography in that part of the world. And this has been, people say that it is a western tactic or this, that, and the other. Well, the West itself is suffering from all of this. Their birth rate is in negative right now. I mean
Right.
0.57 or something.
Yeah.
So if they themselves are suffering, then the United Nations is propounding and professing this theory, promulgating it all across the world for everybody else as well. Then is it a good deal? No. You have to just say no. As a country, as a nation, as a civilization, you just have to say non serviam, no ma'am, which is the essence of. Now someone was asking in the comment section, just don't tell us about the problems at hand. We already know what the problems are. What are the solutions? Two words: no.
Two
To
letters.
sir or a madam. That's it.
You know, that's
No.
that's
You
that's
have to
MGTOW right
just
out. If, for those
say
of you
no.
who don't know what MGTOW is, I have a video and that goes into that. Called the red pill versus black pill versus MGTOW, and I go into a quote from Stardust Thinking Ape, and he defines MGTOW as the embodiment of the word no, no to gynocentrism, no to feminism, no to all this woke ass bullshit. You know, and expounding on what Contriver's talking about, hey, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Islamist, I'm not Taliban, but hey, when it comes to the gynocentric landscape, I understand, their point, when it comes to dealing with this feminist bullshit. You know, if it takes, guns blazing to put things right, I mean, hey, more power to you.
It was just an observation regarding when
Yeah.
Taliban left as to what transpired after that, because we were the first-hand recipients as well as the first-hand witnesses as to what transpired over there,
Hmm.
because it is just in our backyard. Now, again, coming to the topic of solutions, first of all, men have to empower themselves with the knowledge that you are in survival mode since your conception, since you have been conceived. You would always be in survival mode till you die. Till the last breath of your life, you would be in
Mm.
survival mode. To survive, you have to try everything by hook or by crook or by snook. And that is why I always suggest, because we I mean, if we could be honest with ourselves, and both of the fellow interlocutors would bear me out on this one, we don't consider ourselves as human beings. We consider ourselves as some sort of sacrificial pawns that could be sacrificed in the grand scheme of things or on a chessboard, per se, metaphorically, of course. And we immediately affiliate ourselves to some sort of ethnicity, religiosity, cultural affiliation, or any sort of linguistic affiliation, or anything. But what do we not consider, which is also fine? I mean, these are all natural things, and I'm not discrediting any of that. But when do we also consider ourselves as human beings in the first place? We don't treat each other as human beings. That is why it is so easy to ensnare and, for the lack of a better word, fool a man by the system. And when we come out of this uh, proverbial sheer stupidity, we know that everything is lost. Just like we have lost our own family system in the case of 498A. That one law itself was enough to put the terror in the hearts of mother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, father-in-laws, everybody else. Nowadays, women are also trying to, falsely accuse their father-in-law of, sexually charging or sexually advancing on them, forcefully, of course. So, in this day and age, in the evening of the lives of our own parents, are we going to, you know, go through all of this. I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
are.
that a
Yeah,
man would be able to survive in
yeah,
all of this.
yeah.
As an
All,
Indian man, I'm saying that. So, because, and I personally, I don't like to wash
mm.
my dirty linen in public. I don't like to mention it. Many men like me have gone through that, and that is why I always say Mr. Bullets has gone through that. He has been far more modest to not say about anything. But if I could mention Mr. Bullets as to what transpired with you, with your permission,
oh, how do you mean?
uh, the thing about what happened, and you got to know the things about later,
Oh, when I came into
children.
MGTOW? Well, the thing is
No,
this. Let me
yes,
expound upon what you're talking about here.
yes.
And in my experience, in the since I came into MGTOW, the MGTOW community, which I thought was a MGTOW community, but was more like red pill raging communities. These men that have come into the manosphere, they take the red pill
No,
and they're
no,
expecting they're
not that
expecting
thing. Not
a
that
something
thing.
cure.
Not that thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Bullets, just a second. Not that thing. We are going into a different tangent. Not that
No,
thing.
actually,
Okay,
actually,
just me.
I think,
Just let me just mention it. Mr. Bullets was
yeah,
in a relation.
I
Yes.
was just saying that uh, Bullets had also briefly mentioned about it right before in the introduction of the video also. So I understand. You can please expand upon it, and
Okay. Okay.
we'll be happy to sort of
Yes.
understand from
Mr.
your personal
Bullets.
experience
Mr. Bullets
as well.
was in a relationship, and he got to know after the separation or whatever happened, and what
Oh.
transpired. I was talking about that context.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, you
yes,
you want to
yes,
talk about my history?
yes.
Okay, well, let me break it down to you, gentlemen. This is my experience in the gynocentric landscape, and you have to understand that at the time I had a blue pill traditional mindset. In other words, I didn't know what MGTOW was. I didn't even know what the gynocentric landscape was. I didn't figure all this out until I was much, much older. And a lot of younger men that are, they're raised by their family, their traditional values. They come into the real world with their own expectations. They think they know it all, and they find themselves they're not prepared for what they're about to go through on the gynocentric landscape. And I was in that exact same position. I was falsely accused of domestic violence twice in my life. It cost me over $30,000 in order to clear my good name and to save my Second Amendment right, which is my right to bear arms. They tried to take that away from me. Luckily, though, I found some attorneys, who understood what I was going through at the time. Not in the sense that with MGTOW and the gynocentric landscape, they understood what I was going through, but they understood the Duluth model, and they knew what the Duluth model was and what it was doing, and they encouraged me, to fight for my rights because they said, hey, if you plead no contest or guilty to this charge, you're going to lose your Second Amendment rights for the rest of your natural life. I literally, picked up a bank and threw it at my attorney and fought it in court and to clear my good name, and it cost me a lot of money. My other experience, my most traumatizing experience on the gynocentric landscape was I was in a 5-year relationship with a woman, and at the end of that relationship, almost a year after that relationship, we got back together. We're just as friends, and I called her up and I got her sister, and her sister hated my guts and shit, and then broke the news to me that the whole time that me and this woman were together, and we got pregnant like three different times, that she had abortions behind my back, and that really made me depressed, especially, after she came back, was giving me hope, okay, well, maybe we can make this work and shit, and everything just fell apart, and I fell apart, and I wound up in a dark place at that point in time, that women, can do some very horrible psychological things, to men, but you have to understand at the time I was still blue pill, I've had red pills and black pills come up to me. Oh, dude, that's black pill. Oh, that's red pill. Yeah, dude, you had a black pill moment. That's what that was. Like they have the answer to my fucking problems. Pardon my French.
They don't have the answer. And this is what I was going to expound upon with Contriver. When since I came into MGTOW, all of these red pills and black pills, they think they could just take a pill, like they can find their just come through the manosphere like they're going through a drive-through, take a pill and it's going to solve all their problems. No, it's not going to solve their problems. As a matter of fact, it exacerbates the problems. It's how we wind up with trolls and shit in the chat. That's how we wind up with men being led down a toxic path into red pill raging, political, ideologically driven echo chambers. And I'm dealing with that with a group of those people right now that just can't seem to pull their head out of their ass, and realize that when you take this pill, it's not going to solve your problem. You still have a process to go through. And that's what looking back on everything that I've been through since I came into MGTOW, everything that I've been going through is a process. It's taken me a long time to get here to this point. And I'm seeing it in other men. I see it in Contriver. Contriver's still going through his process. When I met Contriver, they put him through a red pill struggle session. And I saw these men. I saw what they did to each other. So there are men out there that are LARPing as MGTOW or LARPing as some kind of red pill sage, thinking that they can come up with some ideology that's going to solve all your problems. Well, that's a lie. They're trying to sell you a lie in a T-shirt with the MGTOW logo on it, or a water bottle with the MGTOW logo on it. You need to stay away from those people. They're toxic. You need to learn how to be. You need to find a good mentor and learn how to become your own hero. So you can go through your process, so you can grow as a man, and have a positive result in your real offline life, away from the digital, away from the digital stuff like your phone or your computer or whatever you're watching this on now. When you turn this stuff off and you go out in the real world, and you're faced with the gynocentric landscape, you need to learn how to survive in that landscape. Because if you don't know where the gyno traps are and what's set up for you, especially when you're engaging women, the world will chew you up and spit you out. They'll chew you up and spit you out. So here on my channel, what I try to do is I try to mentor men. And as a MGTOW mentor, I know my limits. I know if I can help you or not. If I can't help you, I'll send you on your way, and hopefully you can find somebody else that you can relate to and speak to on a different frequency that you're going to relate with, that's going to help mentor you in a positive goal in your real offline life. That's the solution. That's the process. You're not going to find a cure for your problem in a red pill or black pill echo chamber. And I know this is a big ask for a lot of young men because hormones are raging, especially when you're young, dude. Hey, I know what it's like, especially you're a young man and shit. You're walking around with a fucking boner in your pants. You don't know what to fucking do with it. Yeah, I understand. It's hard. It's hard. I've been there. Contriver's been there. Even though we're older, we were all young ones too, young and stupid too. you know but here what I'm trying to teach, what Iridium and Contriver are trying to teach you is a new kung fu, you know and to master yourself and be your own hero, and to learn. That's the way you got to look at it. You have to master your kung fu, so that way you can go into the gynocentric world, and not fall in any of the gyno traps and pitfalls, and just laugh at all the men that are falling over themselves into this shit, you know because you need to don't worry so much about them. You have to put yourself first, and I know that may seem hard to you because you want to do the right thing, you want to do the good thing, but you need to put yourself first and take care of yourself first, because if you can't do that, you can't help anybody else. Does that make sense?
Just a second, if I could
Yeah.
answer another question by Mr. Joe Biden. And he says that so whole thing is MGTOW is a state of mind and lifestyle, no political agendas. So wouldn't it be hypocritical that a MGTOW leaning towards right wing or conservatism? Well, first of all, let us talk about what is left wing. In the erstwhile Soviet Union, as some of the history which I have read about it, a little of what I know about the erstwhile Soviet Union, which was particularly all about hammer and sickle and a red star, uh, Vladimir Lenin, when he came to power, he didn't talk about gulags and all that. He talked about his election slogan was peace, land, bread, and he came to power. Then he started introducing all sorts of degeneracies like LGBT, women being in power, this, that, and the other, and it was a giant conundrum. When his successor, the golden boy, Joseph Stalin, came to power, he proscribed all of that. Proscribed, Proscribed. Please look it up. Proscribed means declaring null and void, which was earlier considered as sanctimonious. Now, when he proscribed all of the laws which were legalized and authenticated by his predecessor Vladimir Lenin, do you know what he did? He introduced family structure. He came to the village of a Russian woman who had 17 children and said that she has done the most important work for Mother Russia to bear children and to have 17 children for Mother Russia. This is what the so called communist of a man called Joseph Stalin did when he came to power. There was no LGBT in the erstwhile Soviet Union till the day it collapsed in 25th of December 1991. So, this left wing, right wing, or individualistic sort of Ron Paul sort of libertarian aspect of it, all this dichotomy, trichotomy, or whatever sort of angular system it is, we know for a fact that it is apolitical, and it is just a lifestyle choice, it is just a philosophy. Like you would see the Marxist philosophy called human beings are born free. This is a Marxist philosophy. It still stands the test of time today. Feminists use it, leftists use it, the people who want to usurp power use it. Everybody does it. But that does not mean that just because Karl Marx has died, that philosophy itself has died. It still stands the test of time, even after so many years of his superannuation. Now, like that, MGTOW has always been a philosophy. If you would consider Indian sages, Sant Sannyasi, and rishis of all the times, they were all MGTOWs because they were fixated on themselves. Even the one sage who wrote Kama Sutra, Rishi Vatsayayan, he was also a monk himself, a sage, a celibate monk. So the research, what he had done in his heyday on sexual conduct, was done by a celibate monk who wrote the word Kama Sutra. Likewise, Chanakya, who wrote Arthashastra, or Machiavelli, writing The Prince in
Mhm.
the European world, or even before that, Socrates, using the Socratic method, Cato the Elder, Plato, Aristotle. Aristotle said masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny.
Yes, that's how.
This was
How
said
does
by
it say?
Aristotle.
Yeah, I think it only took a form of feminism 200 years to bring about the fall of Rome, and here we are, gentlemen. Here we are approaching 120 years, no, just over 100 years into the women's suffrage feminist movement here in the United States. How long do you think Western civilization has before it falls because of feminism?
Oh, with the current given technology system, it wouldn't take time. And as far as Indian civilization goes, it is already in tatters.
Mm-hmm.
It is already in tatters. So, what I'm trying to say is this: please don't consider it as a badge of honor. Please don't wear a shirt with MGTOW written on it
No, don't
just
do
to
that.
paint a target on your back. And Be anonymous. I mean, even wear a wedding ring or something like that. Just to be anonymous, just to be part of the crowd, just to have some sort of conformity.
Yeah,
I mean,
we call it monk mode, gentlemen. We call it monk mode. It's kind of like, it's kind of like the way live my life. I'm what they call a ghost monk. I'm a celibate ghost monk. In other words, I mean, you won't ever see me wearing, out in public wearing MGTOW logos or anything alluding to, my lifestyle. You know, I don't make myself a target of the gynocentric landscape, and neither should you. And when it comes to politics, I do talk about politics on my channel from time to time because I'm a conservative and a capitalist, but I don't force my ideology, my political ideology on anyone beyond the sense of like, starting up your own business and doing something to better yourself. That's pretty much the extent of my injection of my lifestyle as it pertains to me. You don't actually have to follow my lifestyle or Contriver's lifestyle. You can find something as it pertains to you and live your best life. And that's basically what that means. Find a goal, go ghost monk, and focus on a positive goal, and just live your best life, as best you can, without drawing all this attention to yourself. To be successful, in plain sight, and not let anybody know what's going on. You don't need to flaunt everything before everybody. You don't need to give away all your secrets, to the general public, because they're just going to take that and use it against you. So that's basically what ghost monk or monk mode means. Contriver.
exactly. And to add more concrete and veracity to your statement, Mr. Bullets and Mr. Morpheus, we our heart beats 24/7, 365. We breathe 24/7, 365. We need to love ourselves, our own blood, our own hands, our own legs, our own bones, our own skeletal structure, our own nervous structure, anything. And someone brought in Andrew Tate, like Mr. Feminist Slayer did.
Yeah, I
When
want to comment on that.
yes, if you deviate from the shall we say, the new normalized sort of culture, which is meandering between this, that, and the other, you would find yourselves in hot waters, just like Andrew Tate and his brother actually did. And that is not the purpose of us as men. We need to be very smart, be very attentive, be on high red alert all the time, and we need to maneuver in such a way that we would never come up on the radar, proverbial radar, of the state or the gynocentric state. We already have seen 6.2 million Indian men being forcefully sterilized in the national emergency in 1965, in 1975, under the guise of quote unquote population control, as if only and only men are the ones who are responsible for population control. It doesn't take two to tango when it comes to the proverbial, Bill O'Reilly quote on that regard. So, what I'm trying to allude to, books, read your own books, read Chanakya, read Arthashastra. It is being taught in US Army War College right now. I could show you videos about it. It is just that we, disenfranchised people are more infatuated with Shakespeare rather than reading Chanakya or The Art of War, or How to Build Character, The Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. Read all of this. Read Machiavelli's The Prince, which would tell
If
you
I can
that
expound
you
on the
should
Andrew
not be
Tate
a
question
nice
before we
chap.
get off on another question,
Okay.
if I can interject, because I have some things to say about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, if you look at him, look at all the young men, look at all the young men that are looking at him, and making videos about him and praising him and stuff. All of those young men, you know, are eager, are eager. They're out there, they're begging in the streets, for an somebody to look up to. They're looking to Andrew Tate as a mentor. They're looking at him as a father figure that they want to emulate. Look at all the young men around you that are just, angry at the world that they can't, that everything's stacked against them. This is what I mean by the older generation need to initiate these young men. You need to bring these men in. You need to hold these young men in your heart. That's what they're looking for. Andrew Tate, sacrificed his reputation and was persecuted for preaching everything, that the manosphere is trying to teach these young men that there's nothing wrong with them, that they have value, that they have power. These young men that are out there, they're asking for help. They're asking for the older generation, to hold them in their heart, to be understanding, to be challenged. Now, a lot of them, they're just frustrated. It's kind of like when that 15-year-old boy came up to me, and he was just, you know, on the verge of self deletion, and all he needed was a father figure, somebody that would listen to him and tell him it's going to be okay. It's going to be all right because the sun always rises. The young man you are today is not going to be the man you are when you're 20 or 25. You're going to be a different person. Right now, you're just going through your process, you know, and if you self delete, you'll never be able to make it through through that process. You failed yourself and you failed everything else. But worse, you failed yourself, and there's nothing worse than that. There's nothing worse than that, gentlemen. This is one thing that I'm coming on here, to talk to Morpheus, to talk to Contriver, so you can talk to your young men, and help initiate them and remind them that there's nothing worse that they can do for themselves than self-deleting themselves in before they even get a chance to grow, you know, because their world is going to change. I promise you that. It changed for me. I mean, look at the man I have become today. The person I was back then, sitting in that taxi cab, holding a gun to my head, is not the same person I am today. I'm a different person now. You grow out of it. No matter how bad things look, I kid you not. There's a better person on the other side of that, and it's not self deletion is not the answer. Suicide is not the answer. And I think Andrew Tate, you know, shows us all just how eager these young men are, just looking for somebody like us, looking for somebody like Andrew Tate to step up, you know, and be that father figure that they need in their lives. This is how we combat the hypocrisy of the gynocentric landscape by mentoring these young men into more positive lifestyles. It doesn't have to be marriage. There are other. I mean, if you look at guys like Nikola Tesla, for instance. Nikola Tesla was never married. He was MGTOW. You know, never really had any like really relationships with women. And he has become an icon. In technological history. You know, the men that you are mentoring today could be the next Nikola Tesla or Elon Musk's of tomorrow. This is how important this mission is, to MGTOW and to all the men that are interested in the subject matter.
Okay.
Well,
Boss baby. Yes.
yeah, I actually have to add a little bit to this, and we hear you word by word, and I think I'm absorbing everything, and I totally relate to and agree to everything you're saying, Bullets. In fact, if the young guys I talk to these days, they're in their late teens and early 20s, and all they have to say is, how are we going to find a good bride, how are we going to find someone to get married to, and how what kind of girlfriend should we have. And I keep telling them, you have to get this thought out of your mind and come back to focus on yourself, pull back the focus on yourself, and start sort of building yourself up. Because I remember when I was 21, I had gotten into my first job. It was like, okay, now I'm on a job, and the next step is to get married. And I, I actually asked out a couple of women. And by the time I was 27, obviously things turned around completely, and I was a different person. But yeah, because there is no process of initiation and all of that now in the modern world, the men have to go through their late teens, early 20s, and all the way up to their late 20s to get initiated into life, to sort of focus on themselves, to build
Right.
themselves up. And the only way to do that is to shift the focus from women and bring it back to their own self. And that
Right.
is what the primary message of today's stream will be for all the young men listening to right now, and who are going to tune in later on this video. All right, unwanted contriver. Now let's take what Boss Baby's question is. भाइयों, ऐसा नहीं लगता ये बातें सुनने में अच्छी हैं, पर इनका प्रैक्टिकल इफेक्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि it's not easy to subside procreation as a man is designed for it to continue their legacy. All right, I think we understand this question. Unwanted contriver, please go ahead and let us know how do we deal with this.
Okay. According to Pacific Standard magazine, there had been an anthropology survey. It is on the Pacific Standard magazine. I clearly remember that. They made a survey that 8,000 years ago, only top 20% of men actually procreated, and one man used to have around 17 wives. 17 17 एक आदमी की 17 बीवियां होती थी. 80% of population did not procreate. They were not fortunate enough to pass on their genetics and bring a life into this world. First of all, procreation is a life process. It is not the end all be all of everything. Number one. Number two, when you are able to emulate brahmacharya, when you are able to emulate everything else, why you can't emulate that that men could refrain if they want to on their own willpower from procreation. Number two, if you want to procreate, that laws have been incentivized in such a way that someone might leave you. God forbid it happens to you, because it has happened to many of us, and we don't want it to happen to even our sworn enemy. Trust me, you have not gone through a separation, you have not gone through something, you have not cried in a dark room for days. You don't want to go through what we have gone through. If you want to go through, put an axe on your own feet. I mean, it is ultimately on your discretion. I leave it to your wisdom. You are a wise man, you are a grown up man, and you could make your own decisions. I'm not discrediting or disregarding your life choices. I'm merely reflecting the mirror upon the sad state of affairs. Now, even NCRT has made an LGBT inclusive syllabus. Forget about reading about horticulture and tropical culture and this, that, and the other in geography, which we used to do in ninth class. This is NCRT syllabus. Forget about integration and disintegration, permutation and combination, and calculus. You would read about LGBT inclusivity. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with the state policies that are going on against you? Karnataka, as a state, has declared marital rape to be legalized, and the current dispensation is hell bent on decriminalizing homosexuality or same sex marriage or this, that, and the other. Are you, if you are all fine with that, if you are all okay with that, then tell me that it is not easy to subside procreation as men are designed for it to continue their legacy. Tell me, after revisiting all of the laws that have been put in place just to impede on your authority as a father, what good of a father would you be if you can't even exercise your own authority in your own damn house? If you want all of this, I mean, all the best, brother. But I do not wish upon you what happened to me or Bullets or any of us. And that is why we are just telling you about the sad state of affairs. In an ideal situation, we would have been blue pilled men. We would have been singing praises and singing folklores like बुंदेले हर बोलों के मुंह सुनी हमने कहानी थी खूब लड़ी मर्दानी बोल तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. We would have been singing these songs, but we don't do that now. Why is that? What changed? What transpired? Please look into it. Please do your
क्या
due diligence.
एक्चुअली सर, अगर आप अब लक्ष्मीबाई को मर्दानी बोलेंगे तो फेमिनिस्ट लोग नाराज हो जाएंगे.
I mean, this has been written as folklores by men for that warrior
I
queen who took on the
I
British.
know,
But if they,
I
if the
know.
feminists would get offended even by that, I mean,
Yeah, exactly,
I don't know what to
exactly.
say.
That is the
Exactly,
time we
they
are
just,
in. That is the
I
time we
mean,
are in.
exactly. That is just a dog whistle, as Mr. Bullets
Exactly,
always says. It is
exactly.
a dog whistle that is being used, and what I want you to say is that I made a choice. I don't have my own children. It is not like I can't live without children. You could get a dog. It would be like your younger brother or something. It would stay with you for another 14 years because that is what is a dog's life. And it would happily
More
pass
loyal than
away.
a woman too.
Exactly. So if I mean you see all these Hollywood flicks like John Wick and other things, and why do you people don't learn about the connection between an animal and a man, which is one of the most purest forms of love which I have seen so far. So what I'm trying to allude to, what everyone is trying to allude to, is to make you outmaneuver the system in a way that you would not be battered and rammed through by the overreach of the state, which has been the case with all of us, which is the current sad state of affairs. And nobody actually wants to mention that. Nobody actually wants to say anything about that. Everyone wants to keep quiet about it. I don't think that is a good idea. I love men, I love boys, and perhaps that is why I am telling to others as well. This is a place where we could actually, you could learn from our own bad experiences what is coming for you, and you could prepare yourself to negate the effect, the negative effect from any forthcoming adversity. It could not be only in the form of a marriage or a relationship. What if you get falsely accused by someone at a workplace? What happens then? I have been falsely accused. What happens if some woman tries to, charge at you in some public place, and then you are lynched by the mob just because she is a woman? It happens every day in India. What happens if you have a real estate dispute with your next door neighbor, and since they have a child, they file a POXO case against you so that it is a non bailable offense because they have a daughter, and then they try to renegotiate with you? What happens then? Anything and everything could be weaponized in this state. And we know for a fact as to how capricious people could be in that regard. So it is easy for someone to say that it is our biological imperative, which we understand. We have all gone through this, but at least we are telling you the truth regarding that. In the practicality of it, many fail. Many fail. I'm being honest with you. but we learn via practice. Never leave the consistency, have a strong determination, have a strong willpower. You would try to overcome that. And that is the most important thing. You would be able to survive. This is all about survival. This is not about any, fantasy or something. We are the professional Cassandras. We are warning you, you would get nothing of the kind. Because as a pessimist, we can't be proven wrong most of the time. Yes, we are being pessimist. We are guilty of that. We know that. But ये आपके भले के लिए हम बता रहे हैं, कोई और नहीं बताएगा. I'll expand on
See,
that.
my primary thing is that everyone needs to understand that in current scenario, in any way, wherever you might be working, you'll be competing with women also. And to make something out of yourself, the competition is not twice but 10 times as hard as it used to be 1 or 2 decades ago. So मुझे नहीं लगता है कि guys who are trying to focus on building themselves up, creating a legacy, sort of a professional legacy of any kind, or just trying to excel in some area, whatever they choose, according to their passion or their aptitude or whatever. You will not have time. If you're really chasing excellence, you will not have time for women. Trust me, there is no fucking time. You have to freaking sleep 8 to 9 hours to function like a 100% top notch individual. The rest of the time you have to keep working on yourself, keep improving yourself. They have to engage with so many mediums these days, to get data, to understand things, or to just to function on a daily basis. Where is the time to get involved in women until unless you've built yourself up? And even if you have to create a family sometime in the future, if you want to take that plunge, you have to come from a place of power. And power you can only acquire by working hard and focus on yourself and just bringing yourself up in the social hierarchy. And that should be a primary concern, as far as I feel we should sort of tell all young men to do.
Just want to add more concrete to your argument. For example, in physical field, Mr. Morpheus, what if there is an athlete and he wants to run 10 laps of the stadium, but he or the track field, but he could only run 8 laps. Now his consistency is at only 8 laps. How could he improve further for the ninth and the 10th lap? Should be his focus. And what we could provide him as mentors, or any other person could, even a married man could, even a woman could, learn from anyone. Empower yourself in that regard. Empowering yourself should be your whole and soul responsibility and your prime focus. You could try all that. You could mingle with all the proverbial fairy mothers and all these angels who have descended upon us later. But first of all, try to build yourself. Building yourself is the most important thing that you could do, instead of watching some romantic movies from the 80s or 90s, just like we used to do, and destroy our childhood.
Yeah,
So,
actually it's the movies,
yes.
man. I completely agree. Whatever wrong in terms of our approach towards women, that has been, whatever wrong has happened of it, has come from it, is because of our influence from freaking Bollywood and Hollywood and all sorts of romantic and all of those stupid films that created these false notions in our head. I mean, if you have that kind of time, go to the gym, train. Training is a
I
great
mean,
form of catharsis and sort of release of energy, which you will waste on a woman per se in your younger years. Yeah, please go ahead.
Exactly. What most people, and here is where I apologize in advance, Mr. Bullets. Here is why where I have some sort of difference in opinion regarding the issue of no fap or something like that. What I think, personally speaking, I'm not saying that this is the panacea which would have a placebo effect and it would be the end all be all of everything. But even I would say, uh, Mother Nature has designed our body in such a way that it takes out the excess of sperm from your body in during a nocturnal emission, during a wet dream, or whatever people call it.
Mm.
And we all go through that from the age of 15 to 30, at least, if we are not masturbating a lot. Masturbation has to stop because it takes away your energy in your building days, in your testosterone filling
That's
days,
a
as
big
I.
ask for a young man, though, Contriver. I have to interject
Yes,
on that. I mean, you're talking to kid, you're talking to young, you're 15 years old, all the way up to their mid 20s, and these kids are walking around with hard-ons, and they get hard-ons
my
in the
my
classroom.
my
You know,
my if I could just
hmm
my thing is, invest. That is why in India there used to be a Gurukul system where people would be able to harness all the incoming hormones within their body via doing rigorous martial arts, via reading the texts, via inventing something, and via you know uh, learning the trade craft as a polyglot, what people used to do. So we have to go back to the basics in that regard. I know we could agree to disagree on that very thing. I'm not saying that it is the panacea which would have a placebo effect. I'm already conceding that. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Bullets could say his own piece, but what his approach is that you should be so driven towards your objective that things should be secondary in your focus. Unfortunately, as an Indian, I would say, we make these things as our primary focus. I'm being honest with you. And then we suffer because career is secondary, these things are secondary. Women love and addictions and masturbation is primary for all of us if we would be honest with ourselves. So in
Yeah,
that
actually,
context, in
more or
that
less,
context,
yeah.
yes,
Good, 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 good. I just
in
want to say
that.
that if we treat masturbation as an addiction and be mindful about it, it'll be much easier for people to abstain. uh, just like any other addiction you don't want to be part of. You don't want to be addicted to smoking, drugs, or alcohol. So masturbation is also a psychological addiction. The more you indulge in it, the more frequently you will do it, and it becomes a part of your routine. So probably treating it in that space will be better for young men, according to me. That's just
uh,
my
the I
that
understand
that
that from my perspective, though. To me, it's an annoyance, and I'm sure that a lot of young men would agree that when you're in the classroom, and there's women around, and your hormones are raging, and you get a raging boner and shit in the middle of school, and you got to stand up before the class and make a speech. How annoying that can be, and to me, whenever I wind up in that situation, when it's time to clean the pipes, I'll go in the bathroom and clean the pipes, just so I can get back and focused on my day. And everybody else is getting ahead of me, but I wanted to expound because there was a question earlier in the chat about books. What kind of books could I recommend? Well, currently, I'm reading about Robert Bly, but he's a poet, and he's they call him the Godfather of the Manosphere. So I mean, if you want a starter, I would recommend that you look in the poetry and the writings of Robert Bly. That's Bly. You can find his books on Amazon. And he's got books of poetry. There's videos on his
on his poetry and mentorship speeches, to that will help give you guidance to self actualize. That's a good starting point. Other things that I recommend you to do is look around you about, about men that you admire, that you want to emulate in your own life as it pertains to you. You don't have to emulate them exactly, but find some mentors, in maybe a career, or philosophy that you identify with, that's on your frequency, and then go with that. When it comes to women, women should be the last thing on your mind. And as I told Contriver, that's a big ask for young men. I understand, about raging hormones and stuff. I'm dealing with a bunch of guys with raging hormones right now, you know, and they're driving themselves into depression. They're driving themselves into alcoholism and drug abuse and stuff. And because they're being mentored down that path by people with the same problems. So what you need to do is find men, that can, that you look up to as father figures, or as a positive mentor that's going to steer you in a positive direction, and not, exacerbate the problem of of your depression or your alcoholism, or anybody that's going to facilitate that. You want somebody that's going to facilitate, a positive goal in your offline life. And that's my recommendation. MGTOW is not a hard lifestyle to live, especially for a young man. It's an you could still have relationships with women. There are MGTOW that still have relationships with women, even though a lot of them will be hypocritical about it and say, no, I don't. I hate all women. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. You know, they just keep them at arm's length. They're never allowed to come into the castle keep, but they just, still use women for sex, and they play the dating market and stuff. We got them in our own community. So you just need to be careful, and protect yourself, when you have sex with a woman, be sure you use a condom or some kind of birth control, and be sure that when you're done with sex that you take that condom with you. Do not leave that woman in a room all by herself with that condom, or you're going to wind up a dad, and you're going to wind up getting shoved to the gyno grinder and wind up paying child support. You know, these are things that we talk about over on my channel that you need to be made aware of. And I know that Morpheus and Contriver, they have their own viewpoints on living your best life and advice and everything. I just had to interject mine, and it's okay for them to, for us to agree to disagree, because I don't push my lifestyle on other men. I'm just, presenting my advice as I experience my MGTOW lifestyle, as I'm living my best life, because that option's open to you if you want to try it out for yourself. I don't recommend, a 15-year-old or a 20-year-old, or, a young man that's got raging hormones to be a celibate monk. That's ridiculous. It would be ridiculous and retarded for me to even suggest that to you, especially with what you're going through. Going through puberty and raging hormones at such a young age. So the best advice that I can give you is to listen to us about the gyno traps that are laid out for you on the gynocentric landscape, so you don't wind up in the traps that me and Contriver wound up into, because they ultimately lead down a path of destruction. That's all we're saying. That's all we're here to do. Is to warn you about the domestic violence laws, to warn you about no-fault divorce and the risks involved in being involved with the opposite sex. And knowledge is power, and you need to arm yourself with that knowledge. And this is why I am here of my own volition on my own time, not getting paid for this. I'm here trying to express myself, and hold you in my heart to help you, so you don't fall into the same gyno traps that I myself and so many thousands of men before you have fell into. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, just for the book recommendation, since someone asked it, read Chanakya's Arthashastra and Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of Five Rings. These two, Miyamoto Musashi was the greatest samurai warrior in the history of the entire world. He was the greatest. And he was a self taught master. He was called something called a Ronin, Ronin, which is also a motorcycle brand in India. Uh, Ronin is something which is called to someone who is like a samurai without a master. Whatever he learnt through his own experiential mindset led to him actually inculcating habits and things which were useful when he was having a fight against 70 other samurais and he was alone on
For
the
the
one
first time,
side.
ICICI Prudential Life brings you a plan that gives back your.
Okay. It's fine.
So sorry
So,
about that. Sorry about that.
sir, it's fine, it's fine. Well, I mean, no hard feelings. It is just an occupational hazard. It happens all the time. Even with me, you would see me. I become red faced when it comes to Mr. Bullets and Good Mother. Whatever. I'm trying to say Miyamoto Musashi was a winner because he survived the onslaught of 70 samurais against him. Yes, he was a skilled martial artist, but that was the case. अगर आप लोगों को भी आगे बढ़ना है तो आपको मियामोटो मुसाशी की तरह सरवाइव करना सीखना पड़ेगा और सीखने में कोई शर्म नहीं है जिससे सीखना है सीखो क्योंकि हमको आता नहीं है इसलिए हमको सीखना है यह नहीं है कि हमको सीख के किसी और को दिखाना है फ्लेक्सिंग वी डोंट नीड टू फ्लेक्स वी नीड टू लर्न फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लर्न फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हैव सम सेल्फ लव फॉर योरसेल्फ अपने आप से प्रेम करो किसी और से करने से पहले अपने आप से तो करो अपने माता पिता से करो जिन्होंने आपको जन्म दिया अगर वो अच्छे हैं तो आजकल तो माएँ अपने बच्चों को इसलिए मार डालती हैं क्योंकि वो उनके एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल विवाहेतर संबंध में they become an obstacle even children become an obstacle for mothers even today in India for during their extramarital affair sessions and whatnot so that is why they kill their prepubescent children whether it is a boy or girl whatever what I'm trying to say, and this is being told from Mr. Moksh of Men in his stories every day. So I, I actually say hats off to Mr. Moksh of Men, who has given us compiled stories from all corners of India for us to see what is real female nature. But do you want to just hate on women? Or do you want to progress in your life further? You should progress in your life further because you should have self love for yourself and inner peace. For having self love for yourself and having inner peace, you need to focus on yourself. And it could only come from self love, which would empower you, which would make you smart and wise, which would inculcate good habits from all across the world so that you would be able to be driven enough to yearn for success in every aspect of your life. And by God's grace, I think you would receive uh, success in every aspect of your life if you would focus on yourself, and that could only be viable and possible if you would love yourself. Dear men, start loving yourselves. I'll explain.
Yes, in fact, definitely that. And in fact, what I would like to say is that जितने भी young लोग हैं, all the young men, they need to understand that there are times when you feel so hopeless that you are sort of driven into self-destructive activities. Rather than loving yourself, you are moving away from loving yourself. You're actually, you reward yourself by destroying yourself. So before you start loving yourself, you have to recognize the fact that there are certain activities, certain kind of people that you meet, they, in terms of what you are feeling about yourself, if you have any kind of negative thoughts coming in, you don't have to move into any kind of self-destructive activity, which is alcoholism, which is kind of doing drugs, trying to escape via all of these means, because that's not going to be a very good thing to do. per se, when you love yourself, you have to think on building yourself, and that's going to be your primary goal. मोक्ष ऑफ मैन इज बैक। मोक्ष, तो फिर आज और क्या आपको कहना है हमें? और एक चीज मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगा इसके बाद, बट आप आपके थोड़े से हम थॉट्स जान लेते हैं। अभी तक जो भी हमने दिखाया वो आपने उसको अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया ही था, डेफिनेटली दैट इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। लेकिन कौन सा ऐसा पार्ट था जिसके बारे में आप कहना चाह रहे थे कि हमें इसको क्लिप करके आईजी पे चलाना चाहिए? इफ यू कुड एक्सपैंड ऑन दैट।
वो जहाँ पर वो एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे ना कि क्या कहते हैं कि सारा जो जैसे कि लड़के जो हैं वो लड़कियों को डेट पर लेके जाते हैं, ब्लाइंड डेट पे लेके जा रहे हैं, और जो एप्स हैं उसमें जो रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस है वो दैट एप्स आर फ्री फॉर वुमेन एंड
हाँ
मेन
हाँ,
हैव टू पे फॉर दोज एप्स, और उसमें बहुत सारी और चीज़ें रहती हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ें जो जहाँ पे
सोशल मार्केट प्लेस वाला सारा,
हाँ हाँ एक्सपेंस करने
डेटिंग
का जो,
मार्केट प्लेस।
हाँ डेटिंग मार्केट प्लेस, तो जहाँ पे
परफेक्ट,
एक्सपेंस करने का जो पोर्शन है वो सिर्फ मेन के लिए है, और जहाँ पे रिसीव करने का जो पोर्शन है और बेनिफिट लेने का वो वुमन को है। तो ये चीज़ अंडरस्टैंड करनी होगी सबको। तो ये मैं बोल रहा था कि वो पर्टिकुलर पोर्शन कट करके इसको आप स्पेसिफिक इसको डालना इस बार। तो
डेफिनेटली
बहुत सही, बहुत
डेफिनेटली, आई विल।
जानकारी के लिए रहेगा, और वो बहुत लोगों के काम आएगा, ये जिसके पास भी
बिल्कुल
वो पोर्शन पहुंचेगा। एक चीज़ मैं
बिल्कुल
और शेयर
बिल्कुल।
करना चाहूँगा, अभी जो हमारे यहाँ जो एलजीबीटी वो मैरिज का चल रहा है, तो उस पे मेरे एक परिचित हैं, शहर के
हाँ।
ही हैं वो अंकल है थोड़े से, ठीक है। तो
हम्म।
वही वो
वोक
अगर साहित्य
अंकल।
वगैरह, हाँ वो अंकल वो अपना पुराने समय के साहित्य वगैरह पढ़े हुए, जो हरिवंश राय
अच्छा
बच्चन
अच्छा
की
अच्छा।
ये उस टाइम के है ना, सुमित्रा नंदन
वो
ओ
जी
माय
के
मैथिली
गॉड।
टाइम के।
शरण गुप्त का पढ़ा होगा ना उन्होंने।
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
औरत
बस बस
तेरी
वही।
यही कहानी, आंचल में दूध आंखों में पानी।
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
हाँ।
तो वही वही वाले अंकल हैं। तो वो यहाँ पे मेरे शहर में अखबार भी चलाते हैं, पोर्टल चलाते हैं, न्यूज़ पोर्टल चलाते हैं, और उनका अखबार भी जारी होता है। तो उन्होंने एक अच्छा बड़ा सा लेख लिखा था इस मुद्दे के ऊपर कि सारी चीजें लिख कर उसमें, फिर मैं जानता हूँ वो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी क्या है, तो उसमें वो जोर किस चीज पे देंगे कि सबके अधिकार हैं, अंत में संविधान, और जब तो कुछ लोग चाहते हैं पश्चिम में तो हो गया है, यहाँ क्यों नहीं हुआ। जब वो पश्चिम पश्चिम करते हैं ना, मुझे लगता है उनके पश्चिम में मैं इतने जूते मारूं कि उनको समझ में आया कि क्या है पश्चिम में। तो मैंने फिर बताया उनको कि आप पश्चिम को इतना वो कर रहे हैं, आप पश्चिम को इतना अपनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, आप एक काम करिए, ये जो चीज चल रही है इस समय हमारे यहाँ, आप एक काम करिए, आप किसी पश्चिम के किसी संस्कारी व्यक्ति, किसी परंपरावादी व्यक्ति से इस मुद्दे पर चर्चा कर लीजिए, उनके विचार जान लीजिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि भारत का भविष्य क्या होने वाला है। क्योंकि जो भारत का भविष्य होने वाला है वो उनका वर्तमान है, या हो सकता है उनका पास्ट भी हो, जो झेल रहे हो, बहुत समय झेल चुके हो। तो आप उनसे चर्चा कर लीजिए। तो यहाँ पर तो जब मैंने ये चीज बोल दी, तो वो अंकल का पश्चिम जो है वो सुलगने लगा। तो बहुत कुछ तो नहीं था उनके पास बोलने के लिए, लेकिन थोड़े से परेशान तो हो गए मेरी बात को सुन के, क्योंकि वो समर्थन कर रहे थे कि हो जाना चाहिए, हो जाना चाहिए। मैंने बोला कैसे हो जाएगा भाई, ये आप सोचो ना कि ये किस लिए हो रहा है, और क्यों पूरा प्लान है, जो स्टेप बाय स्टेप चीजें हो रही हैं। आप में इतनी बुद्धि नहीं है कि आप देख सको, आप इतने देहाती हो, सामने आपके लिखा हुआ है, सब कुछ दिख रहा है, उसके बाद भी आप बोलते हो नहीं मुझे भी इसी कुएं में कूदना है। तो आपसे बड़ा मूर्ख कौन हो सकता है। आप खुद जिम्मेदार हो अपने अपने अपनी संस्कृति को, अपनी जनरेशन को गड्ढे में डालने के लिए आप स्वयं जिम्मेदार हो। आप मिल के उन लोगों के साथ मिलकर अपने आप को बर्बाद कर रहे हो, अपने देश को बर्बाद कर रहे हो।
मोक्ष साहब, अगर
जी,
मैं आपकी बातों में एक कथन और मैं ऐड कर दूं, ये
हाँ
जो
बिल्कुल।
ग्रह शोभा और ग्रह लक्ष्मी आती थी ना 80 के दशक से,
जी।
उसमें सिवाय विवाहेतर संबंधों के महिलाओं को और कुछ पढ़ने में रास आता ही नहीं था।
हम्म।
ठीक है। 98 के एडिशन की इंडिया टुडे आप उठा के देखिए, तब से मेल स्ट्रिपर्स का चलन यहाँ पे चल रहा है।
हम्म
बड़े शहरों की बात थी, अब तो वो टीयर 2 टीयर 3 और ये विलेजों में भी आजकल ये होने लग गया, पॉर्न देख
हाँ,
देख के।
वो वाला एडिशन मैंने देखा था सर, आप जो बोल रहे हो मेल स्ट्रिपर वाला, मेरे को याद है, मेरे घर इंडिया टुडे हर वीक आती थी, मतलब जब
मेरे
भी
घर
उसका।
में उस बात पे लड़ाई हो गई थी, क्योंकि मैं वो वाला
हाँ।
पेज देख रहा था, तो पीछे से माताजी ने देख लिया था, और माताजी ने पिताजी को डांटा था कि तुम ये सब क्या लेके आते हो घर में, तो बच्चा देख के ऐसे बिगड़ जाएगा।
हम लोग पॉलिटिकल मैगजीन घर में मंगा रहे थे और उसमें दिखा रहे स्टोरी अबाउट मेल स्लिपर्स स्लिपर्स, बताओ।
हाँ, ये कॉस्मोपॉलिटन बन गया है ना, इंडिया टुडे हैज बिकम समवॉट ऑफ अ कॉस्मोपॉलिटन ऑफ इंडिया। एनीवेज व्हाटसोएवर, इवन अरुण पुरी द ओनर ऑफ इंडिया टुडे हैज टू डॉटर्स, सो व्हाट कुड वी एक्सपेक्ट। लेकिन मोक्ष साहब, ये आपने जो कहा ये बिल्कुल सही कहा, लेकिन मैं इससे भी आगे जाता हूँ। एक दैनिक भास्कर एक अखबार है, उसका एक कॉलम होता है मधुरिमा, हर वेडनेसडे के आसपास आता है। उसमें पिछले 20 साल से मैंने जो रचना समंदर की जो स्टोरियां पढ़ी हैं, वो एक बूढ़ी माँ को जिसने विधवा होने के बाद पढ़ाया बच्चे को, और वो बीवी को लेके वो अमेरिका चला गया और वापस नहीं आया। गंगा शरण उसके भाई के हाथ से फोन छूट गया और नीचे गिर गया, और यही सब स्टोरीज वो सुना रही थी। या तो इस टाइप की स्टोरीज होती हैं गिल्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स देने वाली, या फिर ये स्टोरीज होती हैं कि मैं वो मुझे इतने साल के बाद देखा, मेरी शादी हो गई थी, मेरे बच्चे हो गए थे, और मेरे जो एक्स लवर है उसने शादी नहीं की थी। ये स्टोरीज आती थी। ये मधुरिमा की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, पिछले 20 साल से तो मैं देख रहा हूँ। तो अब बचा क्या है हिंदुस्तान में? ये सारे मार्क्सिस्ट थे, ये सारे कम्युनिस्ट थे, इन सब ने अच्छे से धो धो के बैंड बजा के पारिवारिक सिस्टम खत्म कर दिया। अब जब परिवार ही खत्म हो गया, जो कि एक ही चीज आपके पास थी, आपके देश के संसाधनों के ऊपर पहला हिस्सा तो आपका तो था ही नहीं। ना कभी था, ना कभी है, ना कभी रहेगा। आप लोगों के पास अपने कोई जो जिसे रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशन रहते थे वो तो थे नहीं। आर्मी पुलिस आपकी सुरक्षा के लिए है नहीं। कोर्ट आपके ऊपर केस नहीं चलाएगा बोल के कि अरे यार वो तो बहुत पुरानी बात हो गई, क्या करना उसके ऊपर। आपके पास था एक ही चीज, परिवार। अब आप लोगों ने उसको भी खो दिया। तो अब आप नेचुरल प्रोग्रेशन जिसे कहा जाता है, प्राकृतिक प्रोग्रेशन को क्या बोलेंगे हिंदी में मुझे पता नहीं। प्राकृतिक प्रोग्रेशन तो वही होगा ना कि हम अब गड्ढे में जाएंगे, और जा रहे हैं, दिख रहा है। तो हम अब वापस उससे कैसे निकलेंगे? कैसे बचेंगे? नहीं बच सकते। हम सिर्फ अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं, और हमें वही करने की चेष्टा करनी चाहिए। मेरे हिसाब से तो यही बात होनी चाहिए। सर्वाइवल मोड में सब आ चुके हैं। आपके विचार प्रभु?
मोक्ष, हेलो मोक्ष।
नहीं सर, ऐसी बात नहीं है, आप भी बोल सकते हैं।
सर, मैं क्या बोलूं? मैं मोक्ष को सुनना चाह रहा हूँ, हम 2 हफ्ते से मोक्ष को मिस कर रहे हैं हम।
आ रही है आवाज?
पिछले।
अब आ
हाँ,
रही है, अब आ
बोलिए।
रही है।
तो मैं यही बोल रहा था कि हमको पहले अपने आप को ही बचाने की चेष्टा करनी चाहिए। उस अपने अपने आप को जब बचाने के साथ साथ फिर प्रयास करना चाहिए कि जो
हेलो मोक्ष।
मोक्ष सर जी, आपकी आवाज फिर से कट गई।
हाँ, कहाँ तक सुने थे? अरे वो मेरा माइक जो वो है ना, वो लूज है थोड़ा,
हाँ, वो
तो उसमें
फोन से
दिक्कत है।
निकल गया, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अभी दोबारा से बोलिए, आप क्या कह रहे थे?
हाँ हाँ, हमको अपने आप को बचाने की ज्यादा चेष्टा करनी चाहिए, और सबसे ज्यादा फोकस अपने आप पे रहना चाहिए बचाने का, और उसके बाद फिर जिसमें पोटेंशियल है हमको दिखता है। आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ, अब आ रही है।
जिसमें पोटेंशियल।
पोटेंशियल के बाद कट गया। पोटेंशियल के बाद कट गया मोक्ष भाई साहब।
मोक्ष।
कनेक्शन का
मोक्ष,
है थोड़ा सा।
मोक्ष बाबू का कनेक्शन कटता जा रहा है, और जिस बारे में मोक्ष भागु बात कर रहे थे उससे रिलेटेड मेरे पास एक काफ़ी इंफॉर्मेशन से ओवरलोडेड वीडियो है जिसे मैं प्लेस करना चाहूँगा यहाँ पे। और
He blew
उस
up his
वीडियो,
internet.
yeah, I think there's a power cut at his end because he keeps getting dropped again and again. Hello,
Yeah. He's
Mox.
probably using Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi and StreamYard don't mix well.
I guess
I'm
so.
on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi.
I'm on mobile network. Mox is
Are
on.
you guys really? Oh, okay.
मैं वाईफाई में
वो भी Wi-Fi वाले हैं.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
hardwired, man, all the way.
हाँ मोक्ष, अब हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं, प्लीज कंप्लीट
हाँ
करिए बात
तो
अपनी।
यही बोल रहा था मैं कि पहले अपने आप को बचाने की चेष्टा करनी चाहिए। उसके बाद जिन लोगों में हमको दिखता है कि इनमें भी बचने की पोटेंशियल है तो उसके बाद उनको भी अपना हाथ देना चाहिए और साथ में चलो ऐसा उनको प्रभावित मतलब उनको उनकी हेल्प करनी चाहिए।
I would, I would, I would, I would, before we start the video, which is already loading, before we start the video, can I say something, Mr. Morpheus, with your permission?
सर प्लीज गो अहेड, प्लीज गो अहेड। अभी
Okay.
तो
Now, a very recent case of Dalai Lama, His Holiness Dalai Lama came up, which was all about telling a young boy to kiss him or something like that. No, it was not kissing him. It is called as a Tibetan tongue culture, in which they actually do that with His Holiness Dalai Lama to gain his, some sort of blessings or something. So that was the case with Dalai Lama. Now, all across the world, it transpired as if Dalai Lama is engaging or indulging in pedophilia or something
Yeah,
like
I heard
that.
about that. It's bullshit.
Yeah, yes. So it was not that. It was the Tibetan tongue culture, which people don't understand. So
Hmm.
I was watching SIFF Media, Save India Family Foundation, and those people were revealing some of the conversations of the fellow men's rights advocates, and they were saying that how could you say that it is on camera, this, that, and the other, all the halabaloo and the which goes around. They said no, because you don't know the tongue culture in Tibet doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. So, first of all, you are presuming a man guilty unless proven otherwise. Don't have that approach. And this is how
Aren't
you
we
train.
dealing with that right now over in our neighborhood contriver?
I mean, we are dealing with the very same thing, but the way they were training the next generation of their
Yeah.
successors, in even in some things like men's rights activism regarding mentorship, which we advocate and promulgate all across the world, they
Mhm.
were phenomenal because they were saying that first of all, don't assume things, learn about the culture itself, and then you don't have to declare something. If you are a men's rights activist, you don't know whether he is guilty or not. So don't make any judgments, don't pass any judgments, and then you have to fight on his behalf. You have to fight. And this is going to be the case. There would be people who would be falsely accused of each and everything in the world. They would be working next to you. They would be friends with you, fast friends. They would be, taking trips with you. They would be knowing your children. What would you do in that sort of situation? Would you assume that every man is bad? Would you be vigilant enough? Would you be wise enough? Or would you be in
Is anybody
that?
familiar with the term the shock jock or shock media? You know, it's kind of like the same thing. Oh, look at this person here doing this pedophile thing. They're trying to trigger you. They're trying to trigger a reaction out of you. And I'm going to trigger a
the
reaction out of y'all because guys. It's almost 2 o'clock here, and I have some things I have to take care of today. So I just want to, interject and thank you all very much for inviting me on. Maybe we can do this again soon. But I have to get on with my day. And thank you for inviting me up. Again, if you want to contact me, bulletsforteeth2@gmail.com, or you can get a hold of me through Contriver. And I'd like to thank Morpheus, Contriver, Mosk, and everybody else in the chat for allowing me to come on, and review the gynocentric landscape video. I hope it helps enlighten you on what we're up against here as men, and guide you to a better path, to your best life as it pertains to you. Let that own self be true, gentlemen.
Thank you
Good
so
day.
much,
Thank you so
Bullets for
much.
Teeth,
Thank you so much,
for giving
Bullets.
us your time. And we are, it has been a privilege to have you over, and you know like an adult, like a grown man, not like us kidlings who just keep talking a lot about frivolous stuff. You have sort of structured the complete gynocentric landscape in front of us, and given us the power of knowledge, which will last with us for long. And we can't thank you enough for that. We will look forward to have
Just
you
remember
back.
this, Morpheus.
Yeah,
Just remember this. Everybody, even though they may seem immature, everybody's going through their own process. It doesn't happen overnight. There's no cure.
yeah,
You have to go through the process, and there are such things as 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old adolescences that you're going to run into. They're just childish in their behavior, and you just have to be patient and tolerant, and hope that, they come, pull their head out of their butt, and
yeah.
that's really all we can do is set the example for men to follow. And again, thank you very much for having me up. I'm going to go ahead and remove myself now. Get out there and
Sure.
seize the day, gentlemen. We'll get you next time.
Yes,
Take care.
you have a wonderful day, and we will look forward to have you back again. Thank you,
I'm also
Bullets.
going because it is getting late, and
क्यों सर, आप कहाँ जा रहे हो?
please continue with. अरे सर, अब सोना भी तो है ना.
अच्छा, सोने का टाइम आपके? ओके ओके ओके, ठीक है ठीक
अच्छा,
है. But please join us
ठीक
next
है
week
सर.
also, as we discuss more things, and we would love to have your inputs and opinion about it, and we will look
Thank you,
forward to
sir.
have you
It
back
has
next
been
week
an
also.
honor.
And this is because of you that we've been sort of exposed to so much of material, and we can't thank you enough as well. Thank you so much, Unwanted Contriver, sir, and we will look forward to see you next time. Moksh,
हम्म
क्या
मैं
हाल है बाबू? जय श्री राम.
जय श्री राम। मैं हूँ आज।
अरे प्रभु, धन्यवाद, वापस आ गए, बहुत अच्छा
तो
लगा.
वो
और
दलाई लामा वाला जो हम बात कर रहे थे शुरू में, हाँ वो
हाँ.
प्रेजेंट ऐसा किया गया कि अरे देखो
हम्म.
देखो क्या हो गया, वो फोर्स वाला मतलब जो है ना कि खाना है कुछ खाना। तो शुरू में मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस नहीं लिया उसको, लेकिन हाँ पहली बार कुछ देखा तो ऐसे वो प्रेजेंट किया गया तो लगा कि हाँ कुछ होगा, लेकिन हाँ ये भी लगा कि तुरंत रिएक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए। ठीक है, 2 दिन बाद मैंने देखा कि जिन लोगों ने उस पर नेगेटिव रिएक्ट किया तो वो लोग भी, उनको शायद पता चला, चीज़ें पता चली, उन्होंने फिर माफ़ी भी मांगी उस चीज़ पर कि क्योंकि फर्स्ट टाइम किसी ने ऐसा देखा होगा दलाई लामा को, क्योंकि उनकी इमेज अभी तक देखी है वो कुछ अलग थी, लेकिन अचानक हमने, क्योंकि ये समय जो चल रहा है बहुत अजीब चल रहा है ना, तो हमको हर कोई जो है वो कुछ भी ऐसी हरकत करे तो बहुत जल्दी वो लाइट में दिख जाता है ना, तो यही
नहीं,
हुआ
एक्चुअली
उसके बाद।
चक्कर क्या है कि कोई भी अगर आपका वर्ल्ड फिगर है ना, ही इज नॉट
हम्म
सम कोने का बाबा जी ना, ही इज अ
हम्म
वर्ल्ड
हम्म
फिगर.
हम्म
तो ऐसे टाइम में अब किसी किस्म का कुछ शक और कॉन्वर्सेशन होना तो लाजमी है.
हम्म हम्म
हाँ,
हम्म
कॉन्वर्सेशन में कितना पार्टिसिपेट करना है और उसको कितना आग की तरह फैला के उसको उसका एक टूल बन जाना है, ये हमारे हाथ में है. सो माय पॉइंट इज कि जैसा अभी बुलेट्स फॉर टीथ ने कहा ना, ये शॉक शॉक मीडिया वाला ये सिस्टम है बेसिकली, बिकॉज सोशल मीडिया उसी पे ही चलता है. आप एक पत्थर फेंको और फिर पानी के रिपल्स देखते रहो, कितनी दूर तक रिपल्स जा रहे हैं. तो वो उस तरीके से न्यूज को आजकल ट्रीट किया जाता है. और ये टट्टा मीडिया जो है, इसका इसका तो काम ही यही है. शॉक मीडिया सबसे बड़ा है, टट्टा मीडिया ये सबसे बड़ा शॉक मीडिया है. ये उठा के चीज
हाँ
प्लेस कर देगा, एक हेडलाइन डाल देगा उस पे, जैसे आंटी है नहीं, मिर्ची लगा के एक छोटी सी बात बोल के चली जाती है,
बस बस
ताना मार
बस
के
बस
चली जाती है. वैसा है इसका टट्टा मीडिया का हाल।
एक
हाँ,
तो
बट मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि हम 100% किसी पे भी ट्रस्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो इसीलिए कोई किस्म की ऐसी कॉन्वर्सेशन होना स्वाभाविक है, मतलब इट्स नॉट लाइक दिस थिंग।
अभी थोड़ी देर पहले इंस्टाग्राम में मैं एक पेज देख रहा था कि उसमें
अच्छा मोक्ष,
वेस्टर्न।
एक बात बोलूंगा।
हाँ,
आपका जो माइक है ना वो थोड़ा फेस के पास रखो, क्योंकि आपकी आवाज ना कम ज्यादा लेवल पे आ रही, वॉल्यूम पे।
अभी सही आ रही है?
अरे चकाचक एकदम, हाँ अब कान में घुल के आई आवाज, बिल्कुल बोलो।
तो अभी मैं एक इंस्टाग्राम में एक पेज देख रहा था, उसमें वेस्टर्न मीडिया किस तरह से नेगेटिव इन्फ्लुएंस करती है, वो आ रही है बस।
हाँ हाँ, आ रही है आ रही है।
हाँ, ठीक। तो ऐसा मतलब वो बता रहा था, मतलब उस पोस्ट में ऐसा बता रहा था। मैंने बोला भाई, ये तुम्हारा वेस्टर्न मीडिया को तुम क्या बोल रहे हो? तुम्हारे भारत में जितने मीडिया है वो क्या उनसे कुछ अलग कर रहे हैं क्या? बिल्कुल वहां पे अंग्रेजी में हो रहा है, यहाँ हिंदी में हो रहा है, सब कुछ सेम तो हो रहा है। यहाँ पे क्या अलग हो रहा है? यहाँ का मीडिया कैसे अलग है?
कॉपी
वही
पेस्ट।
पाव वहाँ वही पावर जो उनको सपोर्ट कर रही है, उनको बोल रही है कि तुम ऐसा करो, वही पावर तो यहाँ के लोग मीडिया को भी बोल रही है ना कि तुम अपने अपनी भाषा में करो। कहाँ कुछ चेंज है? तो केवल वेस्टर्न को वो कर देना या जो कर देना, हमको ओवरऑल ये जो मीडिया को जो कंट्रोल करके हर कोई अपने अपने देश में वो कर रहे हैं ना, वो जब
ओ, कनेक्शन फिर से ढीला पड़ गया। मोक्ष की आवाज थोड़ा सा समय के लिए गायब हो गई फिर से, और आप लोग मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं इसकी आशा रखता हूँ। कृपया चैट में बताइए कि आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है।
अब मेरी आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ आ गई भाई, वापस आ गई, वापस आ गई, हाँ हाँ।
हाँ, तो मैं यही बोल रहा था कि या कि अब कोई राइट विंग वाला पेज अगर मतलब बीजेपी सपोर्टर पेज अगर कोई बोलता है कि वेस्टर्न मीडिया, तो जरूरी नहीं कि वो आप वेस्टर्न मीडिया को ही, अरे ये क्या बच्चा पैदा है, क्या पागल औरत को ये बहुत ज्यादा ये वो
अरे
है।
ये हर्ष हर्ष का स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट है, पिछले हफ्ते से ये भेज रखा है हर्ष ने कि ये
हर्ष
वीडियो
को
चला दो। तो
हर्ष
अब
को
मैं
प्यार हो गया क्या इस
हाँ 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 भाई, लाइव हुआ था जब, तब हर्ष ने मेरे को कांटेक्ट भी किया था। जल्दी आओ ये लड़की का लाइव हुआ है। हर्ष ने अपनी पैनी
हाँ
नजरें रखी हुई है इस लड़की के ऊपर। तो ये
हाँ।
संदीप देव जी वाला वीडियो मैं अगले स्ट्रीम में चलाऊंगा, क्योंकि वो बहुत डिटेल्ड वीडियो है। अभी हम यही
हम्म।
चला लेंगे, पर आप अपनी बात पूरी करो मोक्ष, कोई नहीं, आराम से चलाएंगे, कोई जल्दी नहीं है।
हाँ, तो कोई अगर मान लीजिए बीजेपी सपोर्टर कोई ये पेज है वो वेस्टर्न मीडिया के बारे में बोलता है, तो भैया आपका जो यहाँ का जो मीडिया है वो मीडिया भी तो वही काम कर रहा है। तो खैर वो क्या बताएं अब, बीजेपी को कुछ बोलेंगे या अब फिलहाल वो बीजेपी में है, मतलब बीजेपी को कुछ बोलेंगे तो हमको मुल्ला बोल देंगे, और लड़कियों को कुछ बोल देंगे, बीजेपी सपोर्टिंग लड़कियों को बोल देंगे तुम फेमिनिस्ट हो, तो हमको मुल्ला बोल देंगे। अजीब ही चल रहा है। तो ठीक है, तो ओवरऑल हमको चीजों को समझना पड़ेगा। केवल अ, अगर हमारे ही बीच का या हम जिस पे विश्वास कर रहे हैं वो भी वही काम कर रहा है जो जो अमेरिका में बैठा कोई राजनेता कर रहा है, तो फिर दोनों सेम ही तो हैं। अंतर कहाँ है? हमको क्या वो वहां पे अंग्रेज करे तो वो गलत है, और वही चीज यहाँ पे हमारे नेता करें तो वो कैसे सही हो जाएगा? तो हमको डिफेंड तो दोनों को करना है ना, मतलब डिफेंड बोलता हूँ, सॉरी, हमको अपोज तो दोनों का ही करना है। तो भाई ये चीज ही गलत है।
नहीं, एक्चुअली सीन क्या है कि ये एक ना अभी नया ट्रेंड बन गया है कि अपने आप को बिल्कुल नेशनलिस्ट और देश प्रेमी और ये सब दिखाने के लिए आप हर प्रॉब्लम का जो किसको बोलते हैं, जड़ बोलते हैं ना, उसको बोल
हम्म।
देते हैं कि ये बाहर से आई है।
हम्म।
चाहे वो आपके ही घर के पिछवाड़े में ब्लडी उग रही हो, लेकिन आप
और
क्योंकि अपना,
आप ही रोज पानी डाल रहे हो उसमें।
हाँ आप ही चाहे उसमें रोज पानी डाल रहे हो, लेकिन आप
हम्म।
बोलेंगे यही कि अरे वो देखो ये न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स, अरे वो देखो ये और वो, और वही
बीज
टट्टा मीडिया
वो
का मटेरियल
हाँ
रोज
हाँ
शेयर करेंगे।
हाँ, बीज वहां का है, बो दिया है
हाँ,
आपने, और आप पानी भी डाल रहे हैं उसमें, बोल रहे हैं बीज खराब है। यार भाई बीज खराब है तो पानी क्यों डाल रहे हैं उसमें? मट्ठा डाल
पानी
उसकी
मत
जड़ में
डालो
ना
भाई
तो।
इस पे। नहीं, क्योंकि जो फल का लालच है ना, वो है ना कि भाई पेड़ उगेगा फल मिलेगा, ये फल का लालच है ना मेरे भाई,
एकदम
फल का
परफेक्ट,
लालच है।
एकदम परफेक्ट।
हाँ, ये सबको लगता है कि हमारे घर में पेड़ उग रहा है, फल तो हम ही खाएंगे, इन लोगों को सड़ने दो, हम तो पेड़ लगा रहे हैं। फुद्दू साले अपने ही पैर बिल्कुल वही बात है। वो क्या सूरदास वाली जो पेड़ पे बैठ के डाली काट रहे थे, वो कालिदास काट रहे थे, सूरदास काट रहे थे, सूरदास काट रहे थे मेरे को। जिस डाली में बैठे उसी को ही काट रहे हैं, मैं कुर्सी बनाऊंगा बैठने के लिए इससे। हाँ, ये
चलिए
लक्कड़
इनको
काट के।
इसको
हाँ
देखते हैं, टॉक्सिक वुमन को।
हाँ, ये चलो अब हर्ष भाई दोबारा मत कहना कि
हर्ष,
मैं तुम्हारा मटेरियल चलाता नहीं हूँ, ठीक है।
हर्ष को
पिछले हफ्ते
प्यार हो
से
गया है।
संभाल के रखा है मैंने ये वीडियो। मैंने मैंने लैपटॉप को शट डाउन नहीं किया कि भाई ये वीडियो गुम ना हो जाए, मैंने स्लीप मोड में डाल के रखा है पिछले हफ्ते से। तो आप चलिए चलाते हैं इसे, लेट्स गो,
हम्म,
देखें क्या कहना है मैडम का। अरे कहाँ गई मैडम यार, मेरे यहाँ तो अभी भी संदीप देव जी दिख रहे हैं। अच्छा नहीं नहीं, सॉरी सॉरी, गलत टैब खोल लिया, गलत टैब खोल लिया। ये लो ये लो ये लो, वॉल्यूम है पूरा इसका। हाँ है भाई, चल भाई बोल, तू क्या बोलेगी।
मुझे समझ ही नहीं आता है कि लोग
हमें भी नहीं आता है समझ।
ये अंधाधुन बच्चा मुझे समझ ही नहीं आता है कि लोग ये अंधाधुन बच्चा पैदा क्यों कर रहे हैं।
भाई बच्चा पैदा होने में 9 महीने लगते हैं, आज झपका के नहीं होता है, अंधाधुंध नहीं होता पैदा।
सो वेलकम बैक टू माय यूट्यूब चैनल रिसर्च बाय ज्योति सिंह, जहां आप निजी
घंटा रिसर्च।
जीवन पे आधारित कैसे लोग एक दूसरे का शोषण करते हैं, इन सारे विषयों के बारे में जानेंगे। तो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये है कि लोग जीवन भर एक ही बात कहते हैं कि माता पिता अपने बच्चों के लिए बहुत संघर्ष करते हैं, माता पिता अपने बच्चों के लिए बहुत संघर्ष करते हैं। मुझे एक बात बताइए, सिर्फ एक प्रश्न का उत्तर दीजिए, कौन इस जीवन में संघर्ष नहीं करता है।
हाँ तो ठीक है, मान गई ना, माता पिता बच्चों के लिए
एक
संघर्ष
मिनट एक
करते
मिनट।
हैं।
हाँ अब ना,
हाँ
अब ये जो है, ये माता पिता संघर्ष करते हैं जब बात आई, तो इसका डायलॉग क्या है, कौन इस जीवन में संघर्ष नहीं करता है, ठीक है। लेकिन
हाँ
अपने पेज में हमेशा ये लड़कियों की संघर्ष की बात करती है, तो जब वहां पे तो सेम डायलॉग फिट होता है ना, कि भैया लड़कियां ही संघर्ष नहीं करती, लड़के भी करते हैं, कौन संघर्ष नहीं करता है।
हाँ, मान तो रही है, ये सब लोग संघर्ष करते हैं यार, मान रही है
हम्म,
भाई वो। माता
हम्म,
पिता संघर्ष करते हैं, ये बात सही है, वो मान रही है।
हाँ,
अब
हाँ,
वो अपने आप को सेल्फ कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट कैसे करेगी, वो हमें आगे पता चलेगा।
हम्म।
चलिए।
कौन ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो अपने आप को लेके थोड़ा बहुत सीरियस है और संघर्ष नहीं करता है। जीवन का दूसरा नाम ही संघर्ष है, तो संघर्ष तो करना ही है।
जो लड़के तेरे जैसी बंदियों के पीछे अपना टाइम वेस्ट करते हैं, वो है जो अपने आप को सीरियसली नहीं ले रहे। संघर्ष साले फिर भी कर रहे हैं, पर अपने आप को
हम्म,
सीरियसली नहीं ले रहे।
हम्म।
फिर आप लोग बच्चों पे ब्लेम क्यों डालते हैं कि आप लोग जो संघर्ष कर रहे हैं वो बच्चों के लिए कर रहे हैं। किसके बच्चे हैं, आप ही के तो बच्चे हैं, आपने पैदा किया है, आप नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा, समझ में।
तो करना तो ठीक है ना, फिर इसका मतलब पैदा करना तो ठीक है, संघर्ष करना भी ठीक है। संघर्ष पैदा करने में भी संघर्ष करना पड़ता है, पैदा करने के बाद भी संघर्ष करना पड़ता है, तो
भैया
क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या है।
इसके जो डायलॉग्स है ना, ये
हाँ
ये बिल्कुल ना देसी फेमिनिज्म जो होता है ना, बिल्कुल देसी वाला। और ज्योति दीदी को मैं जो है पिछले 4-5 साल से सुन रहा हूँ ना, तो
हाँ,
वो ना जितना भी ये बात कर रही है ना, वो सब वो पहले बता चुकी हैं, बिल्कुल लाइन टू
उनको
लाइन,
उनको
शब्द
पहले से ही टेम्पलेट
शब्द
मालूम है।
हाँ हाँ। वो
ज्योति
मतलब ये
दीदी को
ज्योति
पहले से
दी,
इनका टेम्पलेट मालूम है।
हाँ
ये
आज से
साला
10 साल
रेलवे
पहले।
स्टेशन पे 20 रुपए की जो रेलवे स्टेशन में 20 रुपए की फेमिनिज्म की जो किताब मिलती है ना,
हाँ हाँ
वहां
हाँ
से
हाँ
पढ़ के
हाँ
आया
हाँ,
है ये।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ,
ये सब कुछ
ये इसी
वही है
गाड़ी में बैठ के, हाँ, इसी गाड़ी
जो
में बैठ
बोला
के
ना
अपने
इसने।
करीबी रेलवे स्टेशन गई होगी, वहां से बुक स्टॉल से किताब खरीदने वही
हाँ
किताबें पढ़
हाँ
के
हाँ
बकवास कर रही है।
हाँ। तो ना ये जो लाइन बोली ना इसने, कि आपने पैदा किया है तो आप ही का बच्चा है ना, तो आपको आप ही संघर्ष करोगे, क्यों पैदा किया, हमने तो नहीं बोला था पैदा करने के लिए। ये जो बेसिक नफरत है ना माँ बाप से,
हाँ
ये
हाँ
बिल्कुल वही है। वो बिल्कुल वो घिसा पिटा वही पुराना, इसमें इसकी बातों में कुछ भी नया नहीं है। वो ज्योति दीदी ने इन लोगों को ना पहले ही उनकी पकिया उधेड़ रखी है, आज से 6-7 साल पहले ही।
हाँ।
तो
अरे
ये तो
मैंने लास्ट
पांच
टू लास्ट वीक एक रंग दे
हाँ
बसंती चैनल की वीडियो भी दिखाई थी, लास्ट टू लास्ट वीक, उसमें भी यही था,
हाँ।
डू नॉट गिव बर्थ टू चिल्ड्रन एंड ऑल। वो
हम्म।
बैंगलोर के बच्चे थे तो वो अंग्रेजी में बोल रहे थे, ये
अच्छा
हिंदी में
अच्छा।
बोल रहे, फर्क इतना है, बस यही
हाँ
फर्क है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
हाँ, ये सबका इनका कॉपी पेस्ट है भाई, एजेंडा सब,
बस
सब
बस।
कॉपी पेस्ट है एजेंडा, बिल्कुल। चलो बोले, देखें 9 मिनट पूरे करे अपने।
में ये नहीं आता है। दूसरी बात, पहली बात तो औकात से बाहर कोई चीज करनी नहीं चाहिए। ये जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो क्या करेंगे, एक बच्चा संभालने की इनकी औकात नहीं है, 2-2 3-3 बच्चा जोड़ा लगाते हैं, पता नहीं क्या-क्या करते हैं। पहले बच्चा पैदा कर देंगे, उसको ऊट-पटांग के स्थितियों में डालेंगे, फिर उससे बोलेंगे कि हम तुम्हारे लिए बहुत संघर्ष करते हैं, बेटा तुम भी संघर्ष करो। और मुझे तो लग रहा है कि माता-पिता बच्चा पैदा करना है एक टाइप का बिज़नेस हो गया है, इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं कि देखो हम तुम्हारे लिए 25-30 साल तक करेंगे, उसके बाद तुम हमारे लिए करना। ये एक टाइप का बिजनेस ही है जहाँ स्वार्थी है, और लोग कहते हैं कि दुनिया स्वार्थी है। हर आदमी स्वार्थी है, बिना
अरे लहन की बॉडी वो स्वार्थी नहीं है। तू साली नामुराद क्या बोलते हैं उसको यार, उसको क्या बोलते हैं यार, वो जो
एहसान
होते हैं यार,
फरामोश।
तू साली
एहसान।
एहसान फरामोश है। वो स्वार्थी नहीं है, तू एहसान फरामोश है। और तेरे जैसे वो सारे बच्चे एहसान फरामोश हैं जो सोचते हैं कि ये धंधा है, ये बिजनेस है। क्योंकि आपको सिर्फ चाहिए राइट्स, आपको नहीं चाहिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। आपको चाहिए, अंग्रेजी में समझाता हूँ, तेरे को चाहिए इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम। तुझे इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं चाहिए, तुझे आउटकम चाहिए मेरे जैसा कि भैया मैं लड्डू भी खा लूं और फिर मेरे को डायबिटीज भी ना हो। तो ऐसा तो हो ना सके बेबी, ना हो सके। ठीक है, आगे बक, क्या बकना है तूने।
स्वार्थ के कुछ नहीं होता। हाँ, वो अलग की बात है कि स्वार्थ के साथ-साथ माता-पिता अपने बच्चों के साथ प्रेम भी करते हैं, प्यार भी करते हैं, लेकिन वो अपना ही क्या, जो अपनों से प्यार ना करे, ठीक? कहा जाता है कि माँ जो है इस दुनिया में सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। एक लड़की जब माँ बनती है तो उसके जीवन की अलग परिभाषा लिखी जाती है। मुझे बताओ कौन-सी परिभाषा लिखी जाती है? मुझे तो लगता है सबसे कायर वही स्त्री है जिसने गर्भ धारण करा है, जिसने बच्चे को पैदा किया है। सबसे सबसे समझिए लाचार है वो औरत।
तेरी मम्मी लाचार थी जो तेरा गर्भ ग्रहण करके उसने दुनिया में ऐसी बेकार सी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर दी, खड़ी कर दी, जो पता नहीं शायद अपने माँ बाप की खरीदी हुई गाड़ी में बैठ के उन्हीं के बारे में बकवास कर रही है। क्योंकि तेरी बकबक से सुन के लग तो ना रहा है कि तेरे पास पैसे हैं खरीदने के।
हाथ में बच्चा ली रहेगी और फिर उसके बाद से वो क्या कर सकती है, बताइए? क्या कर सकती है? जिसकी अपनी ज़िंदगी बहुत अच्छे से ना गुज़री हो, जो अपने लिए लड़ना ना जानती हो, जीवन के हर पड़ाव में कभी अपने भाई से दब जाती है, कभी अपने पिता से दब जाती है, कभी अपने पति से दब जाती है, ससुराल में जाकर के दब जाती है। वो कहती है कि मैं बहुत सर्वश्रेष्ठ हूँ, मैं बच्चे की माँ हूँ, तो मैं वीर योद्धा हूँ। वो
हाँ, तो मतलब घर में महिला को वीर योद्धा बनना चाहिए और सबसे लड़ाई करना चाहिए। इनका मतलब
सबसे
बेसिक
सर
ये
पे
है।
चढ़ जाना चाहिए, नाचना चाहिए, तांडव
हाँ
करना चाहिए,
हाँ,
गरम गरम
दब
तवा
कैसे गई,
सबके सर पे मार देना चाहिए।
सबके सर पे तवा मार दो, बेलन मार दो देवर के, और साला चकला मार दो देवरानी के, और चूल्हा मार दो सास के, और चिमटा मार दो ससुर के, और हस्बैंड को तो जान से ही मार दो, है ना। ये होती है स्ट्रांग वुमन, एम्पावर्ड वुमन। और बच्चे को भी मार दे अपने, ठीक है,
बच्चे को भी
तब
मार दो
बनेगी
क्योंकि
स्ट्रांग वुमन, एम्पावर्ड
हाँ
वुमन।
हाँ
ये
हाँ।
इनके दिमाग में ऐसी कुंठा भर रहे हैं, तभी तो ऐसी बेवकूफों जैसी बातें करे जा रही है, फेक नेल्स लगा के, पावली साली। कब और बोल।
तो एक्सेप्शनल केस होता है, 1-2 केस होता है जहाँ बच्चे को जन्म देने के बाद माँ सच में योद्धा बनती है। वो 1 ही 2 केस में होता है। बाकी की औरतें लाचार हो जाती हैं बच्चा पैदा करने के बाद। एक और बात, कभी भी दूसरों के कहने पे बच्चा मत पैदा करें, और मेरी माने तो बच्चा पैदा ही मत करें। भारत की जनसंख्या ऑलरेडी चाइना को फेल
हाँ,
करके
तेरी माँ
चुकी
ने
है।
बच्चा पैदा ही नहीं करना चाहिए था।
एकदम सही, मैं तो इस बात पे सहमत हूँ और मैं
क्यों
एक
करते हैं
लेटर
आप
भी
लोग बच्चा
लिखूंगा।
पैदा? अभी
उनकी
आप
माता का जब
हाँ,
पता चलेगा ना तो मैं पत्र लिखूंगा कि क्या कर दिया ये आपने। और
इट्स ए
इसको भी
लेटर
पत्र
राइटिंग
लिखूंगा।
टाइम।
इसको साइंस क्या, रिसर्च बाय ज्योति को भी लिखूंगा। तुम बहुत बड़ी गलती हो अपने माँ
हाँ,
बाप की, तो अब पश्चाताप करना है तो तुमको अब देख लो क्या करना चाहिए।
इसका वेसेक्टमी मैं स्पॉन्सर करूंगा। अगर ये अपने ओवरीज निकलवा के फेंकने को तैयार हो जाए तो मैं पैसे
हम्म।
दूंगा उस प्रोसीजर के। मैं पैसे दूंगा भाई,
आ,
मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं आज स्ट्रीम पे
नहीं
डिक्लेयर
आप
कर रहा हूँ। अगर ये अपने ओवरीज निकलवा दे और रेडी हो जाए तो उसके पैसे मैं भरूंगा। एक और इसके जैसा नहीं
हम्म,
चाहिए दुनिया में।
नहीं
और
आप
मुझे
अकेले
लगता
नहीं
भी नहीं
भरोगे,
वैसे तो
आधा
आएगा।
मैं भी, आधा मैं भी इस आपको हेल्प करूंगा। मुझे भी इस अच्छे काम
हाँ,
के लिए थोड़ा सा धर्म करने का मौका दीजिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, राक्षस को, एक राक्षसी कुल तो खत्म होगा इस देश से।
हम्म।
चलो सुनो भाई, आगे सुने क्या बकर कर रही।
लोग बोलेंगे कि बच्चा नहीं पैदा करते तो तुम तो यहाँ नहीं होती, तुम तो वीडियो नहीं बनाती। भाई वो तो मेरे पेरेंट्स की बात दूसरे
अटक गई, अटक गई, अटक गई। आय, 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 दुल्हनिया अटक गई रे। अरे दुल्हनिया अटक गई रे, कहाँ अटक गई? सुनो सुनो सुनो।
जनरेशन की है, ठीक है? वो
इसकी शक्ल देख, इसकी शक्ल देख भाई, इसकी शक्ल देख, इसको रोना आ रहा है।
ये मैंने क्या बोल दिया, ये मैंने क्या शुरू कर दिया।
ये जो इसने छेद बनाया ना इसने हाथ से अपने, इसी छेद में फंस गई है ये।
ठीक है, उनको लगा कि उनको बच्चा पैदा करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, ठीक है, रीअश्योर कर रही है मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ, ठीक है।
तो किया है, ठीक। उन्होंने उस काबिल भी बनाया है कि आज आप लोग मेरी वीडियो देख पा रहे हैं। वो ये नहीं कहते हैं कि हमने तुम्हारे लिए बड़ा संघर्ष किया है, ये किया है, वो किया। उन्होंने
सस्ता वाला कैमरा फोन खरीद के दिया है उन्होंने, इसलिए ये वीडियो हम देख पा रहे हैं। लहन की बॉडी, साली पागल।
ने कहा है कि हमने अगर जन्म दिया है तो काम भी हमारा पालना है, पोसना है, बड़ा करना है। हम अपने बच्चे से बार-बार ये नहीं कहेंगे कि हमने तुम्हारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया है, बदले में तुम भी हमारे लिए करना। ये सारा हमारे यहाँ तालमेल नहीं चलता है। लेकिन मोस्ट ऑफ द पेरेंट्स क्या चाहते हैं कि हमने बच्चों के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें की हैं, अब बच्चे की बारी है कि अपनी खुशियों की कुर्बानी दे दे और हमारे पीछे जिंदगी भर लगा रहे। ना वो अपने पसंद के सब्जेक्ट्स चुन सकता है, ना ही वो अपने पसंद के कैरियर चुन सकता है, ना ही वो अपने पसंद से शादी कर सकता है। माता पिता बच्चों के लिए 18-25 साल तक करके उसकी पूरी जिंदगी उससे मांग लेते हैं और कहते हैं कि हम माता पिता हैं। कभी भी औकात से बाहर के बच्चे पैदा ना करें। अगर आपको लगता है कि आप स्टेबल नहीं हैं, आप बच्चे की ज़िम्मेदारी उठाने के लायक कभी नहीं हुए हैं, तो कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं है, दूसरों के कहने पे बच्चा पैदा ना करें। और लड़कियों, आप लोगों से तो मेरी खास निवेदन है, बच्चा पैदा हो जाता है, पता है, मैंने अपनी बहनों को देखा है, रात भर जगना पड़ता है, रात-रात भर जगना पड़ता है उसमें।
1 मिनट, अभी तो ये बोली कि इसके मम्मी पापा ऐसे नहीं है, फिर इसकी बहनों ने बच्चा कैसे पैदा कर दिए? ये सारी फैमिली हिपोक्रेसी है। ये फैमिली में हिपोक्रेसी है भाई, बहुत मोदी जी वाली। हिपोक्रेसी की सीमा नहीं है।
सीमा है।
तूने अपनी बहनों को तो रोक ना पाई तू बच्चा पैदा करने से, यहाँ जमाने को ज्ञान देने आ रही है साली पागल।
में और लोग कहते हैं बच्चा पैदा करो, घर में किलकारी घुस जाएगी, घर भर जाएगा, खुशियों से भर जाएगा। लेकिन जब बच्चा पैदा होता है ना तो कोई साथ नहीं देता है, इनफैक्ट कोई दे भी नहीं पाएगा। ठीक है, आपका बच्चा है, आप रात-रात भर जगते हो, पता नहीं कितनी रातें जगती हो और उसके बाद से क्या होता है जब आप गर्भ धारण करते हो, लोग कहने को तो बहुत कहते हैं कि बच्चा पैदा करो, बच्चा पैदा, लेकिन हेल्प कोई नहीं करता है। औरतों को उस टाइम पे औरत अपने आप को सोचती है कि हम बच्चा करके बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, माँ बन रहे हैं। कभी फील किया करो, सबसे लाचार तुम लोग उसी वक़्त होती हो, सच बता
अबे
रहे हैं।
तुम लोगों का और काम क्या है इस दुनिया में?
इतना गलत नैरेटिव ये स्प्रेड कर रही है ये लड़की कि कोई साथ नहीं देता
नहीं,
एकदम। बाप रे बाप, हे भगवान, ये तो सबके मुंह पर झूठ बोल रही है, अपना झूठा नैरेटिव चला रही है और उसको सोच रही है बहुत बड़ा काम कर रही है। अरे बाप रे बाप।
अरे मेरे भाई मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कोई चल साथ नहीं देता, तब भी तुम लोगों का यूटिलिटी क्या है इस दुनिया में? और यूनिक सेलिंग प्रोपोजिशन क्या है तुम्हारा कि तुम बच्चा पैदा कर सकती हो? अगर ये मॉडर्न सोसाइटी नहीं होती, ये सब 1 मिनट के लिए आंखें बंद करके भूल जाओ इस सबको। तुम लोगों का क्या है यूनिक सेलिंग प्रोपोजिशन? कुछ नहीं, बच्चा पैदा करना, दैट्स ऑल। And I'm fucking being brutally a patriarch in saying this, and I'm not ashamed. तुम लोगों का यूटिलिटी बस यही है, बच्चा पैदा करो, पालो पोसो, उसे अच्छे संस्कार दो, तुम्हारे जैसे ना दो, अच्छे संस्कार दो, उसको जीवन में सच बोलना सिखाओ, झूठ से लड़ना सिखाओ, उसको शिवाजी महाराज बनाओ। वो होती है महिला, तुम जैसी थोड़ी होती है, तुम जैसी थोड़ी होती हैं। तुम जैसी तो
जी।
सिर्फ तुम जैसी असली सेल्फिश जो धंधा बिजनेस कर रही हो वो तुम जैसी कर रही हो कि हमें पैदा भी करो। अरे लड़कियां पैदा नहीं कर रहे, लड़कियों से क्यों डरते, लड़की पैदा होती खुशी क्यों नहीं मनाते, लड़की पैदा होती तो खुशी क्यों नहीं मनाते। फिर हमारे नखरे झेलो, फिर हम जो समाज में इकलौती चीज समाज में अपनी तरफ से कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकती हैं वो भी हम नहीं करेंगी। बहुत ज्यादा काम है, हमें नहीं करना है। लेजी डम फक, फकिंग 20 रुपए की रेलवे स्टेशन की किताब पढ़ने वाली लिटरेट इलिटरेट साली, पागल। बहुत दिमाग खराब हो रहा है मेरा, सुन लो भाई इसको आगे अब क्या बोलेगी ये।
बच्चा पैदा करना तभी करना जब दूसरों अपने हस्बैंड से पूछ लेना कि बच्चा तो हम पैदा कर दें, संभालिएगा आप, देखिएगा, मतलब समझ में आ जाएगा। आप लोग पता है बेवजह की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेते हो, बच्चा पैदा कर दोगे फिर अकेले पालोगे, कहते हो कि माँ माँ होती है, ममता की छांव होती है, फलाना ढकाना। भाई जब तक आप लोग अकेले ही संघर्ष करोगे तो बाप को कैसे पता चलेगा कि बच्चा पालने में कितनी कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ता है। कभी बाप को भी उस दौर से गुजारो, फिर अकेले मत करो सारे संघर्ष। कोई जरूरत नहीं है, बच्चा सिर्फ आपका नहीं है, इतना जुड़ाव किसी से मत रखो। प्रेम को प्रेम तक रखो, उसको मुंह में कन्वर्ट ना करो, अदरवाइज आप बच्चे को, खुद तो कायर है, बच्चे को भी कायर बना देंगे। ठीक है, मुझे पता है आज की वीडियो बहुत कड़वी है और बहुत लोगों को बुरा भला लगेगा कि ये तो पेरेंट्स के अपोजिट बोल रही है।
अबे बुरा भला लग नहीं रहा तुझे, बुरा भला बोल रहे हैं हम, समझ रही है। हमें तो कोई बुरा ना लग रहा, तेरे जैसी से तो दूर रहना हम लोगों को। हम तो तुझे बुरा भला बोल रहे हैं
हाँ
क्योंकि तू
तो
डिजर्व
एक्सपेक्ट
करती है।
और एक्सपेक्टेड भी इससे यही है कि कोई अच्छा तो बोलेगी नहीं।
और
ये
क्या,
आगे की मुंह
हमें
पे,
कुछ कड़वा वड़वा ना
तो इससे
लगता।
कुछ ज्यादा शौक नहीं है।
हाँ, हम तो कड़वा थूक देते हैं। मुझे तो बस एक ही रिग्रेट है कि इस वीडियो के ऊपर हमें इतनी गालियां देनी पड़ रही हैं और बैकड्रॉप में गणपति जी बैठे हुए हैं। ये साली ओवर स्मार्ट बन रही है,
हम्म।
ये बैकड्रॉप में गणपति जी बैठे हुए हैं,
जी
बस
जी
ये इसी वजह से चल रही है। ये सीधी
जी।
सादी इसकी लाइफ, ये पीछे से गणपति जी बोल रहे होंगे चल कोई बात नहीं, बोलने दो, नादान है, विघ्नहर्ता को पीछे बैठा रखा है। ठीक है, और पकड़ के ये जा रही फालतू की, पता नहीं क्या बोल
ये
रही है।
पेरेंट्स उल्टा सीधा बोल रही है, लेकिन ध्यान से सोचो तो पेरेंट्स जो है एक बच्चे को संभालने के लिए सक्षम नहीं होते हैं, तब तक 2 और 3 बच्चा पैदा कर देते हैं। 2 बच्चा पैदा कर देंगे। इतनी महँगाई है, आप सोचो कि आप अगर बच्चे को अच्छा अगर खाना-पीना ही दो, तो महीने की कम से कम अगर एवरेज, मुझे लग रहा है अगर एवरेज बंदा कमाता होगा तो 30,000 के आस-पास में। स्कूल, प्राइवेट स्कूल वाले जो है फीस के नाम पे तो लगता है कि शरीर बिकवा देंगे, किडनी, फेफड़ा सब बिक जाएगा, लेकिन बच्चे के स्कूल की भरपाई नहीं हो पाएगी, खाने की भरपाई नहीं हो पाएगी, बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं एक साथ और इसके बारे में सोचना नहीं है। बहुत सारी मुश्किलों का सामना एक साथ करना पड़ता है। तो इन सारी चीज़ों के लिए सोच लें क्या हम सक्षम हैं? कपड़े खरीदने के लिए, खाना, अच्छा खाना देने के लिए, स्कूल, अच्छे से अच्छा स्कूल प्रोवाइड करने के लिए, फिर उसके बाद उसके जो एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलम एक्टिविटीज़ हैं लाइक डांसिंग, सिंगिंग, गेम वगैरह, इन सब के लिए तैयार हैं, तो ही ये कदम उठाएँ, अदरवाइज़ कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। बहुत सारे अनाथ आश्रम में भी बच्चे हैं, अगर बच्चा ही चाहिए तो आप वहाँ से भी ले सकते हो और उनका भी भला हो जाएगा। ऐसी कोई बात नहीं होती है कि लाइक खून हमें चाहिए, हमारा खून रहे, ये वो। ये सिर्फ एक मेंटली यहाँ से बनाया गया है, ये सारी हाइपोथेटिकल बातें हैं। अपना खून, अपना वंश, ये सारी चीज़ें।
हाँ, अपना खून अपना वंश हाइपोथेटिकल है। बावली, हाइपोथेटिकल के स्पेलिंग आते तुझे? डिक्शनरी मीनिंग मालूम है उसका? बावली कहीं की, अनपढ़ अंग्रेज। हाइपोथेटिकल, वंश हाइपोथेटिक है भाई। वो जो हमारे हरिद्वार में पंडों ने लिख के रखे हुए हैं भोजपत्रों पे, वो हाइपोथेटिकल है सब। उल्लू की पट्टी साली।
कीजिए, तो क्या होगा जिसमें आप कंफर्ट फील करो, जिससे आपको लगे कि हाँ, कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि बच्चा जो पैदा करने के बाद आप स्ट्रॉन्ग बनने के बजाय लाचार बन जा रहे हो, तो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस। ठीक है, हमेशा रियलिटी में जियो, ज्यादा भ्रम में मत रहो। समाज के द्वारा कुछ जो है वो मिथ्या बनाए गए हैं, औरतों के मन में डाले गए हैं, उन सबके बियॉन्ड सोचना शुरू करो।
सबसे मजे की बात यह है, जो जो चीजें कर रखी है ना उसी के बारे में बोल रही है और खुद भी वही कर रही है। जो तेरे दिमाग में मिथ्या
पहले
डाला हुआ
बोलती
है,
है
गंद
बच्चा
बला।
पैदा मत करो, बच्चा कमजोर
हाँ
कर देगा। उसके बाद बोल रही है
हाँ
गोद ले लो, तो वो कमजोर नहीं
हाँ,
करेगा क्या?
वो कमजोर नहीं करेगा। सेल्फ कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी बुलशिटिंग, BITCH।
कि सारी जो चीज़ें हैं ना, आपने इतने छोटे से स्टेप लिया है ना, उसकी भरपाई करते एक औरत की पूरी ज़िंदगी निकल जाती है। पहले बच्चा पैदा करती है, उसको पालने-पोसने में अपना खुद का जीवन इंसान जी नहीं पाता है। मुझे जहाँ तक ये लगता है कि अगर अपनी ज़िंदगी जीनी है, तो मत ही करो। आपने बहुत सारे आईएएस, आईपीएस वुमेन्स को देखा होगा, वो तो शादी
अंग्रेज की बच्ची वुमेन्स नहीं होता, विमेन होता है। अंग्रेजी तो बोलना सीख ले पहले। आईपीएस की बातें कर रही है, बेसिक तेरे को ग्रामर नहीं मालूम, उल्लू की कहीं की।
के मतलब लाइक 6-7 साल तक अभी कोई उनका बच्चा नहीं है, तो क्या वो औरत नहीं है?
नहीं है,
नहीं है,
नहीं है, नहीं है, नहीं है। मनीष कश्यप भाई की तरह बोलेंगे हम, नहीं है, नहीं है,
नहीं है।
नहीं है।
क्योंकि वो एजुकेटेड है। उन्हें ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि अब
एजुकेटेड बहन दिलन।
आप सोचो कि आपकी ज़िंदगी खत्म हो जाती है। सिर्फ एक बच्चा हो जाए ना, आपकी ज़िंदगी टोटली खत्म हो जाएगी। आपका दिन भर अटेंशन उसी बच्चे में लगा रहेगा, पालने में, पोसने में। आप खुद क्या कर पाओगे? 24 घंटा तो उसी में अटेंशन लगा रहेगा, कहीं पे ना जा पाओगे, ना आ पाओगे, जाओगे भी तो उसी में लगा रहेगा दिमाग। कहीं न कहीं मेंटली आप स्ट्रेस्ड में रहोगे। जब आपको लगे कि जीवन में हाँ, अब ये सही समय है, अब मैं सारे ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेने के लायक हूँ, दोनों को लगे, हस्बैंड वाइफ दोनों को, फैमिली को लगे कि हाँ, हम थोड़ा-थोड़ा हेल्प सब लोग कर सकते हैं इस बच्चे को संभालने में, पालने में, पोसने में और बहुत अच्छी से अच्छी फैसिलिटी देने में, तभी बच्चा जन्म दे। अदरवाइज़ कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, किसी के कहने पे बच्चा पैदा करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। कोई लाख कहे, मत करो, क्योंकि आपकी ज़िंदगी उसके बाद खत्म हो जाती है। कहते हैं ना कि बच्चा पैदा करने के बाद एक औरत माँ बनती है, बहुत उसके जीवन का एक नया अध्याय लिखा जाता है। हाँ भैया, सच में अध्याय लिखा जाता है, लेकिन वो जो अध्याय लिखा जाता है, वो सिर्फ़ एक माँ ही जानती है। मैंने बहुत सारे केसेस अभी ऐसे देखे।
चलो, भगवान का भला हो। इसके केसेस
इनॉग्रेट
खत्म हो गए यहीं पे।
क्या हुआ? इतना ही वीडियो था क्या? सुबह
हाँ
यूट्यूब
वीडियो
में
भाई,
बैन
भाई वीडियो इतना ही था।
तो कुल मिला के हमने
भगवान ने
सीखा
हमें बचा
कि
लिया।
आदमियों को वो बच्चा पैदा नहीं करना चाहिए। औरतों
अरे
का नहीं
पागल
पता।
है, पागल है बहन जो ये लोग सब। इनको अभी ये फिर जब इनके 30 के 35 हो जाते हैं तो ये सारी आईवीएफ क्लिनिक्स में लाइन लगा के खड़ी होती हैं।
फिर
हाँ
नाचने लगती है, पागल हो जाती है, बाल नोचेंगी
हाँ
अपने भी।
हाँ।
और गलती से उस समय जो पार्टनर हुआ रहा इसका, उसके भी बाल नोचती है और खत्म हो जाता है
ये
हार्ट
नया
अटैक।
नया भाई धंधा चालू हो गया आईवीएफ क्लिनिक का भाई, फुल पावर।
हम्म।
इन्हीं जैसे बेवकूफों की वजह से है।
वो लल्लन टॉप वाले ने बुलाया था ना उस दिन एक फीमेल डॉक्टर को। वो भी
हाँ
फेमिनिस्ट थी, छपरी। तो वो आई थी
अच्छा।
लल्लन टॉप में। तो
ओके।
आके अपने वो आईवीएफ क्लिनिक वाली ही थी वो। तो आके अपने प्रचार कर रही थी, अपने 3 घंटा उसका, 2-3 घंटे का उसका भी इंटरव्यू था। तो आके प्रचार कर रही है, प्रमोट कर रही है कि अपने एक्स फ्रीज कर लो। आदमियों को बोल रही थी कि अपने स्पर्म फ्रीज कर लो, ठीक है। बच्चा कभी भी कर लेना, बाद में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अभी तो करियर वगैरह है, सब जॉब करते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अपने एक्स फ्रीज कर लो, अपने ये कर लो। उसमें भी जो लड़कियां हैं ना, फीमेल्स के एग्स को प्रिजर्व करने का ज़्यादा चार्ज लगता है, बहुत महंगा है
हाँ
वो। और जो
हाँ
आदमी है उनका बहुत ज़्यादा चार्ज का मतलब ईयरली 5,000 10,000 में उनका रहता है चार्ज। लेकिन जो
ओके।
फीमेल्स
एग्स
हैं,
फ्रीज कराने के लिए।
हाँ, आदमियों के स्पर्म फ्रीज करने का 5 से 10,000 चार्ज है पर ईयर, ठीक है,
ठीक है।
उसको संरक्षित
हाँ
रखने का, देने के लिए। और जो
हाँ
फीमेल्स के एग हैं उसको संरक्षित करने का, उसको मेंटेनेंस का उसका चार्ज है पर ईयर 80,000 से 1.5 लाख रुपए।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
तो ये लोग फीमेल को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं कि तुम ज़्यादा करो, इसमें ज़्यादा पैसा है उनको, है ना। तो उनको बोल रहे हैं तुम करियर पे ध्यान दो, करियर पे ध्यान दो, हमको पैसा दो, 1.5 लाख महीना हम तुम्हारे एडमिट के लिए रखेंगे।
हाँ वही ना, और क्या। हाँ सोना, पहले पहले औरतें सोना रखा करती थी लॉकरों में, बैंकों में।
हाँ
अब सोना सोना तो
हाँ
इनको चाहिए नहीं है।
हाँ।
इनको चाहिए ये पूरी की पूरी गोल्ड डिगर, ये पहले से ही है। तो इनको चाहिए कि इनके
तो
ये अंडे
वो,
में वो रख लें संभाल के। ये फकिंग
हाँ,
इतना
तो
चूतिया पहना है ब्रो,
पूरा
ये इतना
अपने
चूतिया
अपने
पहना। एंड ऑल
अपने
ऑफ दिस इज,
बिजनेस के लिए ही
बाय द
आई
वे,
थी
ऑल
ना।
ऑफ दिस इज प्रोपेगेटेड बाय ऑल दीज फिल्म स्टार वुमेन ऑल्सो। ये कंगना ने भी ऐसी
हम्म।
कोई बात बोली थी कहीं पे, इन्हीं को
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
एम्यूलेट करती
उनको
फिर आगे
सबको
जाके लड़कियां।
सबको पैसे मिले होंगे और सब यही बोलती है, और सब लड़कियों के ही और फिर महिलाओं के पीछे लगे हुए। महिलाएं क्या है ना, ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक पूरा बिजनेस है। उनको जहाँ छुओगे
हाँ
वहाँ स्किन बाद में छुआएगी, उनकी पहले बिजनेस छुआएगा। उनके अंग अंग में
ठीक बात है।
बिजनेस है, उनके रोम रोम में बिजनेस निकल सकता है,
हाँ
बाहर निकाल सकते
हाँ
हैं। और ये बात जानते हैं लोग, तो हर तरह से उनको यूज
हाँ
कर रहे हैं। अब बताओ, 1.5 लाख रुपए महीना। लड़कियां कमाती हैं, हो सकता है कमाती भी हैं, बड़ी बड़ी जो है, नहीं भी कमाती हैं तो फिर 1.5 लाख रुपए अगर मान लो शादी कर भी लिए तो 1.5 लाख कौन देगा? बोलो,
हाँ
1 लाख हस्बैंड देगा, 50,000 फिर वो वाइफ देगी, कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो हाँ यही है, डॉली से
यही है ना।
कितना 1.5 घंटे का ना। हाँ हाँ, फर्टिलिटी,
अब तो शक्ल से ही
स्पर्म
राक्षसी लग
काउंट।
रही है ये तो।
अरे बहुत बड़ी फेमिनिस्ट है वो क्या। और ये जब इससे पूछा गया कि तो क्या चार्जेस हैं, कैसे फ्रीज कर सकते हैं, तो बड़ा मुंह बना के बोलती है ये आदमी लोग को तो ऐसे ही सस्ते में हो जाता है, फीमेल्स का थोड़ा स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट रहता है। ऐसा मतलब आदमियों के बात से भाई तो ऐसे ही छोटे मोटे टाइप से बोल दिया। अरे बेटा स्पर्म के बिना कुछ नहीं है ये। स्पर्म स्पर्म से ना बहुत चेंज हो जाता है इनको, इतना अंडर एस्टिमेट कर रही है स्पर्म को कि स्पर्म तो कहीं भी मिल जाता है, स्पर्म सस्ता है, ये सब कुछ पूरा खेल स्पर्म पे ही है। तुम कितना भी वो कर लो, जो बच्चे का जो भी शक्ल से लेके अकल से लेके जितनी भी चीजें सब स्पर्म पे डिपेंड करती है, वूम पे डिपेंड नहीं करती है। प्राइमरी उसका जो जो क्वालिटी है वो स्पर्म पे डिपेंड करती है बच्चे। और ये लोग अपने आप को होशियार समझते रहते हैं, स्पर्म ऐसे ही है, स्पर्म तो कहीं भी मिल जाएगा, जाओ ले लो किसी कंजेड़ी का स्पर्म और दिखा दो हिम्मत है
हाँ
तो
और क्या।
उसको राम बना के तुम
और क्या।
भोसड़ी वाली।
हाँ सही बात है, इनका कुछ नहीं है, ये सब बकवास है इनकी साली।
हम्म,
ये क्या पूछ रहे हैं मोक्ष ब्रदर, आप इंस्टा पेज के लिए इतना टाइम कैसे निकालते हो? वैसे तो आप ये जवाब पहले आप बता चुके हैं, लेकिन फिर भी इनके लिए स्पेशली बता दीजिए एक बार।
काम चोरी करके भी तब टाइम निकालता होगा ये। काम चोरी बोल सकते हो या फिर जल्दी जल्दी काम खत्म करके, दोनों बोल सकते हो। काम चोरी तो नहीं, वो कम है उसमें, जल्दी जल्दी काम करके मैं टाइम निकालता हूँ।
अरे मोक्ष, आजकल मोक्ष को टॉयलेट में छुप के बनाने पड़ रहे हैं पोस्ट, भाई तुम लोग देखते नहीं हो
हम्म
स्टोरीज क्या?
हम्म
ढंग से
मेरे
देखा करो।
जहाँ बैठता हूँ
इनकी सीट
वहां
चेंज
पे
करके बॉस ने अपने सामने बिठा लिया इनको।
सामने बिठा लिया है और चारों तरफ
हाँ
कैमरा, बड़ी मुश्किल से मैं देख पाता हूँ। वो बाहर जा, असल में मेरा बॉस ना लंबे टाइम तक बैठता नहीं है, उसके 50 कंपनी, तो या 1 घंटे के लिए आता है, फिर कहीं और जाता है, फिर 1 घंटे बाद वापस आता है, तो ऐसे ऐसे
हम्म,
करता है वो। तो तब समय मिलता है थोड़ा थोड़ा।
ठीक है। तो भाई हर्ष ने राज खोल दिया है कि पार्ट 2 है इसका, लेकिन हर्ष हमारे लिए बहुत क्या कहते हैं, हमारा बहुत ख्याल रखते हैं, और वो कह रहे हैं कि अगली स्ट्रीम में चला लेना, इसमें मत चलाओ, कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ
धन्यवाद हर्ष।
अगली।
हाँ अब दोबारा दूसरा तो हम झेल भी ना पाएंगे भाई इस वाली में।
अरे
ठीक है। और अच्छा हो गया मोक्ष आपने ये मेरे को बात कही, क्योंकि ये आईवीएफ वाला जो टॉपिक है, इस टॉपिक को भी
हम्म
किसी एक्सट्रीम में लेके इसको ब्रेक डाउन करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज दिस इज वेयर
ठीक है।
दीज women आर टेकिंग रेफ्यूज एक्चुअली, हु आर रनिंग
हम्म।
अवे फ्रॉम बिल्डिंग अप अ फैमिली। ये एक इनका एस्केप रूट है, इस एस्केप रूट को
हम्म,
भी ब्रेक डाउन करना बहुत जरूरी है। तो
हम्म,
वही करेंगे। और अगली स्ट्रीम में मैं आप लोगों को ये, क्योंकि अभी तो ये बात तूल पकड़ ही रही है, तो इसमें और डेवलपमेंट होने के चांसेस हैं। 2 दिन में ही दो तगड़ी न्यूज़ एक के साथ एक के बाद एक आ गई हैं, जो को रिलेटेड है। तो ये जो यूएन ने जो रिपोर्ट इशू किया है और सब गवर्नमेंट्स को यू नो इसको डी सॉर्ट ऑफ इट्स अ वे टुवर्ड्स डिक्रिमिनलाइजिंग सेक्सुअल रिलेशनशिप्स विद चिल्ड्रन।
हम्म।
तो ये उस तरफ अग्रसर हो रही है बात, फिर वही घूम फिर
हम्म
के बात वहीं आ जाती है। नॉन बाइनरी का जो बकवास है,
हम्म
नॉन एब्सोल्यूट मेन एब्सोल्यूट नहीं है, अगर उसका पप्पू है, और फीमेल भी हो सकती है, और ये वो सब घुमा के बात है। मतलब सेक्सुअल व्यभिचार को हर 360 डिग्री अटेंशन और एक्सेप्टेंस सोसाइटी में दिलवाना अभी वर्ल्ड का जो मेन ऑर्डर है, वो उसको दुनिया को जॉम्बिफाई करके ब्रेक डाउन करने में
हम्म।
और पुरुषों को कमजोर करने में ये सब
तो
स्कीम चलाई जा
अब
रही है।
अब मोदी जी को अपना दिखाना पड़ेगा भैया कि वो किसके साथ हैं। या तो वो भारत के साथ हैं, या भारत का वो करेंगे, या फिर अभी तक जो चल रहा था जिस तरह से
अरे
ये
मोदी जी
समय
को बिल
मोदी जी
गेट्स
के लिए बहुत
प्राइज दे रहा है भाई, वहां
खतरनाक।
पे अमेरिका बुला के बिल गेट्स
हम्म,
अवार्ड दे रहा है मोदी जी को। इस वीडियो में सब कुछ बोले हैं संदीप जी। आप
अच्छा
लोग
अच्छा।
चाहें तो मैं ये लिंक डाल रहा हूँ चैट में, ये वीडियो पूरा जरूर देखिए।
ये कितनी
अदरवाइज
देर का
नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम
वीडियो है
में
ये?
मैं डिस्कस करूंगा ही। इसमें ये बोल बताया है वो,
ना ना,
उसने बिल
कितने
गेट्स ने।
कितना कितना लंबा है ये?
इनका होता है पूरा एक बुलेटिन होता है आधे घंटे का, उससे ज़्यादा कम का नहीं। नहीं, ये तो
एक घंटे
घंटे भर का बुलेटिन है ये पूरा।
तो
खैर
इसको हम थोड़ा थोड़ा देख लेंगे, थोड़ा थोड़ा करके।
हाँ, हाफ वे थ्रू क्या होता है, इनके ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन चालू हो जाते हैं, तो पूरा 1 घंटा तो नहीं होगा। हिज डिटेल्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन विल बी हाफ वे थ्रू। लेकिन हाँ, मोदी जी का देखिए 2 चीज़ें मैं बोल देता हूँ अभी। एक तो ये बिल गेट्स और गेट्स मिलिंडा फाउंडेशन के साथ जो खिचड़ी पक रही है साथ में, वो सब है। वो यूपी भी आ चुके हैं वो लोग, योगी जी को भी इन्वॉल्व करने में लगे हुए हैं। दूसरा है, इन्होंने सेक्स चेंज थेरेपी को आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम के साथ जोड़ दिया है,
सब्सिडाइज
तो
कर दिया, फिर फ्री भी कर दिया उसके बाद।
फ्री हो जाएगा ना भाई। फ्री है फिर तो गवर्नमेंट करके
फ्री
देगी
है।
आपको। आप अपनी लुल्ली कटवाओ, वहाँ फेक वजाइना बनवाओ, वजाइनो प्लास्टिक करवाइए, आपको गवर्नमेंट करके देगी। तो फिर इसका मतलब यही है ना कि मोदी जी ने अपना स्पष्ट कर दिया वो कौन सी साइड है। वो नोबेल पीस प्राइज की साइड है वो। नोबेल पीस प्राइज मिल जाए तो बढ़िया है। ये तो साला इन 2-3 छोरों ने अतीक को टपका दिया, तो मोदी जी का नोबेल पीस प्राइज कैंसिल हो गया है अभी अगले 6 महीने के लिए। क्योंकि इंडिया में तो ऐसा माइनॉरिटी का सर फोड़े जा रहा है भाई, गोली गोली मार देते हैं, जय श्री राम बोल देते हैं, तो मोदी जी का पीस प्राइज तो कैंसिल हो जाएगा ना भाई। तो अभी नोबेल पीस प्राइज अभी दूर है। मोदी जी लौट आओ। वैसे तो मुझे लग नहीं रहा कोई चांस ना है तुम्हारे लौटने का, तुम लौट चुके हो। लौट नहीं रहे, अब लौटने लगे हो, समझ रहे? लोटन कबूतर हो गए मोदी जी। अब उखाड़ लो साला मेरा जो उखाड़ना है। मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ, जिसको पसंद है वो अच्छी बात है, नहीं पसंद है बहुत बढ़िया बात है। फिर हमें तो चाहिए ना भाई। जिस दिन से मैंने अपना ये पैंडेमिक में ट्रैड्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन शुरू किया था, उस दिन से मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ कि अपनी आंखें खोल लो, ये रायतागिरी से कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है। ठीक है, काशी विश्वनाथ का विध्वंस जितना हुआ उसमें सब लोग चुपचाप बैठे रहे। सब लोग मोदी जी कॉरिडोर कॉरिडोर उन्होंने 2 कॉरिडोर और बना के दे दिए। एक उज्जैन में भी बर्बादी कर दी महाकाल कॉरिडोर बना के। ठीक है,
मथुरा
एक
में।
पेड़ नहीं है उस पूरे कॉम्प्लेक्स में। नंगे पैर लोग, जलती गर्मी में नंगे पैर जाते लोग, एक पेड़ नहीं है उस कॉम्प्लेक्स में। महाकाल जी का जो इन्होंने कॉरिडोर बनाया है। चलो वो छोड़ो, अब इन्हें अयोध्या में तोड़फोड़ चालू कर दी।
अरे भैया, और वो बंद भी रहता है वो हमेशा। मेरे परिचय की अभी एक लड़की है, उसके माता पिता गए हुए थे वो महाकाल
हाँ,
मंदिर दर्शन करने के लिए। उसने बताया कि वो तो बंद था, बंद करने के लिए बनाया है क्या उसको?
दर्शन तो समय, कोई समय निर्धारित रहता
है
होगा
ना,
ना दर्शन का समय।
मंदिर नहीं, मंदिर खुला था, कॉरिडोर बंद है। कहीं और से ऐसा जाने का मतलब जा रहे थे, ऐसा बताया।
अच्छा, कुछ टिकट कलेक्टर नहीं मिला होगा बैठने के लिए उस दिन। टिकट कलेक्टर का छुट्टी होगा। वो कॉरिडोर का कुछ टिकट विकेट भी तो रहेगा, ऐसे ही थोड़ी फ्री में घुस जाओगे उसके अंदर।
हो सकता है, हाँ। लेकिन वो बताया कि कॉरिडोर बंद है।
हाँ
तो भैया, बंद रखने के लिए तुमने बनाया है क्या इतना बड़ा, और ये सब किया है नौटंकी? जब लोगों को
भाई, मीडिया ऑफ कर दिया
लगता
ना
है।
भाई। बड़े बड़े अपने पोस्टर लगवा दिए सड़कों के किनारे, पूरे होर्डिंग लगवा दिए, फुल मीडिया ऑफ हो गया। सबने जाके, जितने भी सारे रायते हैं उन लोगों ने एक एक करके जाके वहां पे सेल्फी खींच के लगा दी सोशल मीडिया पे। बस हो गया। आगे पीछे क्या चल रहा है किसी को क्या फर्क पड़ता है? कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। पब्लिक
भैया, मुझे
तो
मुझे मुझे
अंधी है
लगता है
ही।
कि ना, मुझे लगता है कि ना, हम जो ना वैसे को बोलते हैं ना, हम लोग एक तो रायतों को भी कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा वो लग रहा है। और
हाँ
पता नहीं
हाँ।
कर रहे हैं हम, और अच्छी बात है।
नहीं तो भाई, हम लोग अगर ब्लैक पिल नहीं करेंगे तो रायते रेड पिल कहाँ से होंगे? बेसिक बात यही
एग्जैक्टली।
है। बिल्कुल।
हाँ।
अभी अब अपना क्या नाम है, अरे यार, शिवम भाई जो है अपना, यार, काशी विश्वनाथ का काशी यात्रा करा रहे ना शिवम अभी।
हम्म,
सदाशिव ब्रह्मेंद्र नाम से जिनका पेज है, who
हम्म,
has basically broken down all the issues that happened with the काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर, वहाँ कितने मंदिर उखाड़े, और इस सब के पीछे रिसर्च तो शिवम का ही था ना। तो शिवम ने बोला, तो अभी स्टोरी में कुछ दिन पहले शिवम ने बोला कि मेरी
हम्म,
बेसिकली उससे बात हुई है। वो क्या नाम था उसका, राठौड़, राठौड़ जिसने रखा हुआ था अपना नाम, जो टॉप टॉप नॉच रहता था पिछले 2 साल से। मोदी मोदी बहुत कर रहा था, और हमारे उसके पप्पू आके हमसे लड़ाई करते थे। उसका नाम याद
हम्म,
नहीं आ रहा यार, राठौड़ राठौड़ करके लड़का है। जिसका ट्रैड्स बहुत ज्यादा मजाक उड़ाते थे, और मैंने भी वो एक रील में बड़ा मजाक उड़ाया था उसका। ये उस टाइम हम लोगों को कांग्रेसी बोलते थे ना, बेवकूफ साले। तो ही हैज आल्सो रिकंसाइल्ड एंड ही हैज आल्सो स्पोकन टू शिवम, एंड आपस में बात हुई है, तो रायतो की भी आंखें खुल रही है धीरे धीरे। बात तो है, वो बात सही है।
ये बात सही। हाँ हाँ हाँ।
हाँ
अभी जो करंट फुट में आके मतलब इस एलिटनेस का, इंटरनेशनल स्कैम का जो विरोध नहीं कर पा रहे हैं ना, वो थोड़ा थोड़ा लाइन पे आ रहे हैं, और भगवान की कृपा रही ना तो पूरी तरह से आ जाएंगे और सबकी आंखें खुल जाएंगी अच्छी तरह से। अभी थोड़ी सी खुदी है, 10%, 20%, थोड़ा सा इंटरनेशनल स्कैम को छोड़ने लग गए। जब उनको अचानक से एक्सेप्ट करना ही पड़ेगा, कब तक बचेंगे? एक ना एक दिन एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा कि भैया तुम्हारे जो जिनको भगवान मान रहे हो वो सब भी इसी स्कैम के हिस्सेदार हैं, छोड़ो उनका साथ, सच का साथ दो।
हाँ, बेसिकली आपको कंप्लीटली देखिए, एक तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है हमारे देश में ना, बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया पे भी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो आपको बताते हैं क्या सोचना है,
हम्म
जबकि हमें लोगों को सिखाना है कि आपको कैसे सोचना है।
हम्म।
क्या सोचना है वो तो आप खुद ही डिसाइड कर लोगे ना, अगर
हाँ
आपको
हाँ
कैसे
हाँ
सोचना
हाँ
है
हाँ।
वो दिखना है। हम
बिल्कुल
कौन होते
बिल्कुल।
हैं आपको
हम
बताने वाले कि क्या सोचना
बिल्कुल
है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। हाँ हाँ, आप
हम
हम
तो
बिल्कुल
आपको
फोर्स
सत्य
नहीं
से
कर।
अवगत करा रहे हैं, अब आपको सत्य को मानना है नहीं मानना, ये तो आपके ऊपर है।
हम्म। और
बिल्कुल यही बात है, और
ये
क्या है।
जानते हुए,
ये सब
भी कि ये करने पर हमको पहले तुम गाली दोगे उसके बावजूद हमें
अरे
रिस्क ले रहे
क्या भाई, तो कुछ नहीं बोल सकते इनको। लेफ्टिस्ट लोग तो बहुत सारी कहानियां चला रहे हैं ट्विटर पे। कोई आईएएस ऑफिसर थी,
हैं।
उसके
हाँ।
साथ भी मोदी जी का कुछ इशू था, किसी ने कुछ तो अभी
हम्म।
ट्रेंड किया था कोई, मैंने देखा था,
अच्छा।
मैंने इग्नोर मार दिया, मैंने कहा छोड़ो यार, अब इन सब चक्करों में कौन पड़ेगा। तो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू यही है कि बहुत सारी चीजें हैं यार, लेकिन जो चीजें आपसे डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड है, एटलीस्ट उन पे
हम्म
तो आपको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। उनमें आप नहीं कह
हम्म
सकते कि जी हम तो जी मोदी जी जो कहेंगे वो हम कर लेंगे। अरे तुम्हारा नुकसान कर रहे हैं पागल साले, तब तुम कैसे नहीं करोगे? बेसिक बात यही है। ये पीआई भाई कौन है? इसको मैंने शाम से बोल रहा हूँ, आ जा भाई, ऊपर आके बात कर ले। नीचे बैठ के उल्टी सीधी बकरचोदी किए जा रहा है जब से। अरे भाई हम थोड़ा सा मोदी के अगेंस्ट हो गए, इसका मतलब ये नहीं जो तू कुछ भी बोलेगा हम सुन लेंगे। ओ भाई पीआई कौन है रे? कहाँ का है तू? आजा ऊपर, आ जा ना, कितनी देर से तेरे को लिंक दे रखा है मैंने। मुल्ले मुल्ली धूम धड़ाका करके पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाएंगे, हिंदू मोदी भक्त लौंडे गे बनेंगे, हिंदू लौंडिया अनमैरिड अबव 30 इनफर्टिल होंगी। अरे भाई ये सब बातें करने से दुनिया ना चलती। ठीक है, कुछ सोल्यूशन है तुम्हारे पास? सोल्यूशन बताओ, सोल्यूशन। ये सब बातें करने से बात दुनिया नहीं चलती। तुम आज जो ऐसे डिस्टोपियन फ्यूचर तुम लोग प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हो ना, ये तुम्हारे प्रेडिक्ट करने से नहीं चलेगा भाई, ये देश चलेगा जैसे राम जी की इच्छा होगी, समझ रहे हो? भाई रोमानिया में वुमेन्स राइट छीनी ली, अबॉर्शन को बंद कर दिया, उनका पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज हो गया। हाँ ठीक है भाई, होने दो, क्या कर सकते हैं। उन्हें जरूरत भी है, उनके यहाँ वैसे ही उल्टी प्रॉब्लम चालू हो रही। मोदी जी विश्व गुरु बनाएंगे, बना लो भाई विश्व गुरु।
तो भैया
मोदी
अभी
सबसे
ना
बड़ा है।
हम्म,
क्या
अ,
करें?
बहुत ज्यादा लंबा हो गया।
हाँ मैं बस क्लोज ही करने वाला हूँ, तभी ये क्लोजिंग कमेंट्स वगैरह ले रहा हूँ भाई। 1 बज चुका है, मुझे भी सोना है, कल जाके फिर से वही सब करना है, दिन भर की अपनी दिनचर्या। राजतंत्र बेस्ट था, लोकतंत्र इज शिट, इट्स नॉट लोकतंत्र एनीवे भाई। ये लोकतंत्र नहीं है ना, ये मोबोक्रेसी है, भीड़ तंत्र है, भीड़ तंत्र। भीड़ बढ़ाओ, भीड़ बनाओ। तुम लोग जितने हो ना सालों, मेरे पास तो पैसे ना आए, नहीं तो मैं 3-4 बच्चे जरूर पैदा करता, कसम से बता रहा हूँ। मेरे पे तो शादी करने के भी पैसे ना आए, सच्ची बात बोल रहा हूँ। मेरे से कोई आके बोलता है ना भैया शादी क्यों नहीं करी तुमने, तुम दूसरों को बोल रहे हो, भाई मेरे पे पैसे ना है, खाने के पैसे है बस मेरे पास, समझ लो। तो मैं तो कर नहीं सकता, ठीक है। लेकिन तुम लोग सालों जितने हो ना, 20 से लेके 25, 26, 27 के, तुम्हें करनी है भाई शादी, और बड़ी बड़ी फैमिली बनानी है, और भीड़ बढ़ानी है इस देश की। ये सब चक्कर में मत पड़ जाना, ये पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल और ये सब में, वो तो वैसे ही हो जाएगी। ये वैक्सीनें लगा के मार दिए इन्होंने लोग, उसके बाद और पता नहीं क्या क्या करके मारेंगे अभी आने वाले कुछ सालों में, क्या क्या होगा भगवान जाने। अभी स्ट्रोक से मर रहे हैं लोग, कहीं बाढ़ आ जा रही है तो मर जा रहे हैं लोग, 100 चीजें हो रही है, हमें पता ही नहीं है किसके पीछे क्या है। तो
हम्म
इसलिए बेफालतू में ब्लैक पिल मत होना, बनाओ भाई, फैमिली बनाओ, अगले 10-20 साल में पैदा करो भाई बच्चे। ये लड़की की बातें मत सुनना, मैं तो इतना ही कहूंगा। यही मेरे आज के क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स हैं। मोक्ष, आप भी अपने क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स दीजिए, फिर हम आज शुभ रात्रि बोल के निपट लेते हैं।
जी, क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स यही है कि जो एक राइट विंग रैंड थी बंगाल, ठीक है, तो उसको मैं थोड़ा सा मतलब चेकआउट करता था अपनी दूसरी आईडी से, और थोड़ी बहुत बात भी करता था। तो वो जो थी ना, खाली शुरू में बड़ी मोदी भक्त और योगी भक्त और बड़ा वो करती थी, ट्रोल करना ये सब कर देती, ठीक है। कुछ समय बाद मुझे पता चला कि वो अभी कुछ समय था, वही में 1.5 महीने पहले कि
अरे
उस
आवाज ब्रेक हो रही है आपकी, पास लाओ माइक दोबारा।
आ रही है।
हाँ अब बोलो।
कुछ समय पहले मुझे पता चला, 1.5 2 महीने पहले, कि उसका बॉयफ्रेंड मुस्लिम है। और वो जो है जैसे ही मैंने उस पर रिएक्ट करना शुरू किया ना, उस कुतिया ने
हम्म।
मुझे परसों वो रिमूव कर दिया फॉलोइंग लिस्ट से। और
वेरी
वो
नाइस।
इतना ज्यादा चिढ़ गई मेरे किसी रिप्लाई से, और कि मैंने
ओके।
बोला कि भैया तू तो बड़ा पहले ये हिंदू हिंदू करती थी, ये बड़ा वो करती थी, अब क्या है ये सब। तो डर गई बहुत। और वो मेरे एरिया के आसपास की ही है, मेरे घर से 35 40 किलोमीटर दूर ही है उसका जो रेसिडेंस है। रहती वो बेंगलोर
शाबाश।
में है। रहती वो बेंगलोर में है, वहाँ जॉब करती है, लेकिन जो उसका मूल निवास स्थान है वो मेरे घर से 40 50 किलोमीटर के पास ही है। तो पहले मुझे लगा
हम्म।
था कि वो थोड़ा सा मतलब हिंदूज के लिए पोस्ट करती थी, तो उससे मेरा उससे थोड़ा सा वो हुआ कि चलो ठीक है, वो किया जाए। तो एक फॉर्मल ऐसे ही मित्रता थी, बातचीत होती थी नॉर्मल ऐसे ही।
हम्म।
बाद में गैप हो गया, बातचीत नहीं हुई। जब मैंने थोड़े समय बाद उसको देखा तो ये निकल के आया कि एक तो राइट विंग, ठीक है, रेड फ्लैग क्या क्या है, राइट विंग, मोदी भक्ति, योगी भक्ति, वो भी आवश्यकता से अधिक अंधों की तरह, ठीक है। मुस्लिम्स को ट्रोल करना ठीक है, लेकिन वो भी वही वाली ट्रोलिंग जो राइट विंग वाले यूज करते हैं, राइट विंग वाले करते हैं, कोई उसमें नया नहीं। और उसके बाद लास्ट वोकनेस, वोकनेस मतलब क्या, राइट विंग की वोकनेस जो जितनी रहती है ना, कि ये भी अच्छा है, ये भी है, हिंदुइज्म ये भी अलाउड करता है। कभी कभी उससे 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 कभी कभी उससे मुझे बाइसेक्सुअल होने की भी बू आती थी उस लड़की
हाँ
से। मतलब सारे गुण थे उसमें। एक
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
भोसड़ी वाली के जितने गुण होते हैं ना, वो सारे गुण थे उसमें।
सारे थे।
तो तो अभी रिसेंटली उसमें जो है वो वाला भी आ गया, पता चल गया कि उसका बॉयफ्रेंड मुस्लिम है। तो वो भी
हम्म।
कंप्लीट मतलब कंप्लीट भड़वी सा। तो
हम्म।
अभी उसने मुझे 2 दिन पहले रिमूव कर दिया कि कहीं मैं बता ना दूं उसके आसपास के लोगों को कि
ठीक।
उसका बॉयफ्रेंड मुस्लिम है। तो
हाँ।
ये है, यही होता है हर राइटिंग राइंड जो है वो लास्ट में यही यही एक्सपोज होता है कि उसका पूरा जो चरित्र होता है वो ऐसा ही होता है। पहले नौटंकी करेगी, हिंदुइज्म को वो कर बताएगी, वो बताएगी, सब अलाउड बताएगी, कट्टर मोदी भक्त, कट्टर महादेव की भक्त, और लास्ट में आके इधर मूल्य से शायद ये यहाँ ये होता है उनका जीवन परिचय पूरा।
भाई सिम्प इकोनॉमी है ना भाई, सिम्प इकोनॉमी है, सब जगह सिम्प
हम्म,
इकोनॉमी है।
हम्म,
ये साले
बस।
रायता टाइप जितने सब मुट्ठल है साले ये, और इनको बस एक ऐसी चाहिए कि बस दिख जाए, और फिर सारे बैठ के वो जो धूम में वो नहीं होता, उसका कैरेक्टर क्या नाम है भाई उसका,
अली।
अली, अली वाला जो कैरेक्टर होता है उसका चोपड़े का, ये धूम के वही है, ये उसको देखते ही एकदम उससे शादी वादी बच्चा बच्चा फैमिली वैमिली देखने लग जाते हैं।
धूम
तो
के
ये,
धूम के तू।
हाँ, तो ये साले ये इनको कोई ऐसी मिल जाती है ना इंटरनेट पे, तो पगला जाते हैं उसके पीछे, और कुछ नहीं है।
हम्म,
उसको भी मालूम है कि मैं कुछ थोड़ा सा बोल दूंगी तो सब पगला जाएंगे। अभी मैं ये बहुत देख रहा हूँ, ये जिम वाले जितने हैं, जितने जिम वाले इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं, ये सारे जय श्री राम और पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ और क्या क्या बातें करेंगे, फिर जाएंगे सैटरडे को शराब पीने, साले
हम्म,
बकवास करते हैं।
हम्म,
और ये अपने, मतलब हम लोग को इतना इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स है कि कोई भगवान का नाम ले ले, चाहे राक्षस ही हो,
हम्म,
चाहे
हम्म,
काल नेमी हो,
हम्म,
हम उसे सर पे बिठा लेंगे अपने।
सर पे बिठा लेते हैं, यस।
और
सही
मुझे
सही।
इतना बुरा लगता है, मैं सीरियसली बोल रहा हूँ, मैं नहीं बना सकता हर हर दिन मैं भगवान की रील बनाऊं, भजन ही लगा दूं मैं अपने जिम वाली रीलों में।
हम्म,
मुझे वो
हम्म,
क्लाउड चेजिंग लग रहा है, साफ नजर आ रहा है
हम्म,
क्लाउड
हम्म,
चेजिंग है। तुम लोग
हम्म,
मेच्योर इनफ नहीं हो कि तुम देख सको कितना क्लाउड चेजिंग हो रहा है। लड़कियां
सही बात।
स्पोर्ट्स ब्रा में ब्लडी हनुमान जी वाली रीलें बना रही हैं। तो समझ
हम्म।
नहीं आता पागल बच्ची है क्या करती है, दिमाग कहाँ रहता है इनका। तुम अपनी जिम में स्पोर्ट्स ब्रा पहनती हो, उसको अपने जिम में रखो, और जो भगवान की भक्ति की रील बनानी है वो अलग बनाओ भाई। ये क्या बकचोदी चली जा रही है बहुत। और फिर वही है ना, ये क्लाउड चेजिंग का तरीका है, ये इसी
क्लाउड
तरीके से
सीडिंग,
क्लाउड
यस।
चेजिंग होती है। सोशल मीडिया पे यही चल रहा है, ऐसे ही क्लाउड चेजिंग हो रही है। करिए भाई, फिर जितनी लड़कियों को आप लोग फॉलो करते हैं सबको करिए। फिर वो जाके मुसलमान से शादी करेगी, फिर तुम लोग कहना फ्रिज मिल गया, सूटकेस मिल गया, ये हो गया, वो हो गया। अरे साला यही होना है भाई इनका सबका। इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ, अभी ये जो सवाल है ना, मैं इसी को ही बता रहा हूँ। मैं ये हम्बल भाई साहब ने 2-3 बार ये चीज लिख के भेजी है। ये रही, ये एक चीज है ना जो इसकी शुरुआती सवाल था, उसी का ही मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ। एक सेकंड, कहाँ गया भाई, मिल नहीं रहा है। तो तुम लोग चैट में
सर,
इतनी कसड़ पसड़ करते हो। नहीं रुक जाओ, और ये भाई हम्बल ने टाटा बाय बाय बोल दिया था, उसके बाद इतनी लंबी कॉन्वर्सेशन कर डाली। लेकिन क्या लड़कियां बच्चे पैदा नहीं करना चाहती? हाँ, लेकिन लड़कियां बच्चे पैदा नहीं करना चाहती, कैसे लड़के बच्चे पैदा करेंगे? तो भाई तुम सारी दुनिया की लड़कियों से मिल चुके हो क्या? तुमने सब लड़कियां देख ली है क्या? अरे पहले अपने आप को बनाओ, फिर अपने मतलब की लड़की ढूंढो। ये काम है भाई। तुमको ऐसा लगता है कैसे होगा, कैसे होगा, कैसे? अरे करने से होगा मेरे भाई, करो।
एक्चुअली ना 25-26 में ही लड़कियों का जो बायोलॉजिकल क्लॉक है वो क्लिक करने लगती है और उनको समझ में आता है कि मेरा टाइम सही है। और मुझे व्यक्तिगत रूप से बहुत लड़कियों के मैसेज है, मतलब बातचीत में ऐसा मुझे पता चला कि उनका जो क्लॉक है वो क्लिक करने लगा है। और इनडायरेक्ट तरीके से मुझे बोला उन्होंने कि तब वो उनका समय है बच्चा पैदा करने का और शादी उनको जल्दी कर लेनी चाहिए। और हाँ, वो पता चल जाता है 25-26 में उनको समझ में आ जाता है ये टाइम है उनका।
भाई एक्चुअली में चीज क्या है, मैं एक चीज बताऊं, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि लड़कियों के अंदर जो भी नेचुरल भाव, इमोशन, आशाएं, आकांक्षाएं जो भी नेचुरली जागनी चाहिए थी, वो सब मॉडर्न मेडिसिन ने ब्लंट कर दी हैं। ये जितनी भी विमेन हैं, ये मॉडर्न मेडिसिन, फेस प्रोडक्ट्स, ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स और फास्ट फूड, इन सब चीजों का एक कॉकटेल घूम रहा है उनकी बॉडी में, केमिकल कॉकटेल। जो ऑलरेडी हार्मोनल कैस्केडिंग होनी है वो नहीं हो रही नेचुरली। तो इन लोगों का तो ऑलरेडी बैंड बज चुका है। सो इसलिए द ओनस लाइज ऑन मैन नाउ, और किसी के पास नहीं है भाई। आदमी के ही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो पहले अपने आप को खड़ा करेगा, फिर एक फैमिली खड़ी करने के लिए खोज में निकलेगा, और खोज में निकल के कीचड़ में से कमल ढूंढ के लाएगा। करना पड़ेगा, आपको ही करना पड़ेगा। पुरुष होने का मतलब ही यही है, आप ही खुद को बचाएंगे और समाज को बचाएंगे, और कोई तीसरा तरीका नहीं है। बाकी भगवान में आस्था रखेंगे तो आपका मार्ग प्रशस्त करेंगे भगवान, जरूर। ये 100% लिखवा लो मुझसे। अगर भगवान में आस्था रख के आप कोई शुभ कार्य करने जाएंगे तो भगवान आपका मार्ग अवश्य प्रशस्त करेंगे। और ये रोज की दिनचर्या में देख लेना, बड़े गोल्स की बारे में बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं डेली की दिनचर्या की बात कर रहा हूं। तो इसीलिए याद रखिए, एवरीथिंग इज योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। यू, योर पेरेंट्स एंड योर फ्यूचर फैमिली इज योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। और उसका पहला स्टेप है इन सब चीजों से दूर चले जाना, इन सब महिलाओं से दूर चले जाना, इन सब लोगों से इनको फोकस अटेंशन देना बंद कर दीजिए। 4 रुपए की भी सारा
बिल्कुल
फोकस
सर।
अटेंशन अपने ऊपर ले आइए वापस। दैट्स दी ओनली सोल्यूशन मेरे हिसाब से। ठीक है मोक्ष बाबू?
जी।
हाँ भाई, आपको भी नींद आ रही है, लेकिन एक बहुत अच्छी बात है कि आज स्ट्रीम एंड होने का समय आ रहा है। दिन रात के 1:20 हो गए हैं। 4 घंटे हम लोग पूरे कर चुके हैं इसी मिनट में, लेकिन एंड में 10 लोग हैं भाई स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं आज। 10 लोग, जो 1-2 हुआ करते थे। वी हैव कम वेरी फार, और इसके और अपना चैट भी देखो तड़ातड़ भाग रहा है। तो मेरे प्यारे मित्रों, जो लोग हैं, आप इस वक्त निरोध है, पीआई है, बॉस बेबी है, फैमिली प्लेयर है, माधव है, और ब्रोसेफ भी आए थे बीच में। क्या है ये मैनोस्फीयर स्टफ? निरोध बेटा बहुत लेट आए। पुनीत है और हम्बल है, माधव है, और कौन है? निरोध का है? अमेरिकन टूरिस्ट है। अबे सूटकेस काय खरीद रहा रात के 1:30 बज रहा भाई। ठीक है, आप लोगों का जो बाइडन है, आप लोगों का सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 10 के कर दिया आपने 11। मैं तो मतलब क्या ही बोलूं अब। मन तो नहीं कर रहा कि आप लोगों के होते हुए स्ट्रीम एंड करी जाए, लेकिन 4 घंटा बहुत ज्यादा होता है। ठीक है, जिसको बाद में भी देखना होगा वो भी मतलब रोएगा देखते हुए। तो आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोग आ जाए, और अगले हफ्ते विशुद्ध हिंदी स्ट्रीम होगी। आज हमने काफी ज्ञान अर्जित कर लिया अंग्रेजी में, और जो अगले हफ्ते विशुद्ध हिंदी स्ट्रीम होगी उसमें हम ये संदीप जियो जी का ये रिपोर्ट, और जो फ्यूचर में अगर कुछ प्रॉपर रिपोर्ट आएगी तो हम उसे कर लेंगे। हर्ष बाबू कमेंट पढ़ के जाएंगे? क्या कमेंट पढ़े, कहाँ से शुरू करें मेरे भाई? यहाँ तो बाढ़ है भाई कमेंट्स की। या तो हम पहले से ही ले लेते। तो भैया 1:30 बज रहा है, 2 बजे तक बैठने का मेरे में एक्यूमेन इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि मुझे सुबह उठ के घर के थोड़े काम शाम देखने होते हैं, और मैं मैक्सिमम 8:30 बजे तक नींद अपनी प्रोलॉन्ग कर सकता हूँ। अभी मेरे पास समय बहुत कम है, तो मुझे क्षमा करिए। और कमेंट पढ़ दो जल्दी जल्दी। ये पीआई बोल रहा है पढ़ लो पढ़ लो। क्या पढ़ लो भाई? पढ़ तो रहा हूँ, तुम बोल रहे हो मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ। लहम की बॉडी, लहम की बॉडी बोल रहा है। देखो 2 दिन करो भाई हफ्ते में स्ट्रीम। ये देखो पुनीत शर्मा जी आ गए। हाँ पुनीत, वैसे आपका विचार बहुत अच्छा है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ खुद कि 2 दिन करूं, लेकिन उन दोनों स्ट्रीम्स को हमें डिफरेंट रखना रहेगा। और मैं शायद वेंसडे को स्ट्रीम करना शुरू करना चाहूंगा, जिसमें मैं सिर्फ आप लोगों से फिटनेस, फिजिक, बॉडी बिल्डिंग, स्ट्रेंथ ट्रेनिंग और उससे जुड़ी हुई जितनी बातें हैं, पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट, इन सब के बारे में डिस्कशन करना चाहूंगा। तो वो मैं वेंसडे को रखना चाहूंगा। अगली एक स्ट्रीम जो इस अप्रैल महीने की रहेगी, आखिरी स्ट्रीम रहेगी, उसके बाद हम मई में चले जाएंगे। तो मई से हफ्ते में 2 स्ट्रीम करने की मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगा। अगले एपिसोड में आप लोग ध्यान रखिएगा, मुझे याद दिलाइएगा और अपने सुझाव दीजिएगा कि इन टॉपिक से रिलेटेड, पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट, फिजिक, ट्रेनिंग, एक्सरसाइज, न्यूट्रिशन, पर्सनल हाइजीन, हेल्थ केयर, इन सब चीज़ों से रिलेटेड आपके क्या क्या विचार हैं, वो सब आप प्लीज़ मुझे अगली स्ट्रीम में बताइएगा। हम एंड में उन्हें डिस्कस करेंगे, और फिर नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट वीक से 2 स्ट्रीम करने की ज़रूर कोशिश करेंगे। मोक्ष भाई, ये देखो जाते जाते आपको एक सुझाव देके जा रहे हैं। अबे लिखना तो सीख ले पहले। मोक्ष भाई मुरली से शादी कर लो। नहीं भाई मोक्ष भाई मत करना, ठीक है? और क्या है भाई, एक और बात पूछनी है, ये अपने चैनल का नेम फेल्ड एक्टर क्यों रखा? प्रभु आप बहुत लेट से आए हैं, बस इसीलिए रख दिया है क्योंकि मैं वही हूँ। विस्तार से आपको अगली बार सुनाऊंगा और
हम
समझाऊंगा
सब वही है,
विस्तार से।
मैं भी वही
हाँ
हूँ, और अपने
हाँ,
प्रिंस भैया भी वही है।
हम
यहाँ
सब
दो
वही
फील्ड
हैं।
है।
हम सब वही है भाई, सब वही हैं। हम लोग
दो
बहुत
फील्ड
एक्टिंग
एक्टर
करने की
है।
कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फेल होते जा रहे हैं जीवन में। हम लोग एक्टिंग करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि सब ठीक है, लेकिन फेल होते जा रहे हैं क्योंकि कुछ भी ठीक नहीं है साला। ठीक है, तो इसी के साथ प्रभु लोग, आप लोगों के सबका हाथ जोड़ते हुए और प्रभु श्री राम के नाम लेते हुए आप लोगों से शुभ रात्रि कहते हुए मैं कहूँगा कि अगले हफ्ते भी इतना ही हमें प्यार और अपनी प्रेजेंस दीजिएगा। मैं मुंबई गया था भाई, पर्सनल चैट में आ जाना यार। तू इंस्टाग्राम पे आ जा पुनीत, मैं तेरे को सारी कहानी अपनी सुना दूंगा, ठीक है? मैं IMDb पे हूँ भाई, मैं IMDb पे है मेरा नाम भाई, राइटर और एक्टर, ऐसे छोटा मोटा नहीं हूँ मैं। IDM BD क्रेडिट है 3 3 मेरे पास। हाँ, तो अब इसी के साथ मैं आप लोगों से ये क्या डबल डबल आवाज आ रही है? हाँ, तो आप लोगों से सबसे क्षमा चाहूंगा कि इतनी भरी कच्ची स्ट्रीम को भी छोड़ के जाना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि समय हो गया रात के 1:30 और 4 घंटे हम लोग पूरे कर चुके हैं। ये हमारी एक और सबसे लंबी स्ट्रीम हो गई है। आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोग सब आए। मोक्ष आपने भी हमें इस बार ज्वाइन किया, बहुत अच्छा लगा। जितनी बार भी आप ज्वाइन कर सके ज़रूर आया करिए, क्योंकि मुझे और बाकी सबको आपकी कमी महसूस होती है। और अंग्रेजी भी बहुत सुननी पड़ती कभी कभी आपके ना होते हुए। तो इसी के साथ सब लोग स्वस्थ रहें, सुखी रहें, हफ्ता बहुत अच्छा निकले और अपने जीवन में अपने आप को बड़ा बनाओ दोस्तों। इस पे काम करो। आने वाले एक हफ्ते में, अगले हफ्ते मुझे बताना कि इस हफ्ते क्या किया, ठीक है? और जैसे वो कहता है, अपना क्या नाम है उसका, काम करते रहो। काम कर रहे हो भाई? क्या काम कर रहे हो भाई? काम करते रहो, ठीक है? तो जय श्री राम, शुभ रात्रि मोक्ष, शुभ रात्रि सब लोगों को।
जय श्री राम,
और
जय श्री राम।
आप लोगों
नमो
से सबसे
बुद्धाय।
मिलेंगे अगले हफ्ते। हाँ, क्या कह रहे हैं?
नमो बुद्धाय।
बात
भीम
साला भीमटो की एम के बी बहन। हाँ, तो साले दिल्ली दंगों में भी इन्वॉल्व थे ये, मेरे को पता चला है अभी। इन एनी केस,
हाँ।
हाँ हाँ, कुछ कुछ कहानी है, बताऊंगा बाद में, तेरे को वीडियो सेंड कर दूंगा। तो आप लोगों को ए पुनीत, गलत बात मत बोलो बेटे। हर हर महादेव लिखा माधव ने, देखो। वैसे हर हर महादेव सबको। और आप लोगों से हम सब मिलेंगे मैनोस्फेयर टॉक्स इंडिया के एपिसोड नंबर 19 में। तब तक के लिए शुभ रात्रि। सब अपना ध्यान रखें,
जय श्री राम।
अपने परिवार का ध्यान रखें। शुभ रात्रि मोक्ष भाई, जय श्री राम।